All right.
Australian news.
He's the snake catcher taking DIY to new heights. Harley Jones is piecing together one of the world's greatest long-range strike aircraft, an F-111. In his
That's hilarious. What a king.
It served Australia for almost 4 decades.
Love
at
this.
a window shattering
pig.
1 kilometre per second.
Of course you would. Isn't this the aardvark, I thought?
Yes.
You know, it has like way more tank kills than the
Yes.
A10, and it's like better than the A10 in every way,
Yes.
and it like definitely should have stayed while the A10
Yes.
left.
Yes.
Isn't
It
that
is one
wild?
of the best air-to-ground bombers ever made, and we used them for a long time. We only ditched them because they became too expensive to use.
Hmm.
That was it.
But the F-111
I never got to
was
see it in
retired
person.
2010, except
Well, now you can.
home of snake catcher Harley
His
Jones.
name's Snake Catcher,
Righto, mate.
or is
What
that
do you
his
visualise when
occupation?
F-111 park?
Is his
It might be.
code name Snake Catcher?
Yeah, maybe.
I need to get
That's a good name.
In the drive over your home.
Well, I guess for the age of about 5 years old, when I first sat in the cockpit of F-111, they became a bit of an obsession.
Harley's driveway
Nice.
project, raising the collective brows of US military types,
I like
given
this.
F-111 parts can fit on F-14 fighters with the Iranian Air Force.
Bit of touchiness about that. I had to go through the Department of Homeland Security and the States
Oh,
and everything
shit.
to get parts and get an ITAR permit.
What are you trying
Holy
to do?
shit.
Oh, the American Department of Homeland Security had to go through,
Yeah, he had to go through the Australian Department of Defense or whatever
and
they
the
call
American
it here,
Homeland Security because it's
and American Homeland and Iran.
that might be another
Insane.
reason for discontinuing them.
I'm sure there was, but that was the main reason. And they were replacing them with the F-18s. They were just getting more F-18s. I think they were getting the Super Hornets. The US Navy was retiring their Super Hornets, so we bought them. And put the F-18s, the normal ones. What are you doing? The F-18, the normal ones, to this role as a support role, and then now use the Super Hornets as the multi-purpose. Which is dumb. We should have bought F-15s, but this stupid fucking government would rather waste money on the F-35 when we could have had the newer F-15s for way fucking cheaper. Idiots. Absolute morons. We could have had, instead of 80 F-35s, we could have had a 200 F-15s. Like, the fuck are these idiots doing?
I was just editing the mercenary stream, and it's like one of those ones where it's like, God, what am I going to cut from this?
Because it's all gold.
Well, just because it's long. That's where it gets hard, is when it's long, because then I have to figure out, because I have to remember the context of the entire plot, and see what I can pull out for the plot, which is mostly going to be like, I'm going to look for where you or me are talking, and pull there first. That's normally, and then the question relevant to that. But he was just talking about how, like, he thinks that a better system would be that the Department of Education would be run by somebody in education. You know, like, why is it all bureaucrats and lawyers? Is what we were talking about, and how it should be like run by people who actually work that field. And I was just
that one of the things where we went way off course?
No, this is like towards the end. This is like when we're wrapping up at the end, and we're just talking about that. And it's just funny because the only reason like politics exist is because people who are like not good at anything else decide that they're gonna boss people around, you know?
Yes, that's exactly right. It's always the bullied kid who never got to bully people as a kid. Now gets to do it as an
What are you talking about? Joe Biden stood up to Corn Pop. That's because you didn't know who Corn Pop was, right?
No, I have no idea.
You know that I have hairy legs?
Yeah.
Same speech.
What the fuck?
So you only heard one part of the speech. You didn't hear the best part of the speech, where he's talking about how he got into a fight with this guy named Corn Pop, and Corn Pop was a bad dude.
That's so stupid. What the fuck?
He
Makes
like
it even worse.
he went to go fight him with a chain, and like
Oh my
something
God.
happened where they didn't end up fighting or something.
You know what this guy's gonna actually get a lot of use out of this for?
Nothing, because he's never gonna complete this project. This
Okay.
guy, look at his house. Look, his house is way too big to be divorced. Okay,
True.
so this guy is definitely married. So what the real question is like, how long is his wife gonna tolerate this?
Because well, theoretically, let's say he does finish it, right? Gets it finished, it flies, it works, right? It's first civilian F-111 ever in Australia. Whatever, great, okay. You know what he's gonna get a lot of fucking money for? Movies.
Well,
Australian movies are gonna ask him to use the plane.
I don't know if he's building like the entire plane. But I know that
maybe
like,
just the cockpit.
yeah.
Dude, imagine building that into a flight sim. Now that would be sick. Full moving thing. That'd be awesome.
That'd be the weight you would need, and then the hydraulics on that ship breaks and like crushes you to death.
No, because you'd be inside. You'd be fine. You'd be fine.
COVID learning how to weld and wire to fuel his passion.
All the lights come on, all the instruments will run, all the screens will have things behind them, and yeah, it'll look like an operational aircraft.
And the neighbours don't seem to mind the next door airfield.
Yeah, a bit of surprise. We couldn't figure out for a while what's happening.
These accents are wild to me.
Yeah, no, it's I nearly got flooded.
Yeah, nah.
I'd say lucky it's up on the chops because it would have floated away.
The chops.
That probably means Harley can turn his attention to his next fixer-upper, the half-cabin cruiser named Unsinkable.
Oh God, this guy's poor wife.
Why is it called Unsinkable 2? It's like it's the first one sank.
See, I think he's got to just be building
just the front of it.
Yeah,
I hope he builds the whole thing. Really, I really do. I hope he does the whole thing.
You know, it would be funny if he built that. It would be really funny to bring it up in gun control arguments about Australia. Because it's like everyone knows he can buy a tank, but this dude literally built his own aircraft.
That could be turned functional at any point.
I think these ones can like I assume these ones can drop nukes too. Or they're not fast enough. Because like the Strike Eagle can use them, right? They use the slam. They use a slam.
Yeah. I'm gonna Google that because I'm not sure if the F-111 is nuclear capable. Is the F-111 nuclear capable? I don't know. It says doesn't say anything.
Can it carry? And it's the missile that we normally would use is called the SLAMER, Standoff Land Attack Missile Extended Response or Expanded Response. So that's the one that you can nuclear tip, and it's on the F-18 Hornet. So
okay, so our Hornets could,
but
I'm not sure about the F-111. The F-111 could carry 2 AGM.
Interesting.
SRAM surface-to-air nuclear missiles. There you go. So it could carry nuclear. It was surface to SRAM. Air-to-ground missiles.
So we could totally say that this guy is building a nuclear bomber in his driveway.
Yeah.
Just for the sake of argument, because
for the sake of argument,
it'll be more of an emotional response if you say that.
Yep. I support him.
I said he's gonna get nukes too, just like Tim Pool says. Everyone can have their own nuke.
Exactly. Second Amendment, baby. Okay.
Second Amendment, baby. It doesn't say anything about aircraft.
The city of Hamilton has closed.
They're just flying arms.
They didn't even know what aircraft were when they wrote
Was
the
part of
contract.
Ferry Street in the North End and asked neighbors to leave their homes over concerns a house under construction could collapse.
Oh no.
Emily Taylor joins us live from the scene with the details. Good evening, Emily.
Good evening, Taz. We're just off of John Street North here, where part of the road is closed off.
Why don't all the American reporters sound like
this? Hear this accent though? She's trying to hold. She's trying to cover like her accent so much here to do the like reporter accent, but it's coming through so much.
Has actually begun to lean towards its next door neighbor. The house at 75 Ferry Street East.
Maybe build it wider. Maybe build it a little wider, guys. How about not try to build a house like that? Come on.
But last night, the city of Hamilton says an off-duty inspector noticed something was wrong.
Obviously, there's some significant deflection in the wall and some movement, some racking, movement of the first and second floors. So racking really is just kind of diagonal twist of walls and framing structures. So it was a bit of movement of the second floor assembly causing the main and second floors to start to lean.
Next door neighbors on either side were asked to find somewhere else.
No, that is not enough space. Maybe a driveway.
That's so fucking stupid. Like no shit, the structure's leaning.
Out of an abundance of caution, Ferry Street has also been closed from John Street North to Catherine Street, blocked by metal fencing. Neighbors tell CHCH News they only found out about the problem when they spotted the fences.
Take a breath.
That's like such American shit, bro.
8 or 9, 10 o'clock. Nobody said a word.
Construction crews are on scene this afternoon trying to make sure the building is stable.
On display here.
It's not yet clear what caused the building to shift.
I couldn't imagine what it is. Damn, maybe it's the fact that it's half as wide as it is.
And it's like the slimiest, cheapest landlord. Probably it's like he owns the property and he's building another house on the same property that he owns of that house or something.
Yeah, one of the neighbors is the property owner.
Crews are focusing on making sure it's safe to enter before they can really start the inspection. The city issued building permits to this address in August of 2022. The documents show the owner lives in Mississauga and expected construction to cost $1.9 million. The city doesn't know what will happen to the building once it's stabilized, whether it can be rebuilt or if they'll need to tear it down.
Knock it the fuck
down. So before we can even consider any demolition or repairs to the existing building, we do have to stabilize it. So we couldn't even go in there and start the demolition process without making it safe for somebody to enter.
Ferry Street will be closed from John Street North down to Catherine Street until further notice. The city tells me they hope to have it all wrapped up in a couple of days, but they are having trouble reaching the owner of the building. Back to you.
I wonder why. You think it's because he's not in this country?
Well, this could be an interesting video.
Yeah, save this guy. This guy, we've watched him before, so save that.
That's already there. Good shit. All right, that one can go. Let's continue with the news.
An Indianapolis teen who helped a co-worker who had been shot has now been fired. So we first brought you Drew Gardner's story on Wednesday. That's after he provided first aid to one of his co-workers.
Why such a close-up shot?
Beech Grove KFC. Well, 2 days later, he tells us his general manager let him go. Our Chase House sat back down.
What was that? That was a bad fade cut away at the wrong time.
Yeah. Chase.
17-year-old Drew Gardner won't be working his shift Saturday at this KFC on South Emerson Avenue or anyone after that.
This is such a good stand-up. This is like classic media training, right?
Yeah.
They to be like, you have to think about the stand-up, bro. I could hear my teachers talking about this, setting up this shot.
after speaking out about his act of heroism after one of his co-workers was shot while on the job. It was just on Wednesday night when Drew Gardner was all smiles after potentially saving his co-worker's life. Now he's sitting on his couch, wondering why he no longer has a job.
I was a bit bummed out because I considered most of those people there my friends. But I feel like, I don't know, it just feel like a bit like a betrayal in a sense.
It was at the KFC in Beach Grove where police say Gardner's colleague was shot
They
in the
get to
head
play
by
League
a
of
former
Legends
employee
more.
Tuesday.
Bro,
And it
he saved the guy who was shot in the fucking head, bro.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. Good on him. Fucking hell.
wasn't until Thursday afternoon when Gardner's mom drove by the restaurant and saw that it had reopened.
When I went in there, I did approach her to talk privately in the back to kind of go over some things about what happened. She refused to go in the
Mike's
back.
real
We had to
blown
do
out.
it in the lobby in front of customers. It did get heated between her and I. Answers or questions were not answered.
It was that exchange between her and the general manager that led Sears to call
so
the police.
it's because his mom went in and lost him the job, not because...
No, I think he'd already lost the job.
Mm.
And hearing everything that's going on and hearing that I'm Drew's mom and knowing about the shooting that happened, he did go inside to retrieve the paperwork for Drew's workman's comp.
The colonel would have
Came
shot
out,
the shooter
he
back.
said, unfortunately, she wanted me to communicate to you that your son is no longer needed here, and this is considered trespassing for you.
Although Gardner says he's disappointed that he was let go from his job, he believes he did the right thing.
Like, I feel like a life is worth more than a job. So I'd rather
Good man.
lose my job than have him die.
Good man.
And at this hour, the KFC remains
Fuck
closed,
that
but
KFC.
for different reasons. An employee here tells me they've been shut down just 24 hours after reopening by the Marion County Health Department for sanitary reasons.
Well,
they do expect to reopen on Monday.
Fuck
Reporting
that
Beach Grove,
manager.
Chase Howell, 13 News. Back to you.
Those are like the worst
Washington,
places to fucking
April.
work, bro.
Yeah.
Like, not KFC is just that type of like I was a manager at a Dunkin' Donuts. Like I left 2 months in. The manager above me is like the worst boss that I've ever had.
That's always good.
Excuse me.
I ride bareback.
That's awfully dangerous. But I know what I'm doing. I've been riding bareback since I was 6. I always wear a helmet, too. I feel freer that
That's so
way.
funny, Jack.
Sunburst likes it, too. He's worn saddles before. He just doesn't like them.
Indians always ride bareback. It's not fair to the rest of us.
What's so funny, Jack?
Stop it, Zoe. Why do they call you Indians anyway? I mean, Indians live in India.
Washington.
What the fuck was
I don't know. I don't know, bro.
What did you send me?
Why are you laughing? What was funny about that? Were you picturing something, Jack?
Okay, let's get into it. Ugh.
Hasan Piker platforming terrorist scandal? That's crazy, dude. Oh, God. Oh, here we fucking go. Come on, Philip. Don't do this.
What are your thoughts here? And then in social media news connected to real world news, there are people fighting about a question.
This is such a ridiculous fucking thing, dude.
Is Hasan Piker platforming terrorism? That's what a
Yes.
chunk of the internet is fighting about right now.
Not
and it's
this
all because
guy,
of a
though.
person that the internet has dubbed.
No, they're not. No, they're not. This is not a real fucking thing. Okay?
Yes, it is.
This is not a real argument. It's going to become one now because it's like growing into a larger momentum.
Bro,
But
come
that's
on.
because-
He's blaming other people. He's blaming other people. Are you serious?
Bro, I do not understand it. It like hurts my brain.
Are the Pak and Iran strikes a nothing burger? Okay, let me explain something. Pakistan and Iran don't care about their people, and they care even less about Balochistan. So an Iranian minister or cleric, I think I shared this on Twitter. He was just coming out saying, like, we're both helping each other out, bombing terrorists in each other's countries. And it's okay, bro.
That's a pretty massive cop out.
Yeah.
People look at accounts
Yeah,
like
if I was
fucking
I was
this guy.
careful bombing inside countries that have nuclear missiles. Actually, I think those missiles I was just looking at, the SLAM rounds, I think Pakistan has them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, let me check. No, they don't. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, Taiwan, and Turkey have them.
Not nuclear though.
Well, Turkey probably has nuclear tipped ones, yeah.
But they're American.
Yeah, so like the nukes we carry on like carriers,
Mm.
that's what they carry. They're on those types of
Okay.
missile. So these will be like nukes that we would launch from carrier with an aircraft.
Okay, and they go, this is a real valid concern. I'm sorry, but if you look at a fucking meme like this and go, well, this is real, genuine.
Hitler wasn't fucking bad because he was fucking killing Jews. Okay, that wasn't the main problem with Hitler. I think that was like maybe 8th down the line.
Damn.
I didn't even know the Baloch were a thing until relatively recently. There was an activist. Her name was Carmina, and she's in Canada, and like, there's strong evidence she was assassinated in Canada, and the Canadian government complied with covering it up.
Cool.
Because like, drownings are already suspicious, right? And then they just immediately said it was an accidental drowning and didn't do any investigation into it. Because they're not going to spend police resources on somebody who's not a Canadian like citizen, right?
Yeah, why would they?
Yeah. And then like Pakistan did a bunch of fucked up shit, like hijack her body and stuff. And when that happened, the outrage from it was loud enough that I like started learning about them and like what they are. And just the plight of their people. It's even worse in Iran than it is Pakistan too. I'm not sure if you knew that, Jack. They like literally have no water. The Baloch
great.
In Iran, they have like nothing. They have no water at all.
Oh, great. Good to see that these countries.
You know how the Taliban were attacking them though? It was over water. Remember?
Yes.
So.
How do these guys always
go back? Did you see that meme?
Drama from
it's so good.
Do these here? It's like
by Schizo Detective.
Yeah, that's why I played that soundbite.
Oh, okay.
How do these?
I was busy talking about the Baloch because I care more about them than Hasan.
From motherfucking anime avatar accounts, dude. Jesus Christ.
He said anime avatar. It's Disco Elysium, you idiot.
That gets to manipulate literally half of liberal online journalists. Like, how is this possible?
Tim Houthi Shalom. Like, we've talked in greater detail about the Houthis and TikToks, even in yesterday's show and others. But the oversimplified TLDR is
Tim Houthi Shalom.
This is like Hasan is like, oh, I'm reaping what I'm sowing right now. Like he didn't think about like the way he should go about it and like how people would react, you know? This is Hasan, I'm saying it, Piker. Like I will like I messaged him. I wrote him something and he liked it, but he didn't look at my message. So hopefully we'll have a real conversation with him. And that will capitalize and show Hasan how it's done.
We'll see.
They recently attacked ships in the Red Sea in response to Israel's attacks on Gaza. Very notably, that has included U.S. vessels. So actually, as of this morning, Biden has redesignated the Houthis as terrorists, which is very big because he previously removed them from that list. But this is the Houthi leaders have defended their actions, saying they're doing what they're doing to support the Palestinian people and to pressure Israel and its allies to end the war. And so all of that brings...
Never mind, it's not too bad, actually, so far.
Oh, thank God. He actually listens long enough for him to realize that it's neutral coverage. You think Philly D is going to get the center of this shit and actually take a stance on it? You think he's that dumb? Come on.
Down about their blockade on their ships is the funniest shit of 2024, surely. New Advice actually doing a piece on, identifying him as Rashid al-Haddad, noting that in that clip, he's on the Galaxy Leader, which is a cargo ship seized last year by the Houthis. But they also said that there's no clear evidence that he was actually part of the raid that captured the ship, but he did post photos of him in gear and carrying weapons, so people online have called him a pirate. And yesterday, political commentator Hasan Piker actually interviewed him on his stream, saying in a later post, I interviewed the Yemeni, quote, pirate yesterday, and all he cares about is freeing Palestine. Turns out he's not part of any militancy, according to him, and is 19. Spent most of his life being getting bombed, says he welcomes all who defend Palestine no matter their background. And right off the bat, with the way that
You
Hasan
remember
started the
how
interview,
before
the
we
people
even
accusing him of
watched him
trying to
interview
be
that guy, I already knew all that?
Yeah.
Before I watched
You
anything
picked it
about him?
off the bat, yeah.
Vilify a terrorist because Hasan asks
I was
him if
1
he's
year
seen
off
anime
with his
One
age.
Piece, then actually comparing the Houthis to the show's main character.
We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do.
Hasan also asking if he's part of a militancy or just a TikToker, which he said through his interpreter.
His answer is a Yemeni who stands with Palestine.
Hasan then asking him what compelled him to
I think that's fair.
actually go on the ships, as well as other questions about news coverage about the situation and motivations behind it.
Says he likes adventures and he is a big supporter of Palestine. Just reiterating that the cause is to cause disruption.
Like we were saying yesterday, it's like if I interviewed someone from Uganda and they said some homophobic shit, like I wouldn't. I'm a journalist there. I'm not gonna be like, here's what I think, Buster. You know, like Hasan needed to go into this not endorsing him and being like, you're so cool. I want to, be your best friend now because I think you're so cool fighting for Palestine. Like he should have just gone in there very neutral and like taken it seriously, at least done. He worked for an actual like journalist, like he had media training to know how to fucking do an interview. So it's like if the guy has done some anti-Semitic stuff in the past, people were still going to get mad about Hasan platforming him. But as long as Hasan wasn't there, like endorsing anything, like it really shouldn't matter.
To the shipments that Americans have interest in until they stop bombing Gaza and that if they weren't affected by it, then they wouldn't.
No, this is not bad. It's just clickbait title. Or unless it
welcome to
takes a
Philip
heel turn,
DeFranco.
oh, it's gonna take.
Hey, we did the same thing.
He's fucking framing Destiny as a decent interlocutor in this subject. Liberal Philip DeFranco, you're putting a fucking person who has routinely said, I am Osama bin Laden, and is like one of the most Islamophobic people
so
literally
funny.
in liberal media.
And in this, there are also other bits unrelated to the conflict, or things like what is life like in Yemen, what other TV shows that he watches, stuff like that. And so with all this, depending on where you went online, you had people having drastically different reactions. So there was a lot of backlash, people saying Hasan was platforming a terrorist.
Like the people that he's platforming in this coverage are random ass fans of Destiny who are absolute psychopaths. Okay. I'm sorry. This is not like valid coverage. This is not real. Okay. I mean, maybe he'll show.
We saw that when he was talking about the hostages and like how he was dancing with them. It's in there.
Saying that's brain rot. It's actually one of the most viral reactions to that being from political commentator Destiny.
Dude, we think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
God, he's so cringe. He's like such a cringe.
That's what we said.
I would pay so.
Dude, it's so sick. I hadn't seen this clip, but I do love personally that this is what stands for political commentary. That's awesome.
That is rich, my guy. Holy shit.
Volunteer for the Navy. Holy shit, he's such a cringe.
I agree.
LARPing loser. I cannot believe. Like,
what's funny is we say the almost exact thing Destiny does, except Destiny goes to the extreme where he's like fantasizing killing Hasan. All we talk about is how it would be funny if Hasan actually went through with it and got on the ship and like took his chat with him, and how funny it would be because there's the consequences of that would be worse than this.
Hilarious. As I explained,
like people would blow up, but Destiny's sitting here being like, "Then will Arg join the Navy after he joins the Houthis?" And it's like, what?
Psycho.
He's literally just immediately fantasized the scenario where he gets to kill Hasan.
Yeah.
Representation of socialism as the most anti-American, like pro.
Wait, so his political commentary is that I should go to Yemen and get blown to bits?
Yes.
That's the.
No,
that's the political,
he said go board a ship, I think.
And that I'm cringe?
And I'm cringe? Bro, come on.
My take on the One Piece comparison is, one, partially a joke, but two,
Bro, it might, if there's awards for the most cringe moment in streaming, that might win.
That might be it. Yeah.
This is such... I am not cringe cope.
It was pretty bad.
He's
literally. I'm pretty sure
I
said it on at the time.
Just like he's talking to like just some random kid from another country and is like, swaying out because he also knows what a TV show is.
Yeah. Like it's crazy that somebody else from another part of the
One
world,
of the most popular TV
the
shows
most
on the
popular
planet.
anime ever made. Like, it's wild.
Let's be like, do you know what Dragon Ball Z is? You know,
you
like
guys noticed,
nowadays they might not, but like,
interview, I
do you know
also
what
asked
Pokemon
if he had
is?
any affiliations. Okay. How dare you relate to people through shared interests? Exactly. Great take, man. Thank you. Thank you for your political commentary on this matter. I'm cringe.
It's obviously meant to say that's sick, but you know, that's sick, bro. Nice electricity.
And I should get blown to bits. And you should join the Navy with your fucking loser 38-year-old IT specialist brigade of cyber stalkers. I love his commentary.
I love this
hope
nerd
American
rage at
Empire
each other. It's
kills you."
hilarious.
And Philip DeFranco's like, well,
Like,
My
you're
resolution? Airstrikes. Bomb them. Bomb them. Keep bombing them. Bomb them again and again.
Like, it's just so funny because both of these guys are both pathetic losers. And they're just yelling at each other, calling each other the same thing. And I'm just
They
sitting
literally
here
are like, they're literally just talking shit behind each other's backs and then watching each other talk shit behind each. Like, bro, I have anxiety. Like, I already am like paranoid enough about what people say about me. Like, no, thank you.
like, just fucking losers. This is just pathetic. A pathetic display of fucking humanity is what this is.
these things are valid.
All people from Kazakhstan hate Borat.
Islamic terrorist, Turkish
The like
immigrant
foreign
loser
minister or
that
something,
is
or
like
the
cheering
president,
on
someone in
attack-
government there. He has like a statue head of Borat, and there's like a noose around it in the guy's office or something.
That's hilarious. Imagine getting that made just to put a noose around it. I love that. Based.
No, it like used to be something, and he got it or something. I don't remember.
That's funny.
Islamic terrorist Turkish immigrant loser
on merchant ships as this multi-millionaire guy living in West Hollywood.
On the other side of this, you had people defending Hasan, saying that Hasan is actually doing the public an enormous service by speaking to a regular Yemeni guy with regular hopes, dreams, and hobbies, and asking, where were you?
I would say that part's true. That's what we said.
Yeah. Like, yeah, 100%. Completely agree.
Are being
And like,
hey,
it's
man,
like
it's normal
when
to
you talk to
humanize-
people, it's like you don't expect them to fucking live in the liberal world, you know?
Yeah. It really opens your eyes to how similar everybody is.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing, lizard?
a regular 19-year-old that's like grown up being blown to bits.
He grew up
then
being blown to
people who
bits.
are attacking
Yeah, it
me
looks
are
like it.
Hey, this Islamic supremacist Muslim terrorist loser should go to Yemen and get blown to bits by the Navy. I can't wait for all of us to go and join the Navy so we can kill him. That's good. That's good.
You
I
are
love
garbage.
the liberal
Okay, if you get a
framework
rise
here.
out of
It's
attacking
like
the powerless,
one
you're
side
garbage.
is like, oh, you interviewed someone. You interviewed.
Is that what you
someone
call what you
whose
did?
Experiences
An
been death and
interview?
destruction their entire lives. that
I
we're
mean,
currently
if a
justified
loose
to
definition,
kill.
sure.
Okay. Well, I hate that. You're a Muslim supremacist terrorist fuck from Turkey who we should kill ourselves. Will there be a punishment for these racist remarks? Of course
Oh,
not,
we get
because
it.
people think that is scathing commentary. They think that is insightful because a lot of people
He's
can
so
lean
mad.
on pre-existing structural forms of oppression.
He's just going to keep going on like this.
And the funny thing about Destiny is that he genuinely like doesn't care, says shit, and moves on. Like, he just does it at a mumbling rate, and it just gets Hasan maulding.
Yeah, by the way, people interview those with opposing viewpoints.
Oh wow, crazy! The Rolling Stone, an actual fucking journalist outlet, interviewed
They've
Al
interviewed him and put it on YouTube. You've got
Insane.
Insane,
Damn,
bro.
They're cooking them. But since it's on Twitch, you should be killed. Yeah. Exactly. Hold on. Do you have the Treat King John Podhoraz's tweet about the Arab reporter from, I think it was Wall Street Journal or Washington Post. He quote tweeted this guy openly saying that here, see if I can find it. Is this it? Yeah. Akbar Shahid Ahmed wrote about the Biden administration and what the Biden administration's plans were for Gaza, which was a continuation of the Trump administration's
Wow.
opinion on what to do with Gaza.
Crazy.
Right? Completely wrote off Palestinians entirely. The Biden administration.
Why would that be?
This was
have we
fake
spoken
news.
about this before?
This was
We
good
have.
journalism. This the reporting from Akbar Shahid Ahmed. John Podhoretz responded to that by saying, "I am going to call you Hamas boy from now on." Hamas boy. Now, John Podhoretz is literally the editor of commentary, the columnist for the New York Post.
Okay.
And
he
used to be the co-founder.
New York Post.
Yeah.
Right when he said New York Post, I immediately turned back and just was literally in my head. I'm like, I don't care.
Not
New
the
York
best
Post.
source.
Don't care. Oh wow, someone from New York Post said something fucking racist and weird, crazy. It's almost like everyone who is like that goes and works for the New York Post.
Just so everybody's up to speed, and if you don't actually know, the New York Post is a tabloid.
Yeah, it's not.
It is garbage,
Yeah.
as Anna would
You
say.
are garbage, okay?
Exactly. The New York
If
Post
you get
is,
a rise out of a
oh, I just continued the fucking soundbite. Fucked everything up. Shit.
Founder of the Weekly Standard. This guy is a right-wing shithead that gets a lot of coverage in mainstream media. Okay?
Okay,
This is
so
a
yes, the
legitimate
Saudi deal has
person
always been on.
of notoriety.
The Saudi deal has never went away. It's always been on the table. Saudi Arabia has been very open about this. And one of the guys who's working on that Saudi deal, I shared something. I said, this is like actually one of the best politicians in the Middle East. Like he's also like one of the people working on that because he's like knows all our countries. Like he's very intertwined with all of that. So they could potentially pull Saudi Arabia in. And I said this even with Yemen, right? So I said one of the things that the Houthis could try to do here is get a seat at the table. So the negotiation that's going down right now, pulling in with Saudi Arabia is going to put more leverage in the hands of Gaza and Hamas technically in that point. But the Palestinian Authority is definitely going to win if Saudi Arabia gets involved in those talks and negotiations. I think Netanyahu has implied that the Palestinian Authority is going to basically take over Gaza, but he's also been talking about like they officially refused the two-state solution today. So like we've been joking. This is a meme because I think it was at the UN, he pulled out a map and he pointed to the map and there was no Palestine. It was just Israel, right? And so like we've all been joking that Netanyahu is woke and accepted the one-state solution. And like it would be crazy, but potentially the way things line up, we could see something like that, but it's not going to be how ideal. It would be the Palestinian Authority taking control of Gaza and the West Bank and Area C going to the Palestinian Authority as well. It would basically it would still technically be a de facto state under Israel. It wouldn't be a solution.
It would probably just get worse.
It would potentially move more towards an ideal one-state solution, though. Because at the end of the day, the whole point of pitching the one-state solution is that it's beneficial to Israel as well.
Yeah. But realistically, all you need to do is
send in Jared.
Yep.
J-Man.
He'll just solve everything.
Yep, he's got it.
Why does
Netanyahu literally was like from the river to the sea. Like he said, like he's gonna get rid of them all.
Saying that about a Middle Eastern reporter, an American reporter of Middle Eastern descent.
He's at the New York Post.
Islamophobia.
Yes, Hasan, you're just like this guy.
Anti-Arab sentiment, anti-MENA sentiment in general is
a menace.
perfectly allowed. Okay?
And
liberals have no
What
way
is
of
it?
going, wait a minute, this guy's just being a fucking racist piece of shit.
Was this guy not like attacked for saying this by everyone? Just
not
like
even
how
gonna
he
be
would
saying
if he like said
Pakistani?
something about
Okay.
anti-transgender or even
It's all under
Italians.
the same umbrella. If you are Muslim or
Italians.
if you have a Muslim name,
Yeah.
I mean, look at me.
Aren't you going to be
That's a great
attacked by
example.
Italians if you talk shit about
I'm not
Italians
Arab.
and tell them that they
I'm
don't
Turkish.
actually invent
I'm
pizza?
pretty white passing.
I mean, I
Right?
guess so.
You famously said that the name Fredo was like the N word for Italians.
Yes, that was a mistake.
You're a fucking terrorist, dog. You're a terrorist.
Like, you think this guy is going to face consequences? No, but he's on the conservative side of things, so he can say things like this.
Yeah.
Very little hate speech is going to get you banned from Twitter now. And that is nowhere near the line that gets
I
you
have a
there.
feeling that Podhoretz might be describing a Pakistani writer as Hamas boy for reasons other than his actual writing. Pretty
No
amazing how
shit, bro.
blatantly Islamophobic these men can be, says
It's New York
Elad
Post.
Neharai.
They're racists.
Pretty amazing just how blatantly Islamophobic these men can be without any professional repercussions. It's just the way their world works. It is the
Wait
exact
until you
same
hear what
reason
Ben
that
Shapiro
that
said
dude
about
who worked in the
Palestine.
Obama administration on Israel-Palestine in the State Department felt comfortable being so overwhelmingly racist that halal cart guy.
It is, though. Like, everyone knows this, that they are not a good source. They're like one of the most community noted things.
Who is?
This paper right here. It's a like nationalist, like Ukrainian Polish thing. I
okay.
don't know if it's Ukrainian or Polish. I just know that they get community noted a lot.
That's funny.
All the time. Like, what? Of course I'm going to be fucking profoundly racist to this dude. Profoundly Islamophobic to this dude. Because the reality is that this is a decent substitute for
Oh God, we're
genuine political
rewinding now.
commentary and genuine retorts. This.
Islamic terrorist, Turkish immigrant loser that is Islamic terrorism as the most anti-American, like pro-Islamic terrorist, Turkish immigrant loser.
He said pro-Islamic terrorist. Not that you're one. He said you're pro-Islamic terrorist.
Yeah.
Which
There's a
you
big
are.
difference.
You said that, things like America deserved 9/11, like
But he also said he supports China and everything that they do, and then said that he never said that. So, which is it, John?
I don't know what Radio Genoa is. I don't follow enough racist things online, I guess.
Merchant ships as this multi-millionaire guy living in West Hollywood.
On the other side of
Oh, I forgot it was him.
Great
Philly D.
commentary. Seems pretty good.
Okay,
Seems like a pretty valid retort there.
people
no, we're
saying that Hasan is
I think he would do a better job if
we're
he
ranting.
didn't just, like, get so horny.
ranting.
He's so mad about Destiny, bro.
Oh my god.
Terrorism supporting
We're ranting. We're still ranting.
He said this. 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 He said this.
This
okay,
is
bro. We get
a
it. He said it.
Fucking 15-minute rant for nothing.
Was this the one that was the channel called Stunlocked, and it's just about Hasan being Stunlocked?
No, it's not this one.
Okay, another Hasanabi network
Uh-huh.
channel that re-uploads his shit and makes money off of him.
Yes. Look, I know.
Bro, play the fucking video. Holy shit.
Isn't he the worst?
Oh, play the video.
platforming and interview.
Fuck me.
What do you think about any and all of it?
Stop
Let
reading
me know in
chat,
those comments down
Hasan.
below. And then there's even more news that we got to talk about today, but I got to take a second. pay
Ladies
some
and
bills.
gentlemen,
Let's face
we are all domestic terrorists.
Anyway. Also,
Are you ready to move on to the next one?
I fucking swear to God. He just played 5 seconds and then went, anyway, let's move on.
Because it was the end of his segment anyway.
What a fuckwit.
Listen, I am the most Al Qaeda one here.
American. We're the Mujahideen. We're the Mujahideen.
Alright, let's see what this one is. This is that stun locked guy.
In this video, Hasanabi delves into a range of topics that touch upon his experiences and observations within the online community. He discusses the challenges and issues he has encountered when it comes to Destiny and his own community, offering insights into why he rarely mentions Destiny, addressing criticisms directed at him for allegedly being unkind to Ethan, and shedding light on the phenomenon of people taking his statements out of context and using them as weapons against him. Additionally, Hasan opens up about a specific incident in which he faced backlash from Black Twitter due to a tweet about Nicki Minaj. Like the video, and subscribe to the channel.
No
More
way!
Hasanabi content.
No way!
Because
That's
it's
fucking
so
awesome.
far in the past.
Bro,
That is very funny.
Like Nicki Minaj is like the shit. You cannot like her fans are like it's like ride or die. It's like talking about what is it, BTS, right?
Yeah.
Like, do not do that. That is a dumb thing to go online and do.
Yes. It's very silly. Very, very silly.
Now saying the exact same criticisms as though these are valid.
Yeah, when's our turn?
If folks like D-Man retires, Destiny retires, I get 30% less hate. If Destiny retires, I get 70% less hate. 1,000,000%. It's his community that is like so aggressive, and they
I wonder
infiltrate
why.
other communities, and like they fester and are
Not
the
yours, though.
actual
No,
reason for
never.
so much of the bad faith criticism. And because they've been embedded.
Look at it.
in
This is
here
so
for a very
edited.
long
Isn't it
time,
nice?
some were
Yeah.
fans. Yes, 100%. Like he has a assortment of a diverse array of ideology from people from like ideological backgrounds that make no sense, like from liberals all the way to like the worst types of Nazis that all collectively unite under one very good umbrella. And that very comfortable umbrella is Hasan bad, always and forever. If he was genuinely apologetic, I absolutely would take that charitably. Doesn't mean I'd be friends with
Sure you
him.
will.
I used to be friends with him. I was friends with him because I thought he was a reformed libertarian. I knew his past. I've defended him. I've defended him time and time again. There are multiple reasons as to why
Reformed
I go out of my way to
libertarian.
not mention Destiny ever. Part of it is because, you know, his community thrives on that, so they can cut a lot of content around it and be like, oh yeah, Hasan is talking
There's
about
no
you. He
such
must
thing.
be rent-free after like
No.
1,000.
Once you're a libertarian, you're poisoned for life.
The past 4 years. But the other reason is because I just want to not talk about it. I think it's very,
I mean, that's
very unproductive.
That's the first thing that people should know about Nicki Minaj is her
minor
ass.
or
I think.
major failure that
And
he
then
had.
I would say the second thing that they know is the whole COVID tweets that were fucking. They were one of the best. Wasn't that her? Or was that Cardi B? That might have been Cardi B.
It might have been Cardi B.
But like other than that, like she's like one of the greatest like rappers of like this era. Like on that end of like the female rappers, her, Cardi B, and now Ice Spice. And she actually didn't
I
do
wouldn't say Cardi B.
First of all, Cardi B's the shit. So
She's
it's
awful.
not. It's not about your opinion. It's about pop and what people
No,
like.
this
Cardi
is fact.
Cardi B is at the top.
She makes
And I
awful
think Nicki Minaj and Ice Spice just did like a Barbie song for the Barbie movie,
Okay.
right? Didn't they do the ending song, or was that just
Possibly.
Nicki?
It might have been just Nicki. I'm not 100% sure. You'll have to fact check that one.
I'm pretty sure. It was Cardi B.
Mm.
It was it's whoever is from
I wanna say-
Barbados or something.
America is bad, thus Americans are bad. We are not nationalists. Yeah, a lot of the people that say Hasan's
Rihanna?
entire framework is America bad sound exactly like the 9/11.
But like both of them are
reactionaries.
hilarious
People
for
that were
like different
oh,
reasons.
America deserved 9/11,
Yeah.
dude.
Cardi
Hasan
B's
wants
just always like
9/11 to
making
happen
noises when she's
multiple
talking about
times,
stuff.
okay? He wants 9/11 to happen over and over and over again. Is that what I said, or was I talking about a concept such as blowback? So that's the hilarious part about this. The irony is that so many people who champion
Blowback.
that because it's so far in the past are now saying the exact same
Yes.
criticisms as though these are valid.
9/11 was definitely revenge for.
Oh yeah.
It
Yeah.
was definitely an
Saddam.
act of revenge.
Mm-hmm.
I was,
Criticism.
because it's
If,
not.
like D-Man retires, Destiny retires, I get 30% less hate. If Destiny retires, I get 70%.
Saw this
less
already.
hate. 1,000,000%.
Yeah, well,
It's
he just put it all in the
community that
beginning.
Is like
Mm.
so aggressive, and they infiltrate other communities, and like they fester and are the actual reason for so much of the bad faith criticism. And because they've been embedded in here for a very long time, some were fans. Yes, 100%. Like he has a assortment of a diverse array of ideology from people from like ideological backgrounds that make no sense, like from liberals all the way to like the
basically
worst
when I
types
think of Russian music, that's basically what I imagine.
Nazis that
it's like
all
Turkey.
collectively
That's all
unite
they do
under
is steal
one
other people's
very
music
good
and
umbrella.
cultures.
And that very comfortable umbrella is Hasan Bad. Always and
Hasan
forever.
Bad.
Crazy to ride or die for a 5'7" guy who lives.
See, that's the thing is, it's like I don't.
First of all,
I
you just described a big chunk of people who are extremely online.
What?
I think he's like, I don't think Hasan's evil. I just think he's awful at his job and an embarrassment because of that. You know, Tim Pool is evil and bad at his job. That's the difference.
So I don't know why you don't understand that, but it's fine. Let's keep going.
Hasan's community, though.
I think you're in a bit of a predicament because you have haters who are working to make you fail. You also provide ammo to these losers by simply not going with the normal reaction
people are
perspective
working to
on
make
any
you
and
fail.
all
Your
things.
downfall is
That's over
coming
time.
any
You gotta
day
be
now.
able
You're
to
not going to be on the
stop
top
saying and ignore
forever.
it as best you
No,
can.
never.
Guys, there is a tremendous number of why do you think people hate on you? I think people hate on me because
you're an
this is
idiot.
the last thing I'm going to mention, and then we're going to move on and we're going to get to this. I think people hate on me because I'm
They
loud,
just can't handle
I'm
my
passionate,
ideas.
I'm emotional, and the issues I talk about are obviously very hot button topics that people have really strong opinions on often.
Could you give us some of your political beliefs?
Polarizing.
Kill
I feel like
everyone
Hasan is the most
now.
oppressed
Condone
minority in
first
modern
degree
society.
murder.
It's silly. Of course I'm not. I'm a profoundly privileged person, something I willingly
Hasan is
admit
too
all the time,
stupid to
something
be
you can
malicious.
see when
That's
you
correct.
join the broadcast. It's just that I advocate for a intersectional worldview that also features class. So it runs against every single thing that many people are comfortable with. Every single
he's
peop-
droning
every
in my
single
ear
thing
now.
that, like society has normalized. And so from that framework, it is much easier to speak and back. And I don't.
Is this all we're getting?
Oh no, they told you what you're getting in the beginning. I want to hear about the
This
Nicki
is
Minaj
Ethan is your
stuff.
friend. Thank you. That is precisely my point.
Well, I don't think that's in here.
He said it was in the beginning. Were you not paying attention when the guy did an entire preview about how we're going to talk about this, this, and this?
No, he said that. I'm going to play it again.
Within the online community. He discusses the challenges and issues he has encountered when it comes to Destiny and his own community, offering insights into why he rarely mentions Destiny, addressing criticisms directed at him for allegedly being unkind to Ethan, and shedding light on the phenomenon of people taking his statements out of context and using them as weapons against him. Additionally, Hasan opens up about a specific incident in which he faced backlash from Black.
So where the fuck is it?
Broader picture, okay? Please listen to what I'm doing. Listen to the words that are coming out of my
them
mouth.
rockets.
I have been canceled by Black Twitter for a tweet I did not even tweet about Nicki Minaj that you would have to really think twice about to assume is actually racist. Okay? Do you think that the Barbs were correct in that moment for immediately desperately grabbing onto anything and everything they could to say that I'm actually racist? I'm a white man who's being racist, as Nicki Minaj was defending Tucker Carlson's politics? Or do you think they were desperately, doing the same uncharitable approach that many people do online? We should be better. Okay? We should be better. Be normal. Exactly. I always say that.
Hasan
I'm sorry,
saying
I'm a
be
Barb. It's
normal.
okay.
That's funny.
I've made peace with the Barb.
Totally out
At least
of
on my
our
end.
common sense.
Is that it? Are you staying on this?
No, I mean that's it. I didn't even. What I said, it was like you would have to try really hard to make it racist. You know, chat.
Well, let's see what this neckbeard has.
I'm just a little guy.
Really, really great interview. He cracks one
Oh my
little
god,
joke.
bro! This dude.
About...
Rewind.
I'm on it.
So I tried to post this video last night. I had
This
a
is
video
so
up very
funny.
shortly, and then I very shortly.
This, like, I swear to God, I know a kid exactly like this. Well, he's not a kid now; he's my age, right? He had a Che Guevara flag in his room, right? And you could, and like the kid was cool as fuck,
Yeah.
But he was this archetype of person, and we'd always want to hang out with him, but he would be too busy on like the computer with like all his friends on one monitor on like a video chat while they were playing World of Warcraft,
Yeah. That's hilarious.
So this guy, who even is this? It doesn't matter. He's like very small, right? But like I find the best content. I could not stop laughing when I screamed this shit. This is like Hasan's biggest fan, I guess.
I didn't think I articulated my points in a really, really good way, so I decided to just remake the video altogether. Some of you saw it, a lot of you didn't. But
so he already had to take a video down about this, right? So this is take 2, where he's revising his points and making an even better video because the first one wasn't good enough.
I have a hat just like that. It says my mum thinks I'm cool, and I think it's a better hat for him.
Extremely racist and Islamophobic toward Hasan Piker. The clip is just absolutely horrible in every way, shape, and form. I think Destiny needs to be banned from YouTube. I believe this is where he streams. YouTube needs to ban him. I'm calling on YouTube right now to ban Destiny completely from the platform. He has no right to be here after this clip. There's a lot of things I think that would constitute Destiny being banned, but after this, I feel like there's no exception. He doesn't need to be here. So where does all of this start? So a couple days ago, Hasan Piker had Rashid Al-Haddad. I hope I'm pronouncing that name right. Rashid Al-Haddad. And some of you might have heard of him. The internet is dubbing him, calling him the Tim Houthi, as in the Houthi movement, Tim Houthi Chalamet, which, you know,
he's explaining the joke.
The reason calling him that is because I guess he looks similar to the actor Timothy Chalamet. But Hasan posted the entire interview on his YouTube channel. He did it live on his stream, interviewing Yemeni Timothy Chalamet, and I think it's a really great interview. You guys should definitely go and watch it. Hasan does something that most all mainstream media don't do, and also other political commentators don't do, which is give this guy who wouldn't normally have a platform or a voice to share his message, share his story, and, you know, talk about what's been going on. So the reason he had him on the stream is because
what's crazy, remember, you know what nobody has done that I've seen? You see that interview we did about Venezuela?
Yes. I remember I was there.
Bro, you remember you remember the Taliban 2.0 interview? Where we talked to my friend who's like an older guy who's lived through both of the wars and been around long enough to actually see the trajectory of Afghanistan. Remember when we did that one?
Yeah.
I even had like friends who were in the Taliban and they said, I really liked it, even though I disagree with things that he said.
The Houthi have been seizing merchant ships, merchant ships from the U.S. and some other countries in the Red Sea. And the reason they're doing that, the reason that they are doing this is because they are trying to raise awareness about the ongoing genocide in Gaza. The reason that they're doing this is because they're trying to get the U.S. to stop funding Israel. And
what about, you know who else, you know what else nobody's done? You know that interview with the one girl that everyone is outraged about because she had 2 moms in an army ad?
Yeah.
Remember that interview?
I do remember that.
Crazy.
I remember there were 2 parts to that one. That was a good one. Yeah, there was a second part about talking about sexual assault prevention in the military. It's actually really good. People should go and listen to it. It's,
you remember when we found the most unique Ukrainian soldier instead of like the badass cool person?
And she's one of the coolest people
we've she is the badass cool person at the end of the day.
She's great.
And other countries, because we've been striking them, we've been bombing them since this has been going on with these ships. The U.S. cares more
since
about
it's been going on with the ships.
They care more about these ships than they do about the people in Gaza. Not surprising at all. You know, we're the bad guys every single way that you look at it. We are always in the wrong. We are always doing some type of heinous shit to other countries. We've been bombing Yemen for a long time. But Hasan,
what state is the good one?
The Yemeni quote unquote.
Yeah, I'd like to know that too. Good one, please.
Ireland even has Claire Daly in it.
Yeah, and fucking Mick Wallace.
Yeah, but he's just her second in command minion.
True.
Pirate yesterday, and all he cares about is freeing Palestine. Turns out he's not a part of any militancy, according to him, and is 19. Spent most of his life being bombed. Says he welcomes all who defend Palestine, no matter their background, up on my YouTube. And again, I definitely recommend you guys go and check out the full interview because it's really good.
Yep,
we already did.
It's like
really
I said,
good.
giving a
Best
voice
interview I've
to
seen.
this kid
Yeah,
and,
so good.
you know, giving him a platform and
Real
a way to
worth
spread
the
his
watch.
message, which is really cool and something you don't see.
Can you
mainstream
imagine
media
Hasan
do.
trying to
I
do
feel
what
like
we
the
do?
Majority Report are really the only
like
ones that are pretty
any
good at
one of
doing
us
that.
could just do the interview solo, but like
Yeah.
I bring people in just because it like builds the experience that we're gonna need.
Yeah.
Right. Like the shit that we're talking about and the questions we're asking, Hasan would not be able to do it without his chat telling him what to say.
Yeah. I mean, he can barely breathe without reading the chat.
He can barely interview like a political candidate or make eye contact with them.
His interviews with Marianne Williamson was fucking awful.
Everything.
It's just really bad.
He literally is uncomfortable without chat in front of him.
Yeah.
He can't handle it. It's sad.
It is. It's kind of pathetic.
Mm.
What can you do?
They're not the only ones, but they're probably him and Majority Report and Hasan, I think, are the two best.
Bigoted fucking
Emma
losers.
Vigeland, I think, had a really, really good take here that we're going to look at in just a second. But let's get into the Destiny clip here. So I could only find this entire
Gobble
clip
is
in a
no
Philip
Bahana,
DeFranco
my
video.
guy.
I don't want to give Destiny a view
Fucking
on
hell.
his channel again. He needs to be banned from the platform for this.
I don't want to give
Hasan
Destiny a
makes
view.
a little bit of a joke here. He makes a little
Just
bit of
like
a
the
joke
video.
about some anime. It's One Piece. He makes a joke about One Piece.
Like you
and
didn't
this is
know
Destiny's
some
fault because
anime.
John just
I
gives
haven't
a
heard of
light
it. I don't want
take
to
on
be.
this
I'm
entire
actually
interview, which,
cool.
again, this is a really great interview.
Again, it's a really great interview, bro. He's not gonna fuck you.
I mean, he might.
We think the Houthis Ansar Allah is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Timestamps on what interview?
God, he's so cringe. He's like such a cringe loser. I would pay we'd raise $1 million to send this dude to go fight in Yemen, and then all of us would volunteer for the Navy. Holy shit, he's such a cringe, LARPing loser. I cannot believe, like, nobody in the history, no fascist ever could have dreamed of such an amazing representation of socialism as the most anti-American, like pro-Islamic terrorist, Turkish immigrant loser that is like cheering on attacks on merchant ships.
That's so unnecessary.
Multi-millionaire guy living in West Hollywood.
On the other side of this,
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack in that Destiny clip there. The first thing that I want to
At
say
least
is
he knew how to
Destiny
show the
calling
whole
Hasan
thing better than Hasan already, right?
True.
Cringe is some of the most unself-aware BS I've ever heard in my life.
Uh-huh.
Look at yourself. Number one, you just called this guy an Islamic terrorist. He's not an Islamic terrorist.
He's again.
Two, you literally
you even
just
listened to it. Did you? You should have put on subtitles. He said Islamic terrorist supporting, which is true.
Yes, it is true. It's very true. And he can't really deny it. He'll try, but he can't really.
Just labeling him as an Islamic terrorist, yeah, that's too far.
Just called for Hasan to be killed. He said that he would raise $1 million.
It's not even that. It's the same thing as Hasan.
Don't bark at me, Chinchilla.
Angry. He's just angry, and he's not listening because he's already got what he wants to say in his head, and that's why he's not comprehending what's going on.
Put up $1 million to send Hasan to Yemen and then get his followers to enlist in the Navy so that they can kill him. That's what you just said. And you're calling Hasan a loser? And you're calling him a cringe?
3 losers now.
Look in the fucking mirror, man. Seriously.
Loserception.
I can't engage with Destiny fans on any level because they are just fucking idiots. If you still support this guy after what he just said, and also a slew of other horrible, dumb shit that he said, then your brain is fucking broken. I don't know what else to tell you. Okay. But the other thing that I didn't see him address.
Is it loud enough? I don't think you could hear. The
No. I was waiting for it to do it again, and it didn't.
Mm,
I've never censored anything. YouTube censored me.
He's talking about the chinchilla. He's trying to speak his mind.
Uh-huh.
Address is, the fact that the U.S. cares more about these ships than they do about an ongoing genocide. We're funding an ongoing genocide, but he cares more about these
not
merchant
necessarily
ships.
But I would say that our role is problematic enough.
Yeah.
That we're complacent. We can just. I think that it's easier to just say that the United States is complacent in genocide, or the United States is helping to facilitate a genocide.
Yeah.
I think that's easier rhetoric to push across to people, because if you get specific on funding or giving weapons or participating in, if you say participating in, then it gets complicated.
Yeah.
So it's just like how Facebook didn't do the genocide in Myanmar, but couldn't have happened without them.
Implicit part. Yeah.
He calls himself Destiny calls himself.
Does it really meet the genocide definition? Okay, so this is out of like I've watched all the court stuff, and Israel's argument has kind of boiled down to something. I think they have a good argument here. Like in my opinion, it would be genocide, but really, it's nothing is genocide unless it's proven by like a court associated with like one.
Are you talking about Yemen or Israel?
Israel.
No, I think he's asking about Yemen.
Well, this is what this guy was talking about is Gaza. When this guy said when we're facilitating a genocide, he's talking about Gaza.
I'm pretty sure they're talking about Yemen.
He's not talking. This guy is not talking about Yemen. He's talking about propeller hat motherfucker is talking about Gaza when he's talking about genocide.
Okay.
So Israel's argument in court is that it comes down to the rhetoric. When ISIS committed genocide, they were very clear. And so then they show Israel has said things that are genocidal. But at the same time, Israel has also said, hey, don't kill civilians. They've covered their ass, right? But also tweeting both sides. And because they're doing both sides, Israel's argument is that it's not a genocide because it's not completely in the rhetoric, because it has to frame around the intent. And they've shown that their intent isn't one way or the other, even though they've literally said genocidal shit this whole time.
Yeah,
So I don't think this is a very good argument, but I think they do have like a point. But I don't think it's a good enough argument.
But whatever, no, you're not. You don't care about what really matters, which is people's lives. You care more about these goddamn fucking these merchant ships. I again, it's so hard for me to even engage with this clip. But you know, he did the meme where he said, you know, I couldn't think of a better representation.
But also, I think a lot of people are making the mistake that thinking that because the death toll is high and sudden, like they're framing it more as a genocide because they're so like outraged by how many people have died. When it's like that's not what makes it a genocide, is the death toll.
Yeah.
He literally did the meme socialism equals no house. So he's a complete fucking clown in every way, shape, and form. But he also calls him he says a Turkish immigrant. Like he's just being fucking racist.
Yeah, well,
he's
also people were saying that
I don't know what
people, you have to think about the psychology of these soldiers, right? So this since October 7th, there's been people online saying that about the attacks, that there are no innocent civilians in Israel. So the psyche of these people is so poisoned that they do not think rationally and what they're doing in this situation. It's been, their brains have just been so consumed by hatred because it's conditioning. Like it's conditioning through, like even like in Palestine, like in kindergarten, they're teaching about people who were killed by the Israeli state. Like it starts right away. Not Palestine, Gaza, I should say.
Well, couldn't that be used against Israel?
What?
That the soldiers are so
yes, exactly.
brutal.
But so here, like look at Bucha, right? Even if that didn't come directly from Putin to do those massacres, the fact that they took place, those soldiers that did that shit are guilty, right? Just like how we saw the war crimes in Bosnia, they like took specific commanders to court, right?
Yeah.
So if they rule, I imagine if they rule that it's complacent or like genocide has happened, right? Then they'll start going through and pulling names to court, including the United States, and people who are involved in the United States could get pulled in on those trials.
Yeah.
So the United States has a lot to worry about, considering what they're doing at the border as well.
Well, Texas.
Yes, but that's still us.
Turkish.
Yeah.
Ethnicity has anything to do I don't know what this has any. He's a Turkish American, number one. I don't know what that has anything to do.
He just said he's an immigrant
this
loser.
He made a joke.
That's where it's
about
racist,
anime.
right? So it's like the fact that he had to bring up Turkish immigrant loser, right? He couldn't just say loser. That's the racist part, not the Islamic
And
supporting.
this again.
Yeah.
And really, really great interview. That he cracks one little joke about it, and he literally lost his shit. Destiny's jealousy of Hasan is so blatantly obvious that this dude can't even help himself but be racist and Islamophobic toward him, because Hasan is way more successful than Destiny, very clearly. And there's just no level. There's no.
That's
the
exactly
thing that
what's
pisses
going
me
to
off
happen.
most about this is that I see these clips from people like Destiny, and they have a larger platform than I do. They have a way bigger platform, and then they say shit like this. They want to say shit like this. Destiny he could, which he's not going to because he's a horrible, fucking, disgusting human being. He could be using his very large platform to maybe talk about what Hasan was talking about with Rashid Al-Haddad, which is the fact.
This guy is the biggest Hasan dick rider I think we've ever seen.
It's funny.
It's just hilarious.
He's so angry for Hasan right now. What, bro? Can we talk about the re-exception here?
Oh, I already said it.
We got 2 Hasans. Well, Hasan already had 2 Hasans in his thing.
You got 3 losers on the screen.
Fact that they're doing this to try to raise awareness for the ongoing genocide that the U.S. is funding in Gaza. But no, Destiny wants to use his platform to be a fucking racist, disgusting, nasty piece of shit. It just pisses me off. I would never.
I agree. He does use his platform for
that. This isn't about me, but I would never get on here and say.
I don't want to make this about me, but I'm going to make it about me.
All right, let's do one more.
Oh, I want to. Come on! Don't get off this guy yet. I love him. He's almost done.
Disgusting, heinous shit like that about anybody, even the people that I hate the most. And I hate Destiny, and I would never say, "Yeah, we should kill him. We should send him over so he can get killed." I would never say some shit like that. And then Destiny's fans, like I said, I have a tweet pulled up here from someone that follows Destiny, a big Destiny fan.
Oh my god, this is one of the worst posters on Twitter.
Oh really?
Yes, this person sucks. They're just an ultra Zionist.
Yeah, love it. Great.
She said Hasan brought an actual Nazi terrorist on his stream. He and his chat spent the whole time jerking him off. Destiny fucking had Nick Fuentes on his stream. Destiny had dinner with Nick Fuentes.
They were peanut butter
Fuentes
sandwiches.
He is a neo fucking Nazi. That dude's a Nazi.
Yeah,
straight up. The people that are going around online, I've seen a lot of people say this. They're
Destiny
saying
is
Hasan
worse
is
than
repeating
Hasan.
Nazi talking points.
Destiny is actually evil. Hasan is just dumb.
What the Houthi are doing. Even Vosh thinks that Hasan is doing Nazi propaganda when he talks about the Houthi
we'll get
movement.
there. We'll see Vosh.
Ridiculous.
Because Vosh's take on it is
absolutely
even dumber
ridiculous.
than this
It's just
guy.
the most dumb shit ever, and I can't even engage with it. Emma Vigeland with a really, really good, pretty funny satirical tweet here. Very unproductive. This is in response to Hasan's tweet. I think that this is probably the best worded response to all of this. Very unproductive. I'd instead like to focus instead on the intrinsic moral character of the monolithic Houthi as a white person in the West, which is definitely not racist. And I'll scream at the top of my lungs if you ask me to examine my assumptions. And a lot of people in the responses to our tweet didn't understand that this is very clearly satire, but. I think that's probably one of the best responses. Again, this guy, he has
I don't know what she was like.
Rashid Al-Haddad. Again, I'm really sorry if I'm mispronouncing that name. He's got a Twitter here. This is his Twitter account. He also has a TikTok, which I think is where he's getting a little more traction.
Not anymore.
Where he's a little more popular over on TikTok.
Did it get taken down?
Yeah,
That's
and then
hilarious.
I responded to him. He was like, "Why would my Because he's like, "Why is my TikTok banned now?" You know. Was what I did a crime? Like, and I replied to him in Arabic that it's because people hate Hasan. Like, you associated with Hasan, you're gonna get attacked forever now.
That's hilarious.
On TikTok, I don't use TikTok for anything. That's just not for me.
I'm too cool for TikTok.
But
It's gonna
I made this
end with
video
a
last
propeller
night,
coming
and
out of his
I didn't
head.
really like it. I didn't think I articulated my points in a really good way. I was
hope
having
so.
a hard time getting it out. I think it's just because that
I
clip
think it
just
says
really pisses
Teletubbies.
me off, and Destiny needs to be banned. from this
Can you imagine
platform.
how
I
bad he
don't want
was on
to
the
share
first
this
take
platform
here?
with him. He doesn't deserve to have his voice shared on this platform
Yeah.
if he's just going to be fucking racist and Islamophobic. You know, so that's going to be it for
I
the
agree.
video. Hit
Get
the
rid
like
of
button, hit the
get rid of
subscribe button, press
Destiny.
that bell, turn on
Don't
Yeah.
need him.
notifications so you guys never miss
And
an upload. And
Hasan.
guys, please, please, please let me know what
Imagine
you
how
thought
peaceful
of
the world would be without
I
them.
would wish
How
I could
peaceful the
justify getting
internet
rid
would
of
be.
if you've
Hasan, but I
seen-
don't think he's done anything bad enough
Hasan
to
Piker,
warrant it.
who is the
No.
Who's this
Hold
now?
on,
This is going to be her interpretation of it. These two idiots.
No, this is the serfs.
Oh, go to Vosh instead,
famous?
because he just is going to show the David Backman thing that we already watched.
Not the Italian food one.
That one's I definitely want to watch too. But Vosh's reaction to this, I don't want to watch the whole thing, but oh my god, he is so stupid. Like this is like one of the dumbest Vosh moments I've like. I'm gonna make a tweet.
Okay, this will be the last one on the Hasan stuff, and then we'll move on. Let me.
I'm gonna put can Vosh get any dumber? Question mark. Streaming now. That will get people to click, right?
Sure. Okay.
Brianna Joy, great. Yeah, genocide denialist. Like the thing is, I watched what she had to say about it because I thought it was gonna be funny, and both of them were just like very, like we don't care about this.
Mm-hmm.
They're like just showing up to work. Brianna on that show, she is just showing up to work at this point. She's like, it's a job, it pays well.
Smell prepping. It's prep. Call this man's responses a breakthrough drug to make it so that HIV doesn't get transmitted. Okay, because I'm calling this shit prepped. You know.
What?
I feel like he's very media trained. Surprising.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yes. You don't accidentally get media training as like a random 19-year-old in Yemen. You know, he definitely got briefed. Even Hasan agrees. Yeah, he definitely got briefed by
hear
like
this
a superior
shit?
officer or
You
something.
hear
with,
this
like,
shit?
Influence or
Superior officer briefed
jurisdiction
him and told
around
him how to handle the litany of insane propaganda and hard questioning Hasan was going to put him through.
Definitely.
Of the Houthi
legit.
militia, the radical Islamist militia group / terrorist group / de facto government of
You hear
80%
this
of the
shit?
population of Yemen.
Like already, bro, you
made
can't
a
even like do
thirst bait
the
TikTok,
littlest bit of like research.
which
like,
I assume is going to be shown
that
in
this
the video
dude
we're
has
about to look at.
nothing to do with the Houthis. He's literally just a regular kid, right? Like this kid is going to be going to college, and it would be great to interview him to talk about how he's going to college and not joining as a child soldier. Like, come on. And like people are like, he said he was a soldier, and I'm like, bro, he doesn't speak English. Like, who knows what he was? Like, you translate something. Who knows how he interpreted soldier?
Yeah.
Because like, there's like certain things where they would like anyone can be a soldier. It would be like, are you a crusader? You know, it could translate like that.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know.
And you wouldn't guess this, but
and even if he is,
he's
guess
pretty
what?
handsome.
This is a dude
guy.
we can win.
No getting around that. You know,
this is a dude you can bring to the West, and he'll succeed.
Everyone say Yemeni Tim Houthi Chalamet. It's a good bit, right? It's a good bit. I can't deny that it's a good bit. I'm not here to criticize the bit. Honestly, I'm here because it's such a good bit that I feel like I need to know what's going on. Now, there's been a lot of criticism here, sort of following this, in large part because
isn't that just the
Houthis
Syrian
aren't
flag
always-
minus the things in the middle?
Yeah, all the Arab flags have the Arab colors, so they all
That's
have
red, white, and black.
Yeah, and like some will have like a green stripe maybe on the bottom, and then there's also the triangle variant.
Yep.
Jordan and Palestine have like
they're-
the default, you know, Palestine especially.
Yeah, with the green triangle and the red, white, and black.
I'm not sure if Jordan
radical
is green.
political group. The main thing that I've seen following this is I think I saw there was an earlier reel
Jordan has a
on
red
Instagram
triangle.
that this Houthi soldier posted where he said he called somebody like he called someone like son of a Jew. Oh yeah, here we go. Which sounds like a Borat thing to say. You know, that's like a Borat tier insult. Do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew? It's like a mix of Borat and like Rolf from Ed, Ed and Eddie. They're pretty bad. Well, you know, many people have told me about the flag of the Houthis. Yeah, not to get back into it. Yeah, so he self-describes as a soldier and something, son of a Jew. It's a very,
yeah, so
very
Sudan
silly.
is green and has
But
the
also
red
bad.
on top,
So anyway,
black on bottom.
Okay.
So it even looks like Sudan's flag as well.
Wanted to know, is this guy actually an anti-Semite? Almost certainly, yeah. It's almost impossible. Like, yeah, almost certainly, yeah. If you literally are part of the Houthis, like, yeah, almost certainly. But what was the
he's
content
definitely
of this
a
interview?
Houthi.
Am I about to steal content?
Yeah, for sure. Not so
Yes.
much that.
No, I mean, I'll commentate. I just want to see what went down. You know, I'm pretty curious. Does this mean that Hasan is doing the Israel queer people interviewing Hamas skit, but unironically? Well, to me, this kind of feels like, I don't know, Jimmy Dore whitewashing the Boogaloo Boys, or like CNN having Richard Spencer on, and Richard Spencer's like, no, I'm not racist. You know, I just believe in self-determination for the, like, you know, it's, again, it's the Houthis, right? It's not, I feel like it would be a lot more defensible, actually, for Hasan to have brought on a member of Hamas, because I actually think there's a lot more nuance to what like Hamas
no, it wouldn't, because Hamas because he would have put
Houthis,
equally as much effort into that interview,
which is 0, and it would be a waste of everybody's time.
What anime do you watch?
At the very least, Hamas has the excuse that they are living in a kind of like concentration camp like occupation, meaning that there are elements of their radicalism that are the product of extremely direct oppression.
True.
Whereas with the Houthis, the distance between them and the populations they're radicalized against, the Jews, you know, it lends a bit more I don't know, a little wackier feeling. You get what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah,
to
good thing
right?
it was
you know
just a regular kid, though.
Pirate who's a TikToker and need help. How the fuck are you going to interview him? I'm going to interview him by having someone who speaks Arabic on. Yeah, I'm talking to him right now. I'm doing journalism, chat. Calm down.
Yeah, okay, bro.
Here, this is the guy. Yeah, Tim
He's
Houthi
doing
Chalamet.
journalism.
Rogan is definitely going to find someone. Wait, you are not posting this in the disc.
Vosh, he's a 19-year-old Yemeni, and he said he's not a Houthi. Did he not post a TikTok of him on a boat, like taking?
Is this fucking awesome? Isn't he fucking? Isn't he so dumb? Like, is that so the dumbest? Like, I mean, bro, are you fucking kidding me?
Like, he was on a
Go watch that TikTok, by the way. Like, I watched it again. Look at the people in the background. Compare to just compare the quality of clothing on the two. It's insane.
Even the people in the background.
Oh my god, yes. He looks nothing. He's so out of place. Nobody has a coat on like that.
He literally said he's a soldier. Oh yeah, are you a soldier? Yeah, I mean, yeah, he is, right? I mean, under what other circumstances would you be present on a sea ship? You know, why are people on Twitter
unironically? Come on, bro, they had a wedding on that ship.
It really,
you idiot!
You dumb Some people with privilege of likes, mind you, saying like he can't be anti-Semitic. He said he's anti-Semitic, which again, like, man, the leftists' willingness to engage in critical analysis really does go out the window.
The thing about Vosh that always pisses me off about him, and when he does this stuff, like how we almost did a video of him, like his Sudan shit, or maybe it wasn't Sudan, it was it's the ECOWAS stuff. It was Niger. We almost did something on them. I think we did a thing about Sudan It pisses me off so much because he immediately comes in like he knows what he's talking about because he's so arrogant. It's like, bro, just stop. Just stop. You don't know everything. You live in one part of the world. You've experienced one entirely like everybody's life is sheltered in a way, right?
Yeah.
Like, you gotta stop. You gotta stop being foreign policy expert. Everyone in this whole spectrum needs to stop. They all need to stop. The only one who can get away with it is Dylan Burns because he's actually been to Ukraine and been shelled and like knows what it's like. All right. Until Vosh has had a shell dropped on him, he can't do it. You need that experience. Not really. You don't, but you know, Dylan is the only one who knows what he's talking about.
Brown person, like doing the thing that you should be critical of. He's a 19-year-old man. He had nothing to do with the capture of the boat. He just visited it long after. Okay. Also, he said he doesn't hate Jews. Well, with that in mind. Whoa, a 19-year-old from Yemen doesn't like Jews? Who gives a shit? Well, that's straightforward, I guess. He's probably never met a Jew in his life and almost certainly never will. His only exposure to Jews is from videos. Making this argument in favor of like a white nationalist because he lives in Wyoming and will probably never meet a black person.
True.
You know, it's like, hey, listen,
It's basically the same
like
thing.
Who
all the
hasn't
way up
met a
against the
black
Canadian
person,
border, okay?
though?
It's probably fine. His only
someone in Wyoming or Montana, the Dakotas, maybe. It's pretty white. Someone in the rural parts of Oregon.
I still think it's just like impossible to go through your life in America and not meet a black person.
Yeah. I'm sure there are some.
Yeah, they're called Mormons. That's why they send them out on their little spirit quest.
The Amish.
No, the Mormons, they go
No,
out on
I'm
the
saying the
spirit
Amish
quest.
as well.
Yeah, but that's different.
exposure to Jews is from videos of IDF soldiers.
And also the Amish sell stuff.
Is that
So
is that maybe an
like
issue?
we buy stuff from the
Are we
Amish.
doing the thing now where it genuinely is okay to be a bigot as long as it's from, and not only that, but they're like assuming on his behalf too. Like they're so eager to justify any perceived anti-Semitism.
Okay, and anecdotal Andy here
to like like construct this, you know, to legitimize it without even knowing. Pretty crazy, man. I don't know. Well, we should watch the video, huh? Rather than just going over the Twitter stuff.
Please.
The Houthis are despicable, but it's not accurate to say they're the de facto government of Yemen. The Houthis control the majority population centers, including the capital.
Look,
I mean, they're certainly more influential in Yemen than the
there's two
Yemenis
Yemens,
government, right?
just like how there's two Libyas.
Yemeni
It's
government.
that simple.
Whatever. That's kind of like an ambiguous.
You're just
you know, that's
recognizing
like
the UN
subjective.
borders, which is a mistake. You need to understand.
That's crazy. I was
Beyond
wondering why I got a notification.
Yeah.
Thanks, Frogan. You're doing brilliant work back here. Let me just DM him again and say, I am trying to find someone to translate our conversation. What platform is best to call? So what do you want me to call you? Foda? Is that how I say your name?
No, it's Fuad.
Fuad? Oh, Fuad.
Yeah.
Okay, Fuad. What's our friend's name here? I don't know. Can you ask him?
Rashid. It's my
I mean, can you blame a Chinese during World War II for not liking the Japanese? I think there is nuance
Bro is
here.
bringing
The
him
problem
on.
is that like we're
the interview and doesn't even know his name at this point.
Insane. No prep. Literally zero prep.
Bro, can you imagine if this dude was actually a Houthi, like Hasan thinks he is? You know how fucked Hasan would be?
Mm-hmm.
Like his account would be gone. They would literally get declared terrorists the next day. All this material would have to be nuked from the internet.
Yeah. Yep.
we're not just talking about a random person. We're talking about somebody who's being brought on a huge platform to kind of like uncritically. I've seen on Twitter, this isn't going to be like a critical engagement. Hasan's not going to ask tough questions about the Houthis, you know. This is like a tongue bath. This is idealization. And in the context like that, if I had a Chinese on in like 37 or something, and they were like, yeah, I don't like.
He wasn't asking how it was pronounced. He said, I don't know who his name was. The guy he brought on translating, he was like, how do you pronounce your name? And then he said, and what's our friend's name? I don't know what it is. He didn't ask.
They were like, you know, no, I really hate them. I'd be like, okay, yeah, but like sociological guys, that's the correct term. An American, a Chinese, that's literally the correct term. A Chinese, a Japanese, an American. Yeah, that's a Chinese person. Yeah, like you could say an American person. Yeah. Yeah, look, the radical dino is literally Chinese. Agree with me. Okay. You goddamn.
My Chinese friend said I'm right.
Okay. I will admit that saying I brought a Chinese on to talk about their experiences in Manchuria. I will agree this sounds old timey. However, that is not. Okay, let's just move on. God damn it. We're never gonna watch this video.
The Blix.
Rashid. Okay, Rashid, how old are you? Where are you from originally in Yemen?
قد ايه عمرك ومن وين انت في اليمن؟
عمري 19 من No, the radical dino. You're correct. The video.
He's 19 and he's from Ib government.
Okay, nice. Okay.
That's why he's better than Hasan. He can walk away.
Exactly.
And everything so far because you see in the news articles.
يعني شو احساسك هلا انه هل شفت التغطية على الاخبار؟ هل قرأت المقالات عنها؟
والله يعني شيء طبيعي يعني ما في اي تأثير يعني اهم شيء ان احنا نوقف مع القضية الفلسطينية هذا اهم شيء.
He says he's fine and everything is normal and the most important thing is that they stand with Palestine.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do also think the kind of like opening context to this is kind of weird. Because it literally is like we're having this Islamic militant group guy on because he's handsome, you know, like that is the reason.
You've literally already been told he's not an Islamic militant guy.
But it's
Hasan still thinks he is at this point, though.
Since America started
that's the point.
In Sana'a and other places.
And it would be so much better for him if he just realized that.
بعد ما بلشت أمريكا بالقصف.
والله شيء طبيعي يعني ما في أي خوف ولا أي تأثير يعني أصلا متعودين على هذا من قبل 11 سنة يعني شيء طبيعي ما في أي شيء.
I agree.
It's pretty usual. They've been used to this for 11 years now. And
they're fine.
That's crazy. Okay, this is a stupid question. Okay, you can preface it with that. Does he watch?
Yeah, they're fine.
That's
right off the bat. I mean, that's one way to take it. I mean, like, of course he's fine. He's got a fucking Rolex on. Anyone who has a Rolex on their wrist is fine, okay?
Yeah.
Or coping, but most of the time it's fine, right? Like, come on. There's still a fucking starvation crisis in Yemen. People need to eat food. Also, there's 2 Yemens.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes, that's fire. That's so fire. Oh my god. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Okay, wait, this might be really rough to get through, man. Like right off the bat, like not even Jesus. Okay. That's hilarious. The Jews are like the celestial dragons. Okay, they live on the surface and they're evil.
يعني والله الصدق يعني احنا يعني اهم شيء ان احنا واقفين يعني مع فلسطين يعني ما يهمنا يعني ون بيس او اي شيء يعني احنا يعني السفن احتاج السفن عشان القضيه عشان فلسطين بس عشان يقف الحرب في فلسطين يعني ليس على اي شيء او غنائم او اي شيء.
He's saying that again, like the only motivation that they have is to their solidarity with Palestine and to stop the attack on Palestine, and it's not for any kind of.
Yeah, exactly.
I believe him uncritically.
No, I'm saying it's a good thing. I understand. So that's what he's saying that the reasons as to why there have been any sort of interceptions on vessels is due to the ongoing genocide in Gaza.
I know a lot of people are going to praise Hasan for this because it's a pretty funny get, and I respect the bit. But this is literally like finding any member of Al Qaeda and going, "Yeah, you're doing this because you're resisting American oppression, right?" And they're like, "Yeah, we're resisting American oppression. We don't hate anyone." And then he's like, you know, like that literally is like the level that we're at.
No,
presently.
it's not.
Like,
dude.
there's no interest in engaging critically with the narrative. He's just advancing it like in a propagandistic way. This is propaganda, by the way, in like the most brazen to like the most brazen extent imaginable. I feel like this is a very almost like comedically.
If all the Al Qaeda guys I knew weren't fighting in Ukraine right now,
could get them on.
Me, dude. Okay, well.
Tell him it's not for loot. I know it's not for loot.
بيقول لك هو بيعرف انه ما عم بتوقف السفن عشان تاخذ منهم شيء، بيعرف انه سبب انه حجز السفن.
If he wasn't averaging over 20K viewers, he'd be banned for terrorism. To be clear, by the way, I have no problem at all with bringing on a member of the Houthis or Hamas or whatever else for an interview. You know?
we can't.
I genuinely have no issue with that.
I
think that's like very interesting. I respect that, which is why I feel like just based off the tiny portion of this that I've seen so far, this kind of feels like a wasted opportunity. This is just like, haha, look at the funny, handsome, like Houthi man. Look at us. We share memes, One Piece, blah, blah. Like, it's not really an interview or critical engagement, you know? Softball questioning, right? I guess I'd be more interested in, you know, I mean, if I could talk to him or any Houthi or whatever else, I guess I'd be interested in like really engaging with the extent to which they believe what they're doing is an effort to promote the interest of the Palestinian people or whatever else. I don't know. There's a lot of questions.
Yeah. Okay, Vosh.
You know, but I certainly
because you have also done zero prep, so you're going to run into this interview and immediately look like a real big fucking racist when you keep asking this dude about the Houthis, who literally knows nothing about them. It's like the average American knowing the ins and outs of the fucking police force or the military. Do you think that's a thing? Do you think the average American knows what the American military is doing right now? Like, I would say they don't, because when Iran just bombed civilians in Kurdistan, they said it was Iran striking back. When Iran has already hit American bases with rockets since October 7th, and there's been reprisals directly from the U.S. because of it. And nobody said shit. Fucking idiots. All of them. They all suck. All these people fucking suck.
Yeah, he acknowledges that.
I'm at a loss. I mean, I don't know if he can answer this or not, but
are we going to skip forward some?
Yeah, see if is there any peaks? Or did he mark it?
No, nothing.
Just interview start. Awesome. I want to see where he starts thinking that he's media trained. And it's just like, this guy's a stone wall. We can't get through him. He's too media trained and prepped. Because that's so funny. Because you want to see what media training and prep looks like. Look at our interview with the YPJ. It's one of the most, like, you can tell how media trained and prepped they are when they talk to us. It is easily the most propagandist thing that I may have ever done. Because I was totally fine with, like, you know, platforming their message and stuff.
Do you remember where it was in the interview?
No. Because I only watched like a little bit and then put it on the list because Vosh's takes were so dumb that I was like shocked at how stupid he was being.
Well, you were like this far through, so I'll let it play for like 18, 19 minutes.
No,
I respect that, which is why I feel like just based off the tiny portion of this that I've seen so far, this kind of feels like a wasted opportunity. This is just like a haha, look at the funny, handsome, like Houthi man. Look at us, we share memes, One Piece, blah blah.
Now he's figuring it out. He's putting it together.
Right? I guess I'd be more interested in, you know, I mean, if I could talk to him or any Houthi or whatever else. I guess I'd be interested in like really engaging with the extent to which
I mean,
they
I
believe
emailed
what
you
they're doing
telling you I
is
can set you up
an
with
effort
these
to promote
people, and you
the
told me
interest
you're busy. So
the Palestinian people or whatever else. I don't know. There's a lot of questions I want to ask. But I certainly wouldn't want to just like.
I'd help you.
Yeah, he acknowledges that.
I'm at a loss. I mean, I don't know if he can answer this or not, but as far as the Ansar Allah militancy goes, like as far as the standing military goes, like I don't know if he is allowed to speak on this. I don't know if he's like actually a part of the groups at all, or just like simply a TikToker. You know what I mean? I don't know how to ask that in the best way possible, though.
Yeah, I feel like you can ask it pretty directly. راشد حسن بدي اسالك انت يعني منضم لاي من المجموعات يعني انت بتعتبر حالك من انصار الله ولا بتعتبر حالك بس يعني شخصيه على التيك توك ولا يعني بده يعرف شو الرابط بينك وبين انصار الله.
طيب يعني بقول لك يعني انا يمني يعني كيمني يعني انا واقف لجانب فلسطين.
His answer is a Yemeni who stands with Palestine.
What led him to go to one of the ships personally? Like, what were some experiences?
That wasn't the answer to the. Okay.
See, these are like such basic things you should already know going in. Although I would ask this question. I'm just frustrated already because he genuinely doesn't know why they went to the ship. Like I always ask leading questions I know the answer to and all this stuff, but like the fact that we're just now like just watching this again and the fact that he's just now getting to the point asking about like, are you part of this? What is your occupation? Like the way I've done interviews with LTech, right? It's like always we're asking about them, their job, like what they're about right there in the beginning every time. You don't get this far being like, wait, he's asking him about One Piece before he's asking him if he's a fucking terrorist, which he would have been now, but
if he was a part of it.
Yeah, you might want to screen that shit.
Yeah.
يعرف شو هو اللي دفعك على زيارة السفن هاي وشو التجارب.
All the people in Hasan's chat, I'm blocking Hasan's chat. All the people in Hasan's chat are just like Chad posting to that. Man, I hate dogmatism so much, dude. I hate dogmatism so much.
That's you.
Right or left or whatever else. I
That's
just can't
you.
stand it.
You're
It
the
leaves such a bad
dogmatism
taste in my
guy.
mouth. I know that I'm dogmatic at times. I'd like to think that for the most part I qualify my shit, but this is like
yes, it is basic interview rules.
اللي مريت فيها اللي خلتك تهتم بهذا الشيء وانه يكون جا بالك
تزور
هاي السفن.
والله انا احب المغامرات وطبعا هذا كل لاجل فلسطين يعني وان شاء الله في اشياء بتكون جديده واشياء مثيره اكبر.
He says he likes adventures and he is a big supporter of Palestine and he's looking forward to bigger and more exciting things.
Does this really is that really like the answer he's giving to everything? Like, hey, to what extent are you involved in this pre-Palestine? Hey, why'd you go out to the boat pre-Palestine?
It's almost like
read a little bit like
it's almost like he doesn't live in a free country.
Crazy.
Whoa.
Insane.
Whoa, it's almost like he's grown up in Yemen and he's like, oh, I have to be careful when I say this. Wait until you hear about an average Chinese person. We'll get someone from China who's 19 on and we'll see what they'll say about their government. You fucking idiot.
I mean, think about it, okay? He's a 19-year-old who's part of an extremely regimented Islamist
militia.
My God. They're currently engaged in a civil war.
I want to just
casual times over there. They're not,
it's
not like, oh,
you know who should be going to Yemen? Will I join the Navy right now?
Wacky, like fun freedom times or whatever. Shit is austere, okay? They're fighting. So for him to like, does that not indicate perhaps some degree of like prepping?
Bosch is hurting me more than anyone else. I told him he's the worst. Like the worst out of everyone we looked at. Somehow more than Destiny. My head really hurts.
It's impressive.
I'm gonna have a fucking aneurysm because of Bosch.
But there's definitely something to it, right? You would assume that in any other case, right? If there was like a random Israeli soldier who popped off on TikTok and then started doing interviews, I wouldn't assume they hadn't been briefed by like people above them beforehand or given some kind of like prompting or direction. I would assume that they had done that. They are a soldier,
One, tell him that this community of mostly Americans raised more than $1 million for Palestinian charities. So he knows that I'm not, some Fed or something.
Yeah, make sure you tell him I'm cool, okay? Make sure you tell him I'm cool.
For some reason.
كمان داعم لفلسطين وجمع لنا أكثر من $1,000,000 بال يعني تأييد
the only time that somebody like wanted to like hear more about our credentials and stuff was when we were trying to get someone inside PSL to come on. And then immediately after that meeting, they're like, I'm good.
Yeah.
And Black Red Guard, somebody asked him, what do you think about PSL? And he just quote tweeted with 2 articles about how they're a cult.
That's pretty funny.
And it's like, that's why she wanted to talk to us before she agreed to anything.
Yeah, right.
Because they're
I wasn't I was a bit weird. I was like, this is strange, but sure. Okay. Yeah, whatever. It's what it is. She seemed nice enough.
Yeah, I don't think she's a bad person. I actually like her a lot. So I have, you can have friends that are in cults.
Yeah.
Oh,
how funny would it be if he was like, "Why didn't you raise money for the Houthis?" That'd be pretty.
That would be pretty funny, actually.
This is the story of my issue with Vosh. The correct conclusions issue.
Yeah,
jumping.
Exactly.
It's a jumping to conclusions, Matt.
ان شاء الله يعني النصر قريب لها واحنا يعني واقفين معهم لاخر لحظه.
واحنا واقفين معك هذا اللي بده يحكي لك يا حسن. He's saying that he just wants a victory for Palestine and he acknowledges our solidarity as well.
What is he?
They're not currently engaged in civil war. A peace has been achieved, but it's not known if it'll last. And the kid is not actually a Houthi. So this guy, what is with the weird dick riding? He literally said he's a soldier. Soldier for what? If not the Houthis, what other military is? Are you suggesting that he's like a Yemeni soldier of the government of Yemen?
Really is
arrogant,
isn't it?
He had fatigues and gun. Is he just like a LARPer? Do you think he's like
yes,
all the Houthi dudes are running around and he's just like in
what if they
his
have
own equipment walking around for fun?
Where are the other soldiers, Vosh?
Yeah,
it was
in
just
those photos. In those photos, yeah, where are the other soldiers? That's a great point.
It was just him.
But even then, it's like, what if there's like there's like you have to train for like the militia guard or something?
Mm-hmm. I mean, that could be a thing.
That might be a mandatory thing, considering he's 19. He might have had to do that. I mean, they would probably make you do that at 14 in Yemen, but
yeah, I mean, maybe it's a possibility.
I think he might be LARPing. Why assume that? Why
assume he's a Houthi?
There are lots of Houthi claims a pretty large number of soldiers. No, he's a TikToker. He's a LARPer. Yes, I don't think the Houthis operate on the level of discipline that you would assume that he's a LARPer.
Literally
I don't even know why.
Influencer went to thing. That's literally what this is. He's an influencer who went to a thing because he knew it would get him clout, and it did. It's literally the same fucking culture. You're looking at a mirror image right now.
I am arguing this. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. In terms of what I'm interested in, him being an official member of the Houthis, to whatever extent that
he's not,
and him being a guy who LARPs about being in the Houthis.
He's also not
doesn't really make a difference to me. Yes, he's supporting the revolution through social media. There's no indication he actually fights with the Houthis, except him saying he's a soldier and posing with. Okay, you're just being country.
Oh my god, I just
no idea what that guy's on.
I just want to throw acorns at him.
American media in general.
I keep on thinking more violent thoughts and having to redirect myself.
Militias are intercepting vessels is for completely.
I wish you stub your fucking toe on a table.
How is this an interview? There are some Western devils who claim.
How is this an interview? This is your issue? Is that he's framing a question before asking it? That's the issue. That's what makes it not an interview. Oh my fucking god!
I hope you get a paper cut in the webbing of your toes. Fuck you. Just increasingly petty shit.
Aren't purely altruistic. What do you have to say to these these
Shut up! Oh my god! What a fucking loser!
This is literally like Kremlin tier journalism,
Oh my god! Kremlin tier journalism is far better. They at least have to prep.
Yeah, they can't just fucking show up and go on screen.
Yeah.
Oh, I just woke up. Let me throw this shit on. Fuck, I'm late to the interview. Shit. What's this guy's name? Fuck. How do you pronounce that? Where's he from? Who is he?
What? Why are people in chat getting pissy with me? What have I even done or said yet? What are you even talking about? What are you on about? Good Lord. Why is everyone mad at me? Go away. You're annoying. Jesus.
بقول لك انه الوسائل الاعلام الامريكيه يعني بتحكي انه او بتدعي انه اسباب الميليشيات
It's that he wants this to be the conclusion.
انه ما لها داعي او ما لها اي رابط.
That's why he comes to
شو رد فعلك هذا الشيء؟
والله يعني هذا كله بسبب عشان يعني يوقفوا الحرب في غزه يعني خليهم يعانوا عشان يحسوا في غزه.
بس يعني اللي قصدي اياه انه الوسائل الاعلام في امريكا بتدعي انه يعني الحوثيين عم بيتدخلوا بمرور السفن.
It's such a wild language. It's such a crazy fucking language.
Sounds so normal to me.
Yeah, but you spend time over there, so it makes sense. Where like for me, Japanese and like Chinese and Korean all just sounded normal. I'm just like, oh, I can pick tones and what language it is. So I'm more familiar with like Asian languages.
Like I know more Spanish, and Spanish is still way harder for me.
Interesting, because it's like one of the easier languages, isn't it?
Well, it's like I already like have language disabilities, but like
right,
you eventually like learn to understand what people are kind of saying about things, and they'll communicate with body language and stuff.
Yes, yeah.
So,
like a lot of Japan is just like pointing at shit because you know like kind of words, so you know like adjectives for words, and you like.
Spanish is easy, and also like I have like Spanish speaking people in my family as well.
So I always
a few, because my cousin also married somebody from Mexico.
I've come to regret not learning a language when I was younger. I had an opportunity to learn Japanese.
English, so.
Yeah, I had an opportunity to learn Japanese when I was younger. I had an opportunity to learn Indonesian, which not really useful, and French. French would have been useful, but yeah, it is what it is. Now I have to struggle to learn it as an adult. Yay.
في البحر الأحمر أو عم بيحجز السفن لأسباب غير معلقة بفلسطين، فشو رد فعلك لهذا الشيء؟
والله يعني صراحة يعني هذا هو الصح، يعني إنهم وقفوا السفن عشان هذا مؤثر عليهم، يعني لو ما كان مؤثر عليهم ما كانوا نزلوا بتواصل اجتماعي.
Also, the accent in Arabic, like Aces said this, but like he can like identify like what cities people are from sometimes.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Which you can do in English with English as well.
Yeah,
you know, like it's
you can in Australia as well. Yeah, you can in Australia. I know American major cities have a big difference, like LA.
Actually, they don't. Actually, they don't. All the major cities actually sound more similar than they do, and it's because because back in the day you would have a mix of the population.
Yeah.
So like even my accent where we're from, it's slightly unique from like the standard American. There's just certain words we say weird, including the name of the city, because like half the city's Italian.
Okay.
Right. The other half that actually is Irish and Ukrainians, and the Irish and Ukrainians basically like they've always lived side by side, and then Polish people also came in.
Okay.
So, and there's a lot of Onondaga. So, because of this, the Italian word, which is Syracuse with an like I, right? You have the Y there. It's Syracuse in Italian. We call it Syracuse.
Interesting.
But if you hear it on the radio, when they'll be like, when they say the name of the city, always Syracuse. Syracuse, they'll say the name of the team. They'll never say Syracuse. But if you're from here, you say it with the A.
Weird. I would have called it Syracuse just because of the way it's spelled. Strange. I mean, the accents in America, I think, get different the further away you get, but like
you know how to say Chicago if you're from Chicago?
I don't know, you extend the A.
Chicago.
But like because of America's population centers and how close they are, and because of how the country was formed, I feel like accents as it goes down get more different, but as you go down, it's not as bad because like closer differences are a bit less distinct. But if you go from Boston,
you can actually like trace why the accents develop. And, like, which immigrants like and how the cities developed. That's really what it comes down to, is how people settled.
Yeah,
and when immigrant floods came in. But like that's the entire East Coast, that twang that they have, New York, Boston, Philly, it's all Italian.
Yeah. But like that, even those are all different. Like Boston, New York,
but they're
Philly,
really, really similar. If you can do one, you can do them all.
Yeah. But like they've all got their unique properties. Where with Australia, because the population centers are so far away, each accent is very different. So like the Melbourne accent is extremely different to the Brisbane accent. The Brisbane accent is extremely different to the Townsville accent, and Townsville is at the very top of Queensland. And they're like,
this person gets it.
That's how I would feel if I had a Queensland accent. It's bad.
It sounds it's like the same. It's seriously there's not a lot of difference between them.
Cause disruption to the shipments that Americans have interest in until they stop bombing.
But I can tell that he's from Yemen. The point is why we got on this tangent is how he talks. I know he's from Yemen.
Language, yeah.
Because it's so much different. I've said this before when we watch him. It's so much different than the rest of the Arabic.
Yeah.
About the media, and he's just not like.
Okay. What has the response from Yemen been since?
Well, everyone's affected by international maritime trade, to be sure. What?
The if they that Americans have interest in until they stop bombing Gaza, and if they weren't affected by.
They mean Israel bombing Gaza.
They wouldn't retaliate on Yemen. But like I asked twice about the media, and he's just not like.
Okay. What has
he is doing the DreamWorks face? Oh shit.
Response from Yemen been since the bombing?
Do you mean like what's the response like from the people or from the government or?
What's the response from the people, the government, like both? I mean, is the people separate?
We just stand with Palestine.
Here, I'll skip ahead of them talking because
that's what he's going to say. What is the response? We just stand with Palestine.
Or like this is a weird way to put it, but he was basically saying like they were almost like honored to be like targeted by the U.S. because they're confronting the U.S. head on like directly.
No, I understand that. I want to ask him questions about Saudi Arabia and UAE and like do the people of Yemen recognize like Saudi involvement or UAE involvement in Yemen as it's an extension of American involvement or American proxies, or do they separate that?
حسن بدي أعرف إنه هل أنت يعني امتداد يعني ما كان حرب.
Yeah, I should just skip when they're speaking Arabic. Obviously, that's going to be mostly dead air to us.
He's saying that right now there's no like animosity between like to him there's no animosity between Saudis and Yemenis and Emiratis. Like he's saying like he acknowledges.
Damn, forgiven that quickly, huh? Yeah, Saudis did a lot of bad shit down there, but okay.
Bro,
there was a war, but right now like he's saying that there's nothing but brotherhood, and he even says that he went to Umrah recently in Saudi Arabia and he was treated normally. So he himself doesn't. I mean, he doesn't. I guess.
This also makes me wonder if he was prepped or briefed prior to this, because right now the Houthis and Saudi Arabia have undergone a kind of detente, like a period of quiet
Bro,
to try to like level out the relations.
Listen?
But I feel like
if he just actually was listening, he would have just heard that he just went to Mecca.
Yeah, would have. Didn't.
That's another thing too. Like if you disrespect Saudi Arabia online, like you can get banned from the country, and then you can't make Hajj.
True. I didn't even think about that.
Of Yemen, who wasn't prepped on being like good with PR on that, would hate Saudi Arabia. Like this kid literally grew up like
if you noticed, I'll bring up stuff with Ace, and he'll always say that he's staying out of it whenever we talk about Saudi Arabia.
That's actually, Nate, bring it up. That's funny. I guess it's a fair point.
On his country, you know, like the famine, not even to speak of like the broader effects, but you know, Saudi, like I feel like there is a PR imperative to not rustle the boat with the Saudis, but I feel like the natural response from most Yemeni people would be deep hatred. But that's obviously going to be like a general thing, not like a super specific thing. So I don't really know.
Yes,
the people who actually were affected by the blockade are not going to have smartphones to be able to talk to Hasan.
Exactly.
And grateful the U.S. is bombing them is deeply silly. In fact, no, this is Islamic or jihad thing. If you're Islamic jihad, you're prepared to die. Their flag is literally America. They see America as like the great Satan across the ocean, and for America to personally show up and finally deal with them directly rather than doing it through proxies would be to them like you know, like finally my great enemy alive.
Honestly, I blame Johnny Harris for this shit. I think they all watch Johnny Harris, and that's where they're getting their takes from. No. Stop with the great Satan shit. That is specifically like.
Wasn't it Al Qaeda? Wasn't it like?
No, it's Khomeini. It's specifically Khomeiniism.
Okay. Right, Iran.
You know, it's like confusing Leninism and Maoism.
Yeah.
They're just not remotely the same.
Yeah.
And like because the Houthis do have that connection with the IRGC, you could say that sentiment exists there. Like they have they have cutouts of Qasem Soleimani and stuff.
Yes.
But like they only use American as a scapegoat sometimes. They don't need to because it's always blame Israel for everything.
Yeah.
It's so much more directed. Like Iran and Israel, like Iran doesn't think about us.
At all, you don't think?
I mean, they know that we're we'll probably look at it more with these takes on how people think that Iran was striking back, you know, because the road to Jerusalem is through Kurdistan, right?
Sure, okay.
So we know that they're like, it's all going down. We have a explainer on it where we have somebody from the city come on to talk about it, by the way. So she's talking about how the situation there and what it's like. It's like, that's Iran's trying to take control of that city, right? And they just had elections, actually. So that's one of the things I was talking to her about, is the elections in that episode. And how like they're basically going to sweep the elections and take control of it, like in that regard, like they control it governmentorily, even though they've like ethnically cleansed it of Kurds to a certain respect. So when Iran is striking these targets, they're trying to expand their imperialist influence. They know they can't expand if they strike the U.S. That's why when they strike the U.S., they use shitty rockets that just give a few guys some concussy wussies, right? Iran shoots the rockets at the U.S. because it's like, you know, it's a PR move, and then somebody gets bombed, and because they convince these people that it's good to get bombed, just like China does the same thing, you know? They do. It's not any different than what China does. They convince these people that it's your duty to get bombed. So they can just throw pawns around. They can have a political token where they rocket an American base. But to think that the cruise missiles and integrated drone attack, an integrated cruise missile drone attack, right, that we haven't seen Iran have the capability to launch before, and it was to just kill civilians, being called striking against the U.S. They didn't use those against the U.S. They knew what would happen if they used that kind of attack on the U.S. Right?
Yeah, big consequences. They know.
So as long as they don't hit the U.S. with these big strikes, then they can expand their influence. They can take this city. They can take that city. They just have to stay away from where the U.S. is. It's just an obstacle they move around, and it really provides no stop to Iran or Turkey, because Turkey's doing the same thing in the same region at the same time. And that's the thing,
for them, they have
when you're not an occupier and you're not an imperialist force, like everyone wants to say the United States is. The United States is going to leave Kurdistan eventually.
Shitty missiles and drones, and we have a aircraft carrier fleet. So in terms of like comeuppances, I don't think the Houthis are going to get much of an opportunity to deal with the Great Satan today, tomorrow, or any time in the near future. But yeah, I do understand
the Houthis
the
have won.
belief of a radical.
That's what Vosh also doesn't understand. This is not just some human sacrifice ideology. The Houthis won when the United States responded with force, because that's what they were trying to do. They attacked these ships. They weren't getting a response. They escalated to even the point the UN approved the attack. Like that's a major escalation they did to get bombed. So the fact that it took so long to trigger a response shows the United States knows how pointless it is to bomb the Houthis. And then all these fucking commies are freaking out because Joe Biden flat out said that the strikes won't stop the Houthis and we're going to continue to keep doing them. Like, we said this before the strikes happened. Like, we were trying to inform people that striking the Houthis does nothing. Like, we tried to fucking prepare people as best we can, but because nobody wants to actually be informed, they just want to watch idiots like Hasan. Like, the shocking thing was a politician telling the truth like that.
Yeah. And nobody cared. It's like the aliens. Nobody cared.
That's good. That's probably why it's like more. What has happened to? Does he?
What do you think? The lizard people are in charge? Is that what you think?
Happened to any of the crews? Like I heard they tried. Wasn't it called Cat?
Here or in the words of Tim Houthi Chalamet, ready to sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. So yeah. I am ready and willing to die for Allah is like the default position that you should assume.
Oh my god, fuck off.
These groups.
This is like so shitty of a thing to say, because you can find fucking like Kurdish nationalists and also people in the SDF who would say the same shit.
Yep.
Like, fuck off. It's like, just learn the fucking culture that you're talking about.
Answers are going to make sense in that context.
It's like how like even China and Japan kind of have like that like warriors code, Bushidoism, honor type. Like all the countries in that region have that type of warrior code shit.
At least the three big ones: Korea, Japan, and China.
Well, even Vietnam. You know, they all do. It's like these cultures intertwine. So to think that this is just like an Al Qaeda and Houthi and IRGC thing is just so fucking ignorant of the region. He also knows that if he posts shit like that, he's going to get clicks because everyone wants to LARP to be a Mujahideen online, right? Because that's like the cool thing.
Yeah.
Like a soldier is. Also, martyrdom isn't the correct translation. And like Ace kind of disagrees with me on this, but I'm going to fight for it anyway. So yes, this is exactly. So this is when we talk about Kurdistan, the general term for and why they don't translate to martyrs and they say shaheeds, which is what the word is that in the most technical sense, it means dying defending your home. And like you look at Imran Khan and he called bin Laden a shaheed because he was trying to tell people, he's like, he got killed in his own home. You know, like we're going to like allow America to do that. It's like, he wasn't saying bin Laden was awesome. He's a martyr for Islam. He was saying that was fucked up. American killed someone in Pakistan in their own home. Don't you have a problem with that? Like, it wasn't about bin Laden being cool, even though he totally thinks bin Laden is cool. You know, like that's, but yeah, exactly right.
بسألك إنه جربوا القاتمة جربوا قات the vibes are immaculate. He's saying they've all tried Qat, including the captain of the ship that he went on. He's saying that the vibes are immaculate.
No way.
They all tried what?
Saying they've all tried.
Is Vosh just learning what Qat is just right now?
He's saying they've all
Bro,
tried.
how do you even talk about Yemen or Somalia without?
He's saying that the vibes are immaculate.
No.
It's a drug? Cards? It's a drug in the area in Egypt. Do they have their own drugs? It's a plant you can chew on that gets you high.
Is he learning that other countries don't have the same drugs?
He's saying he wants us to visit.
Oh, dude, I would love to one day. I am afraid of America bombs, though. That's what I'm
Oh my god, what a fucking idiot. America's gonna bomb me because I'm gonna be in the place where the hardcore military assets are.
Unbelievable. He's really stupid.
Civilians
Maybe
were killed,
Saudi Arabia.
and that's what we're going to continue to try
They
to do.
bombed a fucking market and killed 40 children. They bombed a bus.
Yeah.
It would be constitutional for the government to target and kill any U.S. citizen with a drone or with a shotgun.
The president said this.
Without due process.
Unbelievable. From the president's mouth, too.
لا عادي يجي والله بنخليه يزور السفن كلهم ويعيش حياتها يعني كون بيس تخيل نفسه انه في ون بيس.
He says if you go visit there, you'll feel like you're in One Piece and you can visit all the boats.
It's just such a deeply weird way of engaging with the subject, man. I don't know. I guess it's just
Come
it's
on.
weird to me. I feel
It's
like
just,
I often
can
get
you not
criticized
just
for
put
taking stuff
yourself in this kid's shoes? No, because you think he's a fucking militant, of course. You know, like everyone went to this boat, like because it was like it's the cool thing.
Yeah. It was for internet clout. It's like, oh, look, this is the shit.
It was something to do in Yemen, you know?
I don't think there's much of that.
I mean, I'm sure for this kid, like, he's probably able to do
sure.
Like, and like, also think about, like, I mean, like the boat people, they're just fishermen, right?
Boat people?
Because the boat people are anyone who, like, you know, they live and die with a boat, you know, like the boat is the source of their economy.
Yeah.
So, like, it's probably just random fishermen chartering these things out there, right? Because, like, it probably, the Houthis probably didn't orchestrate a lot of this, right? They probably knew that the Houthi were cool with them chartering stuff, and they started a prop up independent business right there. So now are we mad at capitalism and entrepreneurship?
Must be.
Because the dude taking him over in that video is not a Houthi as well.
Capitalism bad.
Guess so. They must only suffer and catch fish.
Play, you cunt.
I know. Hasan also thought he was a militant, and that's. But the thing is Vosh has been told directly.
Seriously.
Yeah.
And he said,
Multiple
he
times.
posted a picture saying he was a soldier.
Yeah. In fairness, I make a lot of jokes, but like,
like multiple
level
times
beyond that. I feel. I don't know.
It's good. Okay, so what does he think about Americans? Because there's a lot of people in America that also are showing solidarity to the Palestinian people. How does he feel about that? Is that shocking
means
to
us.
him?
في أجانب يعني بقول لهم
online are foreigners. Yeah, he says he knows that a lot of the people that are supporting him online are foreigners. And he reciprocates and sends back the love to them.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, we love you too, man. Big time. Yeah. Does he
He
feel
Josh
like
missed the part where he said he doesn't think about Americans at all.
To this last thing that occurred, the last bombing campaign that occurred, does he feel like he lost out on years of his childhood? Like, are there things that he does he know a time? Does he
You know what
know
else?
of a time,
That interview that I was
he
talking about,
wasn't,
Kirk,
in
right?
some kind of
I'm not sure if it was that one where we're talking to her, and she even says, "I don't know how much I can say." Even like just understanding that other people don't have the fucking freedoms you have in the West.
Yeah. Just a little bit of empathy. That's all.
Yeah. Would you believe it? Like, would you believe it? They're ready to fight and die for their country and their people. Even if he doesn't recognize the Houthis as the de facto state,
His experiences goes.
Yeah. So Rashid,
like most Houthis wear military fatigue. And someone of his like tribal status, his like lineage, like he would definitely like have officer gear on if he was a Houthi.
Yeah.
He just had. It's just like how back in the day, like your status and your wealth kind of established if you were going to lead the army.
Yeah, like how the like how the royalty in England always go into the military and they're always officers automatically.
Yep.
Fuck you. Start at the bottom, you piece of shit. Nepo baby fucks.
Yeah. So I mean, there's still a lot of monarchy that exists in these.
It's like, oh, you're in the military? Here, fly a fucking helicopter.
But there you go, though. It's not a strange concept that like people are bought in and like the wealthy immediately have like officer status. We like to pretend that doesn't happen here, but officer school is expensive.
I'm live right now, by the way. Okay,
you just can't buy your rank like you used to.
Their life is full of adventures.
Okay, that's a positive way to look at it.
Yeah, you just have to be made.
See, oh man, I smell prepping. It's prep. Call this.
Wow, you want to know what the prep is called? Living 19 years in a country that doesn't have freedom of speech. Try it. You'll be a fucking. You'll be a you'll be like a media god where nobody will be able to crack you in those interviews.
He doesn't get transmitted.
Like it's like how being like asking why people who have family in Palestine won't condemn Hamas and why they always avoid them. Gee, I wonder, dude.
Yeah, couldn't imagine why.
Ask some fucking Chinese kids what they think of the CCP next.
Oh, we were trying to get a Chinese guy from Sydney who protested onto the show, and he had to turn us down because China was threatening his fucking family. He's not even there. Like, Jesus Christ, this happens everywhere. Fucking hell.
5,000 people watching him live right now, by the way. I don't know if he knows that.
بيقول لك في 25,000 واحد عم بيتابع هذا
Ask about Tiananmen Square. See what they say.
I love you so much. وإن شاء الله كلهم يجربوا اللات ونخزقهم كلهم على حسابي.
Ask about the Uyghurs.
He loves all of them and he wishes they could all try caught soon, and he's treating them to it.
Okay, yeah, I can't wait. We're going to Yemen and we're getting caught. Yeah. So what does he watch other than One Piece? Because he watches One Piece. What else? He's like a normal 19-year-old, right?
Like,
so
see, Hasan figured it out. Normal 19-year-old. Not normal. I mean, what Hasan would consider normal.
Sure.
Okay. And what other stuff that he watches? Like, does he play video games? Does he like FIFA?
بده يعرف ايش كمان شو كمان في برامج بتتابع.
Is it a little like invalidating to do like the normal 19-year-old? It's not, right? Houthis,
bro.
Yemen,
like what's funny is like the big thing that like everyone that I would talk to from the region played was Metal Gear Solid. Like all of them like love Metal Gear Solid 3.
Interesting. What's that one called? Something Snake
Eater.
Yeah.
Because like there was PlayStation. It was the most sold console,
Yes. Yeah.
Fam, I mean, I don't know. I don't
like
know.
people would think it's Counter-Strike.
It's like
it's not Russia.
Thing, right? Like he's just like us. I mean, everybody's just like us. We're all humans, but it's I don't know.
One Piece.
Like he asked a detailed question about the Civil War, and the guy's response was like, "It's an adventure every day." I'm remembering that correctly, right? That is what happened. Hasan did have a good question, which was like, how did you feel like growing up in the Civil War with the bombs and the famine and stuff? And he's like, "It's been an adventure." It's like, damn, man, I really feel like somebody told you not to badmouth Saudi Arabia because the Houthis don't want to exacerbate any negative relations with Saudi Arabia right now. I really feel like somebody put their hand on your shoulder and said, "Hey, please don't say anything negative about Saudi Arabia." I don't know, man.
ايش بتلعب العاب يعني انه بتلعب فيفا او اي شيء انه شو بتحب.
It's a lot of reaching.
والله صدق يعني كنت يعني زمان قبل 5 سنين كنت أشاهد مسلسلات تركية وأفلام أمريكية لكن يعني الآن.
Yeah, I think that the PC culture didn't hit West Asia as hard. I think because like it depends how conservative they are, because like there's this stories about how the Taliban made people get rid of all their TVs, which isn't necessarily true. They just like highly encouraged it, and like, you know, if you could still get away with having one, but if they found out you had one while you were committing like debauchery or something, you know.
Yeah.
But like it's like Brazil. Like Brazil was getting like Sega Genesis new games like ported to them from the PlayStation because so many people had Sega there. You know, like Brazil gets like Dreamcast games ported by like third parties there.
Crazy.
So I think that's a big thing is that TV was more common than the computer, but like smartphones has changed everything. Everyone is like more similar and more connected than ever before.
Well, here's a hot take on the PC console wars. Who gives a shit?
Well, it's interesting when it comes to like how a certain culture comes through.
No, like, I know, but like I'm saying that every console, everything has their advantages and disadvantages. If you can afford them all, get them all. If you can't afford all of them, buy the ones that have the things that you want to play. If you like Halo, buy fucking Xbox. If you like shit like
you
MMOs
think there's like
and RPGs,
how are console sales in Korea?
I don't know.
It's good.
It could be either really high or really low because
I imagine
they really like their PCs.
Well, they also mainly have a PC cafe culture too.
Yeah. Where Japan has that as well, but a lot of it is consoles, but that's because of the PlayStation.
PlayStation just sold a lot. That's the point. Anyway.
But yeah, silly argument. They're all fine. I have them all. They're great. Having all of them is
ما
great.
شاهد ولا أي شيء لا الألعاب ولا يعني حتى ون بيس كملتها. يعني أنا أحب الأنمي يعني بشكل عام أنا كنت أشاهد مسلسلات أطفال كثير يعني بس الآن بطلتها.
Is this from today? Oh, this is from today. They talk in the media and say Al-Houthi is a terrorist. It's translated. But they do not say Israel is the mother of terrorism. But I will deliver all my messages except the West and the East so they know that Al-Houthi is Yemeni and is on the side of Palestine until victory. The meaning of Houthi is a title and is not something to fear. But the Jews, they are very afraid of this title. Well, I'm sure it's the translation. I'm sure it's the translation.
He's clearly talking about Israel, though, you know?
Yeah, like it's such a fucking fallacy to keep bringing this up. Like, it's completely irrelevant to the...
Like, he already said, like, he asked, he's like, how does he feel that a lot of the people... Does he know in America, a lot of the people who lead pro-Palestine movements are Jews? Do you care about that? And he says, as long as they're pro-Palestine, we're with them, right?
He doesn't care, yeah. Yeah, he explicitly said that. So I don't know what he's talking about.
But also at the same time, like I've said many times, Houthis might be the most anti-Semitic of them all.
And American TV shows, and he also used to love anime a lot, but he says that he's been very busy recently, so he hasn't been watching.
Really? Has he? What's been going on recently?
School. He's trying to get into college, bro.
That one, but I watched that one. No, he hasn't watched that one, but I watched that one.
No, you watched that one? Yeah, Arturul.
Wait, that one is Harim Sultan. Sorry, not Noor.
Okay, we're getting to the end. Do we want to move to something else?
You mean how you didn't play the end last time for everyone?
Yeah, and it lasted a minute more.
We're good. No, they said that they went and looked at it and they asked about Mr. Beast, and then the call ended.
Do we want Taylor Swift? Taylor Swift.
Yes, Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift. There's one Jew in Yemen, and the Houthis still have him in jail. So
Charlie Kirk, fresh off of his blockbuster report on Martin Luther King Jr., where all of a sudden, with Charlie Kirk years ago when he was fighting off the Groypers, I was like, Martin Luther King is not horrible, and now he is. But
yeah, he's popular now. Jump to Charlie Kirk.
Anti-capitalist and anti-war and pro-worker.
Sure, yeah, for sure.
Cool.
Just a warning. This is some rancid crap.
Or policing my thoughts.
And this is a compilation made by the Tennessee Holler.
Ah.
She's a narcissist. I don't think that she's very talented.
She's nasty. She's ugly. Nobody likes her. Nobody likes her. She's like a teenage boy. Like, dudes
what
don't
is
like her.
going
like, if you
on?
put her in front of, like, she's ugly.
That's true. Yeah. Does Taylor Swift have any eggs left?
I don't think she probably. I don't know.
Isn't she like 29?
What the fuck, bro?
What is going on?
What did he just say? He's asking about her eggs.
Dude, hold on a second. I'm pretty sure she's only like a couple years older than me.
Bro. Jack, who cares? Who the fuck is asking about somebody's eggs in the first place?
Yeah, she's 34. Like,
who
what the
cares?
fuck are you talking about?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what age she is. Who the fuck says something like that?
Why is this even being spoken about? I'm so confused.
But you don't understand. Taylor Swift is a psyop.
Oh, of course she is.
How did it start with?
Yeah, she didn't just revolutionize the fucking music industry by taking back her music own. Hold on. Like, she didn't just fucking revolutionize the entire music industry by re-recording all her music so it's all hers again. Like, say what you want about her.
Independent.
She's fucking awesome. I have no criticism.
They're mad because she's at football now too.
Yeah.
Now,
like,
chat. Tell me if you know what I
criticism.
mean, right? She's the embodiment of Fukuyama. Say correct if you know I'm correct in the chat, and you know exactly what I'm saying.
This is
Taylor
coercion.
Swift is evidence that the end of history exists, and Fukuyama was right. See, told you.
You mean like bitter, angry women, and that's like Taylor Swift.
That's why they're mad.
Like your worst teacher you had.
That's why they're mad.
That's
It's
Taylor
because
Swift.
it's showing
What is
Fukuyama is
virtuous
right.
about
That's
her
why they're
for young
mad.
women to glean, like date as many men as possible, complain all the time, ruin men's lives.
She hasn't started a family. She's in her
you have no
mid-30s.
kids. Like, it's a terrible role model. If young women start dressing,
Oh yeah, probably one of the most successful musical artists ever and a billionaire. And yeah, she's definitely didn't make the right choice. She couldn't retire today.
It's so funny that you're mad at this.
Like,
but
what? They're retarded. They're dumb. The fuck are they talking about? What?
My brother, this is haram.
Like, what are you talking about? She's a billionaire. Do you think she's unhappy? Like, the fuck is happening? These people are as cringe and stereotypical as this is really jealousy. They wish that they could fuck her.
No,
that's all it
ugly.
is. Oh
That's
yeah,
how
that's
you
right.
know.
They have to do transvestigations on her. That's right.
No, anytime
'cause
you
they've
hear
never
a guy,
seen
it's like
female.
the first thing you reject a guy, and he's like, "Yo, you're ugly anyway." It's like, okay.
Sluttier because of Taylor Swift, which
Oh
makes
my
them
God.
miserable.
Yes,
Like,
Taylor
when women
Swift
dress
made
like
people
this,
sluttier.
I don't know.
Yes, notorious slut.
Notorious slut.
100%.
Dress like what?
It's a cult. That's what it is. There's no men that really enjoy Taylor Swift. They just don't.
There's no redemption. She's a bad role model. She's not a good.
Did he just say no men enjoy Taylor Swift? I beg to differ.
I mean, she's mostly a girl thing. Yeah.
No, like obviously.
That's why they're like, "Hey, fellas, aren't you sick of your girl listening to Taylor Swift?"
Good person. She's a
Could
bad
be
guy.
worse. Could listen to Cardi B.
Let's also remind you, her
Cardi B
politics
is
are
awesome.
cancerous. Her politics
Awful
are poison.
She doesn't do the stuff that a political true
Yeah,
believer
but
would
she
really
just did
do.
something. She got
She is-
4 million girls registered in like 24 hours.
Yeah,
Did you see that? She
but it's-
broke the website.
Want to make it clear?
Wow.
One second. She's
Wow, she got people to register to vote? Crazy. Insane. Why don't you do the same? Oh, that's right, because nobody gives a fuck about you.
Oh, here we go. Now we're going to talk about P. Diddy and Vote or Die.
got cancerous politics and doesn't really believe any of it.
I mean,
that's when you're giving out cancer, but it's not like genuine cancer.
these misogynists are ruining the left.
So she's not leading people to God. She's leading them to wokeism, complaining on boyfriends, man-hating.
Wow.
And she used to be a Christian. Daisy says, I don't think Taylor's a
Used
Christian
to be.
anymore.
She made the right
She grew
choice.
up on a Christmas tree farm. Yeah, I rest my case. Someone who like turns away from the faith and like pursues money, fame, and approval of the world.
Pause it for 1 second.
Christmas tree farms where you get closer to God.
No. Keep his image up there because I can't believe what I just heard. First off, she turned away from the Christmas tree faith.
Jesus was born on a Christmas tree farm.
I love the pine.
Jesus was a Christmas tree, apparently. apparently.
They're just gonna keep that there. That's hilarious. All right, next Taylor Swift.
What did they say? She had a Christmas tree farm?
Because nobody.
Yeah, something like that. Weird.
We're the United States of America, for
Taylor.
God's sake.
Attention online and.
All right, let's skip to the idiots here.
I'm on it.
Sam Cedar's crew is so good at finding the dumbest shit.
Go ahead.
And yeah, it's like one Instagram story to go. Dylan Mulvaney was literally one Instagram story, and look how much they got out of that.
Measurable amount of followers, she can potentially single-handedly swing voters because of just the amount of followers that she potentially can influence. So the answer is yes, Jesse.
Yeah, because when she...
Oh, pause it. Just to be clear, this is a former FBI agent on?
Sorry, yeah, I wanted to note that on Fox News, Rupert Murdoch's Fox News, they have a former FBI agent, and they're coming to warn people about psychological operations the government might be running. If this was 2005, and saw this, I'd be losing my mind.
Because this is
maybe don't trust FBI agents. Like,
all right, hey, you want to see something funny?
Kicker, right, or something?
No,
go on.
Pentagon denies Taylor Swift is an asset for government psyops. The Pentagon had to come out and actually deny this shit because of these people.
This is insane.
Like the orchestrated attacks that they just formulate. They're also going after furries now. I'm not sure. Did you see the clip? I was dying laughing. It's one of the funniest clips. Well, it's the whole that trans people are furries. That's why he's mad.
Okay, that's cringe then. If they're not just criticizing furries for being weird, then
but they're escalating. They're escalating their rhetoric with furries now. Is what I'm saying.
Oh, cool. So they're bringing furries into the trans genocide rhetoric. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Am I gonna have to start defending furries now? Fuck me.
Okay, so this video is really funny. Right. This is a real guy in government.
Is this the I shit in a cat tray at school thing?
Yes.
Coming
Yes.
off
Yes.
that?
Yes. So
Awesome.
this guy is a representative, right? He's sponsoring a bill to ban furries.
People are going to call me insane for running this bill. Hell, they're insane. If you got an animal coming to school, how about we get them vaccinated? How about we get them neutered? And how about we send them to the town? I don't want to see some kid going to the bathroom in a, in a litter box.
Why is his camera so shaky? Because he's an alcoholic.
Kitty litter. Those people up there have lost their mind letting these people pretend to be animals.
Bro has an entire piano behind him.
In the classroom. If they're going to be animals, let's send them a pound. Let's send them home. We're not. How do you teach a cat math?
This right here. This is definitely getting ripped for a soundbite. This end right here.
How do you teach a cat math?
Like, bro, dude, they are, it's so funny because they think that this, like, let's attack Taylor Swift fans and furries. That will definitely make sure we secure the votes from being stolen to Democrats. You think treating these people like shit will get them to vote for you? Like, you people are so stupid. You're
especially furries. What a massive voter base.
Yeah.
All 55 of them.
Furries are huge. What are you talking about? Not as big as Taylor Swift, but like furries is not like, that would be like not necessarily, it's like big enough that you don't want to like piss all those people off.
True.
There's probably more furries than Mormons.
Figures. No, there wouldn't be a million.
There's definitely easily a million furries. Have you been to a convention before?
There's no way a million furries. There's no fucking way.
All right, I want to hear it, chat. How many furries are there?
73.
No, there's not. I've seen more than that.
A bunch more.
You're right. That's how many Nazis exist. About 73.
Out Nazis.
Out Nazis.
The ones that don't just say, we're going to storm the Capitol. It's a revolution.
Ratings because for fans.
Okay. All right. Keep going. I heard about that. The kicker, right? Or something?
No.
I agree. One furry is too many.
You're siding with the weirdos on this. How do you teach a cat math?
Hey, look, until the rhetoric starts coming out.
The thing is like the fact this is proof. This is proving Fukuyama right again, right? They're like we were saying with Putin bringing back the gender neutral bathrooms again. That shows that it's the end of history. They have nothing else, right? Liberalism is now going to succeed. They're bringing it in themselves. They're the arbiters of their own destruction. And Taylor Swift is going to be a vanguard in that revolution somehow.
Sure.
Not by choice, but because they made her one.
Yeah. Vote.org. It's like hundreds of thousands of young Taylor Swift fans all of a sudden registered to vote. I wonder who got to her from the White House or from wherever. Who makes that initial handshake?
It's a regular day in the global south. Could do that. What the fuck is a super furry?
Okay, the super furry, they have their whole suit, you know?
Oh, that's the super furry.
Yeah,
Okay.
so like I had girls in college, they were twins, and they would wear like foxtails on their hips.
Okay.
They were both hot as fuck.
I bet. The tail probably helped.
But like, it's funny because like you in college, because I was a producer, I was already in the position where it's like I just can't be like, it's already abusing power in that position.
Yeah, yeah.
Is it the binder bolt?
The administration has what they consider a perception optics management team. And those are like professionals that go out and identify those people who may be unsuspecting, whether with knowledge or without knowledge, to do these type of campaigns. Now, it is possible that Taylor Swift, quite frankly, does not know that she is being utilized in a covert manner to swing voters. But the bottom line is that the Biden administration.
Are you serious? She's been MK Ultra'd?
What do you think? The lizard people are in charge? No. Is that what you think?
She was born in 1989. MK Ultra stopped in the 60s, didn't it?
It also didn't work.
Well, as far as you know.
It didn't. We know it. There's this whole, like, they're trying to say, like, DARPA is still doing this and stuff. It's like, bro, the shit, it's not about fucking, like, putting people on LSD now or stuff like that. It's about what these people do on TV every day. They literally create an entire reality where everyone has a fucking friend who knows somebody who has a kid who shits in a litter box.
It's coercive suggestion.
My mom said that she heard it from somebody else's kid who said there was somebody at their school that shits in a litter box. This was like a year ago.
Yeah. I mean, what I said is literally what it is. It's coercive suggestion.
It's a standalone complex.
Yeah.
Savvy, identifying how many followers and how many voters potentially she can influence with either right information or misinformation. She certainly can swing the voters.
Yes. And I think Taylor Swift, I think about somebody who is always talking about politics.
Yeah, it's someone who didn't explicitly avoid politics until too much pressure came out that she had to address it. Yeah, that Taylor Swift.
But
is
it's
that
like,
the one we're talking
she's
about?
Literally like hasn't her start in country.
Yeah.
Wonder why she didn't want to say anything about it. Like, you think she doesn't have like fans that are Republicans? And
like,
now you're going to tell these kids that they have to choose, not even kids, because they're going to be adults now if they've been listening to her that long. You're going to tell them they have to choose between Donald Trump and Taylor Swift. Do you think they're going to choose Donald Trump?
There's no fucking way.
No, they're the RNC.
And we're done. Okay. You know what everybody loves?
Isn't that fucking awesome? How brain broken they are.
You know what? Let's save this for the next one. Let's do Italian food. And we'll do the Democratic.
I imagine I'm going to agree 100% with everything Vosh says in this video.
And we'll do the Democratic debate one the next stream.
Oh, that one's going to be cancer.
Yeah. Just because we're at 2 hours and 2.5 hours. So
I find it weird to culturally claim anything like after a century. Like, what does the U.S. even have in common with 100 years ago? In fairness, the United States and a few other countries, mostly in the West, are like that. That's the one plus with Italian food. No one's contesting Italy's claim to their food. Yeah, why would anyone want to contest it? Shit. Oh, man. Dude, wow. You invented 50 trillion kinds of noodles that are way too close to filling. Wow. Wow, pizza. We got Domino's. Thank you. Yeah, Italian food is legit like the most mid food in the Mediterranean. Okay, like it's great if you compare it to like that's the problem.
Interesting. Best point he's ever made. If compared to the Mediterranean, you're correct. Italian food is shit. Compare it to French, Italian wins.
Okay, I want
compare it
to
to German food, Italian wins.
Jack, I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna send you something that I wrote.
Okay.
I'm gonna send it in Instagram, and you should pull it up when I find it. But I gotta find it first.
On here.
Yeah, pull up. Just open the DMs and open the image I just sent. Yeah, literally, the Italians wouldn't have anything without tomatoes. They literally, like, everyone else figured out olives, and they're like, "Hey, what's this?" And also, yeah, well, Italians didn't invent pizza. It's just not true. It's historically inaccurate. They're just coping, and they don't even want to claim pizza anyway. They say that's another real pizza, and it's like, okay, what's going on?
Why is it breaking?
I have blinking. No idea. All right.
Okay, we're working. We're in business. Let me
zoom in,
and it doesn't zoom. Cool.
It doesn't.
The best cuisine in the Mediterranean was always from the Arab parts. It's true. Spain is Arab.
Do you know why I said that? Do you know why I said that? You know, ISIS claims Spain, right?
Yeah. Wait, ISIS claims Spain?
Yes, because Spain was under one of the caliphates of the past before even Islam exists.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
hilarious.
Problem with Italian food. People compare Italian food to other Western European foods like German, French, and English. In which case, of course, it's better.
You know what? You see, I made a hachapore.
Actual.
No.
So I like
All right, look, a good fish and chips will beat Italian food.
Well, I'm not saying that like the Neapolitan style pizza, right? Which existed before pizza, but it's just known as Neapolitan pizza because it's named after an American food now. Just like how like the Lebanese pizza is like it's like something else. They call it like an Arab pizza or Lebanese pizza. Yeah. But pizza is American. Nobody, when you say, "Hey, let's get pizza," nobody's thinking of a fucking Neapolitan style pizza.
Is that's just tomato sauce, right?
No. Neapolitan is specifically how the pizza is like made, how the dough is even made, right? It's all different, but the classic Neapolitan is the margarita, right? They have a completely different texture. The Neapolitan, you'll see like the ends kind of curl in and stuff like that. I can make both. Like I've worked in kitchens that have done both. But like when we talk about American pizza, Domino's is closer than that.
Domino's is shit.
Yeah, I didn't say it wasn't. I'm just saying.
No, I know.
Like,
an American Domino's is particularly bad.
Yeah, the sauce is like not good.
Yeah, like it's particularly bad.
It's like sour.
Yeah, there's something off about it. I don't know.
The crust with the garlic is fine, so you end up getting it just to eat the crust, you know?
Yeah. I ended up out of the choice from when I was in America. The walk from the dorms was the same to Domino's as it was to Five Guys, so I just went to Five Guys.
So think about this: there's more variants on styles of pizza in America than there is Italy.
I bet.
And Italy is the country of variants. Look how many fucking pasta shapes they have, right? And it's all the same thing, right? So yeah, the only style of pizza they do is the Neapolitan style.
I bet it's pretty fucking good though.
It's a fine style of pizza, but like we have like, have you seen? Do you know what a Detroit pizza is?
No.
What would you think a Detroit pizza was? I assume you know a Chicago, right?
Yeah, the deep dish. Which honestly, I've eaten American food, and I can't imagine anything less appetizing than a Chicago deep dish pizza. All I imagine is just oil. Lots and lots and lots of oil.
So,
So
This is classic. This is like the classic Detroit style, right? You know, right? So it's like it's technically you can say like any pan pizza is Detroit style, but normally you have that squared edge because it comes out of like a pan.
Okay,
it's almost like
cool.
a lasagna, right?
Uh-huh.
So the end pieces are very bready, but it's like
I would eat that over a Chicago one.
See, like this is just a regular pan pizza right here.
Yeah.
So like these, like I worked at a business that did these as well, but because like all you have to do is push the dough to shape the pan. So like these are like easier to make with less skill.
Right. Because you don't have to make the dough.
And honestly, I think
you
like
don't have to round it.
I think Brooklyn is the hardest. I think it's way harder than Neapolitan.
Is that thin and big?
Well, it's also the speed you have to do it because of how much pizza you cook.
Right.
And like and also like when you roll your dough, it's a race against time. Because you have to like get the dough in the oven before any moisture starts forming and adheres to the counter of the paddle. Like like you have to like really get it fast.
You know what I mean? The Mediterranean dishes, in which case it loses like massively, you know? Like Italy is literally like the like bottom of the class dipshit in high school who
is
like
Jack
flunks so hard
about?
he goes back to middle school.
Nothing. I'm always correct
because he's like
I wasn't looking at
up on like 12-year-olds, you know, when he's like 18 or whatever. Meanwhile, all of his former classmates are all driving around Bugattis. You're so hyperbolic. Lol. I don't care for Italian food.
There's another guy. There's another guy who just does pizza. I sent him to you, I think, but like he tried to do like as cheap a pizza as possible because I said like a true New York pizza is like basically it costs the business like 10 cents a pizza. And so he basically was trying to do a New York style pizza that like basically cost like $1 a pizza, which is like what it was because it's 10 cents a slice, $1 a pizza, right? And that's kind of like the average value that you'll see. So that's what he was trying to do is get it as cheap as possible to like do $1 and at home. Instead of buying like all the bulk ingredients that makes it that cheap. So that and he says if you sign on to his Patreon, he sends you like an Excel sheet where it's like a breakdown of like all the different like types and how you can like customize the cost. Like it's to run a pizza business.
Oh, that's cool.
Like that's what this channel is for.
It's pretty cool. I've said that I haven't had it before. I'm just saying that it just sounds
we have like we do have a chain that does it that I've seen in South America and I for sure well not South America, Central America and like Latin America but it's called
actually
now.
Okay.
And they
American Domino's was not actually the worst pizza that I had. The worst pizza that I had was Little Caesars.
Well, Little Caesars is the whole point is that it's the best value by far.
It was definitely
they did a food theory thing on it where he weighs all the pizzas and the ingredients to find out what has the best value. And as you added toppings, he did pepperoni and extra pepperoni. As you added toppings, all the pizzas decreased in weight except Little Caesars.
The fuck?
Right? Because his conclusion was that there's less cheese when you order more pepperoni.
Yeah. Interesting. Where realistically you should be putting the same amount of cheese on every pizza.
Well, it's different, like because you normally put the cheese to cover. You definitely put more cheese on when it's just a cheese.
Yeah, yeah, fair.
Olive Garden is the Italian cuisine. You think I haven't been to like nice Italian restaurants? I grew up in LA, dude. It's one of the food capitals of the world. I got so much shit.
Oh my god, bro!
Yeah, I'm sorry.
LA is not for Italian food. The Italians are on the other side of the country.
Yeah. LA is not the place for any kind of food except for Mexican.
It is. It's also Southwest or Tex-Mex as some people call it, but it's Southwest.
Sure.
Because it's different.
Yeah.
Like you know what a taco salad is?
I think so.
Like it's you basically break up a taco and like you put the ingredients of a taco and you like have the shells in there too and you like eat it like a salad. Right?
No, you're all good. Don't stress. I'm very argumentative about pizza because Australian pizza is the best. American pizza sucks. Like, well, granted, there are shit pizzas here. Like, there are bad chains. Like Domino's, you can get a Domino's pizza for $5, which is pretty fucking good, right?
Right. So like this is like the classic thing. Is like there's
bowl,
almost
right?
like a bowl out of it. That's a
Yeah.
taco bowl, which is still a taco salad, but like you have these. They like have tortillas and they cut them in strips sometimes, or you just stop being a pussy and you break them up. Right. So like that is like peak Southwest because there isn't fucking salads in Mexico. Like that's so American. Everything. Let's make this a salad. It's macaroni. Somehow it's a salad because we put mayonnaise in it.
Bro. Hey, bro. Did you know that we took pasta and it's like mildly tastier than the pasta you've had before, and we put it in like a creamy cheese sauce? Oh yeah, we can't add like salt or pepper or whatever. That would disrupt.
I'll have to note this down for when I go to Connecticut, which will probably be never.
It's like. Honestly, like, and I've made probably like a million of these.
Connecticut.
Let's see if these are actually Italian.
The dish cough. You know what? Like Orthodox.
This guy's username is USSR gay.
That's awesome.
Italian chefs are the most like pretentious piece of shit in the universe.
Oh my god! Oh my god! The best. I was gonna say the best Italian food, and I'm like, you know what? It's too good to be Italian. I have to Google it. Chicken parmesan is not Italian. What up, dude?
Is it Australian?
It's American. Chicken parmesan is an American food. Suck it, Italians. Your food sucks.
Interesting, because Americans can't make parmas either.
Bro, I have made a million chicken parms. Like it is like one of the easiest things to make. Like it is like step one in like even like as a fry cook, like in like a decent restaurant where it's like a sit down like fancy like restaurant.
Yeah,
not like chef restaurant. Even though I technically was a chef, even while I was frying, because I ran the whole line. Like you just punch the shit out of a chicken breast. You like lay it on the fucking metal counter. And you just eat the shit out of a chicken breast, and then just fucking roll it and throw it in the fryer. So like, you just sit there like hundreds of chicken, just punching the shit out of those chicken and throwing them in there.
Best pizza that you can get is a barbecue chicken with pineapple. It's just chicken, barbecue sauce, and pineapple. Excellent.
And
three ingredients.
Really good underrated American pizza is chicken bacon ranch, but some people overgo on the ranch. You just have to do a drizzle.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Ranch is pretty strong.
Hard
to find good ranch in Australia, actually.
It's because it's an American thing.
Really hard to find. You have to get it from the American food store, and it's like 2 weeks from expiration because it has to get imported. So you have to use it quickly.
There's a whole tradition in Italian cuisine of like, you can't even add shit. Like, what, 3 ingredients? You add 50, okay?
This is true.
That's so not true. That is not true, though.
I'm gonna find a video. Hold on. I'm gonna play it, but I'm gonna find a video, and it's fucking hilarious. I'll find it.
Just said that Italian cuisine is better than French cuisine. Italian food is good at large parties. No, it's not. Italian food is dog shit at parties. You know why? Because it's so heavy. Everyone likes the process of sitting down and having Italian food. Nobody likes the process.
French food is like peak European cooking. Like it's like a skill, eliteness. Like French is like no joke. Italian is so easy. Like they're just like they're so obsessed with how something's done, like how the mozzarella is made to make the best of mozzarella. It's like shut up, bro. Fucking put the cheese in the water. You think I haven't fucking made mozzarella before, bro?
Here we go.
Day 7 of Pissing Off Italians Part 2.
Bro, I saw this dude. He put fucking spaghetti in the blender, but it was like a staged video, like all these shit staged.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's still funny
because it's only Italians that are like this, right?
Yeah, and that's the meme. Imagine actually taking scissors.
They get mad if you don't curl the spaghetti around the fork.
Yeah, like. Imagine actually taking scissors to an Italian restaurant to cut the spaghetti, though. Hey, dog.
Notice how it's empty, and there's just like a guy who's just in a white shirt who looks exactly like the guy doing it. Jack has terrible food opinions. He said chicken parmesan isn't good.
No, I said Americans can't make it, is what I said.
We invented it, bro.
Yeah, you also invented American pizza, and you can't make that either. So what the fuck?
You know what else? You know what else we invented? Buffalo wings.
Yeah, well, we don't have those. So
what do you mean? You don't
for Australia, we don't have them. Buffalo sauce is not a thing here.
Do you know how to make it?
No, it's like a unique.
You have Frank's Red Hot?
Yes.
You have buffalo sauce. It's just Frank's Red Hot and margarine.
Seriously?
Yes. Did you see the tweet where I said Buffalo Wild Wings calls itself Buffalo Wild Wings, but doesn't have buffalo sauce because they can't maintain it? It's because, and it's not butter, it's margarine, by the way. Right? So they literally made this as a bar food to like sell more scrap chicken parts. So they were just like, hey, it's literally any hot sauce. So like I also throw some Tabasco in there. For a little bit of more pop, but yeah, it's just Frank's Red Hot. It's literally the original recipe is like Frank's Red Hot, white pepper, some Worcestershire sauce maybe, but I know it's white pepper for sure, and then margarine.
Interesting.
Like the thing is that the butter will rise to the top and solidify, and that's why Buffalo Wings doesn't have buffalo sauce because the butter in it would solidify because their line is not chilled. Like the sauce is just like in a tube. It's one of the easiest restaurants I've ever seen. Like they have their shit down. You'd like the skill to like be like learning you there. It's so low. It's great. It's so much better than fast food because fast food actually gets complicated.
My favorite chain restaurant is Buffalo Wild Wings. I miss the wings so much.
You have wings.
No, I was in America.
You pussy.
The closest we have is Costco. And the Costco wings are fine, but they're cold when you buy them. So it's sad. But you can buy ranch from there. So, win-win. I don't have a Costco membership. Another L.
Parties? No, it's not. Italian food is dog shit at parties. You know why? Because it's so heavy. Everyone likes the process of sitting down and having Italian food. Nobody likes the process of getting up and walking around after. This is one of the things. Like this is one of the reasons why people really like sushi in a lot of cases. It's not just the taste of sushi. It's that sushi and a lot of Asian food is light, so you can have it and have a big meal and it's tasty, and then get up and do things. Whereas if you sit down and have like a proper Italian meal, you're donezo. You're dead. You're gone. You're out the window. Okay, you're put to sleep. You're 6 feet under. You're not getting up.
Why do you think they have siestas, bro?
You're not leaving. Okay. And this isn't even the speak.
They don't have a really funny Italian video.
They don't have the energy to make it through the day. They need to sleep with all them carbs.
Of like the fact that Italian.
You would lag on me.
That's salty.
A pizza pie. There was 8 slices. Okay. Amongst us 2. So just so you get the visual, I'm sitting here. Give your honest opinion. Here. You're right in front of your 4 slices. Right. Okay. Okay. So I ate this corner. He ate that one first. He ate this corner. I ate this one. Right. He ate that one. Yes. Right.
What is happening?
He skipped that one. Maybe I didn't want that. Maybe I wanted the corner. He skipped that one. I went to the corner. Stood up and took mine. I didn't stand up nothing because if he reached across and he took my slice. Was this corner bigger? No, it was smaller. As a matter of fact, that's why I took it. You should have ate the pizza on your table. I could take that pizza I want. No, you can't. Mine. That was yours in front of you. You're wrong. You chose that side.
That he's arguing about pizza is hilarious.
My side. I ate my side. Just for you, me. I had this side. You took. So now I stay on your side. You're pissed. Stay on your side. It's not proper pizza etiquette. What do you know about etiquette?
Pizza etiquette.
You're wrong. It's a pizza. You're wrong.
Oh, come on. I understand you're both upset over the great pizza caper here. No, I'm not upset. Let's relax.
You famously said that the name Fredo was like the N-word for Italians.
Yes, that was a mistake.
Dean made it a little bit too obvious that it's like a staged reality show fight.
It's still funny.
Do you know who Cooking with Jack is?
Is it me?
No. It's just like this guy who doesn't know how to cook.
No idea.
Even though honestly, he did this like lazy man lasagna. It's not a lasagna at all. It's basically Riggy's, but like really easy to make and isn't awful. You know, it's like cheese noodle. Like, come on, it's not gonna be bad. Because like I've cooked a lot for like college parties and stuff. So like that's some shit that I would make. Like I'll normally like fucking like I'll use eggs and just like because like eggs like you can like just chop them up and like make like an egg feed 4 people if you use it as just one ingredient in like a taco.
Cherry tomatoes, shaved Parmesan cheese.
Why is the Italian flag on that? I've never seen this brand in Italy. So why is the Italian flag on this frigo shaved Parmesan cheese?
What do you mean you've never seen? You've never seen it in Italy? Crazy.
12 ounces of pasta right there.
What?
But my biggest fear is this stuff sticking. So
that's the biggest fear. The biggest fear is this going to taste like crap.
What?
In this video, I'm reacting to the worst pasta ever. This is what you guys told me.
What? What in the fuck is that?
Bro, Cooking with Jack is like insane. He fucking like, bro, he's so like there's so much lore, but he's literally dying from how bad his own food is. He's had so many strokes, and his doctor is like, you gotta change the diet. So like now at this point, he's like, it's like sucks now because he's kind of like not making like atrocious things anymore. But he's had so many strokes he can't cook, so he had somebody start coming in and making bad food, and like they made like shit with like cat food.
What the fuck?
It's so funny.
Worst cooking channel on YouTube. Cooking with Jack show. I've never seen it before, but you send this to me. You want me to react to this, so let's see if it really is that.
Just like having any cooking experience, this guy's channel is horrific because there's so much contamination.
I don't know, because everyone's picture doesn't look pretty, but let's see.
We have linguine.
Linguine, not linguine.
Oh no! Somebody didn't pronounce
Shut
your
the
word.
fuck up.
Onion.
Fucking
Onion,
Italian
okay. How much
shit.
onion? That's a big onion, I think. You can't tell me that you're gonna use that big onion.
This is why you'll never be president, because you won't switch your name like Nikki Haley will. You'll run on some WAP name.
Like
And
some
you'll be like,
American
"It's
can't
linguine."
pronounce a fucking Italian word. Jesus Christ! You also got to chuck in the hand as well. You got to chuck in the Italian hand. It's a linguine.
And look at the cherry tomato. You need to use maybe a quarter of the onion. How much are you using?
Garlic.
How much garlic? That's what I'm worried about.
Cherry tomatoes, shaved Parmesan cheese.
What is that? Shaved Parmesan
It's cheese.
Frigo, Italian flag. Why is the Italian flag on that? I've never seen this brand in Italy. So
It's
why
like
is
that
the
people,
Italian flag
all
on
these cheese
Frigo?
cultures, you go to American cheese and they're like, it's processed cheese.
Yeah.
It's not real
Yeah.
cheese. And like immediately people are like, who wants like Kraft singles on their burger, you know? And they're not taking some fucking fancy ass like linguine ass cheese.
I'll avoid single slices as like the plague.
I don't like them personally. I'm
They're
just
awful.
saying.
I really don't like them.
I'm just saying, like,
I know what
it's
you
like
mean, though.
People like they'll be like, "Oh, I use American cheese,"
Mm.
and they'll use it in like they'll throw American cheese in with their like macaroni and cheese. Like
Mm.
they're like, "I'm using all this fancy cheese," and then I threw some American cheese in there to like give it texture.
Shaved Parmesan cheese. Huh?
It's totally made up. Pure fiction.
What about Velveeta
Olive
cheese?
oil and basil leaf. And
The
basil
liquid
leaf and
cheese
basil leaf.
sauce.
Well, he's got lots of basil. How much basil are you using, my friend? Are you the basil ambassador? I love basil, but that's a lot. 3 packets.
All right, the key to this is to have a sharp knife. You want to slice these as thin as possible.
Okay, he's using half onion. Better than 1, yeah. Oh my God, look at that ring. I can't see anything.
Bro.
So bling,
And you've heard me talk about
Like a
this,
clove that
right?
needs to be
Like,
peeled, like that.
take your fucking jewelry off if you're cooking. I would never tolerate that shit in my kitchen.
Yeah, no, always off. That's exactly
Disgusting,
how
bro.
germs get into food.
Like I
yeah.
said, this guy like is torturous to chefs because he's like so contaminated.
What is he doing? What's that? He's doing art and craft.
Quick roll. Dump it out.
Whoa, I want that. What is that?
There you go. It's already peeled. All right, next thing you're going to do is grab a paring knife. You're going to carefully and gently slice as thin as you can.
Guys, I don't know why everyone is against this guy. I see all these videos. Worst cooking show, worst this, worst that. So far, this guy's been good. He's showing you how to cut onion and garlic. He loves basil.
The last thing you want to do is slice your cherry tomatoes.
All I can see is your big ring, my friend.
Okay, let's build this pan. Here we go. Hit a little olive oil on the bottom.
He puts a nice amount of extra virgin olive oil. Me, I will put more, but
we wasn't extra virgin.
I like that he didn't say
it wasn't. There's no way Jack did it.
Nah. 12 ounces of pasta right there.
What?
He's
shook. What are you doing now? Well, first, the oil is not even hot yet. What are you doing? Are you doing pasta all'assassina? Are you doing spaghetti linguine all'assassina? What is this?
Assassin pasta.
Onions in there.
The pasta of the assassin.
Is this why it's called lazy? Lazy? Really? You cook everything together?
Place my tomatoes over here.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I wouldn't cook everything together like that either.
What's wrong with boiling the pasta separately? And then you saute the onion.
You know, like assassins are not an Italian thing either.
Like you say.
Place my garlic right here.
I'm not surprised. Arabian, isn't it?
Saute,
Saracen. So yeah, they're like it's like a northern Syria, but they're still Saracen. So
yeah,
actually, it might have been before Islam, so they might not be Saracen. But I thought that's why they got the name the way they did. But no, they were just like a hash culture. And like they would use hash as a drug to like relax them, and then they would like go and like, so they have like a custom like bow where they can shoot sitting down underneath the table, like in Glorious Bastards.
Okay.
So they would just kill people at sitting at the table with them with like the bow and stuff. They're like specialists in like short ranged like urban archery type stuff.
I'm not going to saute garlic and onion or cherry tomatoes. You're not giving any flavor to this pasta.
But you know, Italy's right there.
Basil in one pot pasta. There's no point to use a mountains of basil. You will kill all of it. The basil go right at the end. It needs to be fresh, go in there and explode with flavors. If you put it in there with the water, because you're going to put water, you are killing all the ingredients, and the basil is not going to do anything for you. Anything. See, this is what happens when you don't respect the rules, you don't respect tradition in the kitchen. You make a mess. Yeah, okay, maybe you get this done in 10, 15 minutes. In the same time,
a crowded pan. Exactly. You need to build a dish, right? Yeah. Because any ingredient you put in there, it's going to cool it down. But it wasn't hot to begin with. I don't think that these even turned it on.
No, I don't think so either. I think you're 100% correct.
Easy.
Take a little bit of oil.
What is the oil going to do for you? You're going to put water in there. You don't need oil. I'm going to call you the worst cooking show ever seen. Because even Kate's cooking, I've never done this. What are you doing, my friend? You're a chef. You do this.
Next thing you're going to do is pour in your water. It says 4.5 cups. So
see, I knew it was going to do the water. I've seen
where does it say? Where are you getting this recipe, Jack?
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
So, we're going to bring the water to a boil.
The water is going to take time to boil. How long are you going to cook this for? And does the cooking start from the moment it boils? Why you didn't use boiling water already? So when it goes in the pan, it's already at least boiled. The water is ready to start.
It depends.
Waiting for it to boil. Add a little salt and pepper.
It depends where in Southwest Asia, but I learned a lot about it because I worked for a guy who like lives in Vietnam half the year. So I learned a lot about it, and he was also like super into Myanmar and the election and like turning democratic. So he actually saw that lady speak. And he also does the vegetarian festival in Thailand when they like pierce the people's cheeks and like put AK-47s through their faces. He's like the only white guy who like has done that shit. And he brings like a whole white guy team with him to help pierce everyone. There's like multiple piercing teams there just doing it on the street. Insane. He said you can feel the younger monk's jaws dislocate when you do the piercing on him.
Crazy.
To the mix, because as I go on, I'm going to stir this up. So I kind of want my salt and pepper to put a little bit of salt for now.
But Southwest. I read it as Southeast Asia as well. Southwest Asia, yes.
Southeast is more me.
Yeah,
like you know a bit more about like Vietnam and stuff, but like,
I do know about Vietnam and shit. But like, no, I read it as Southeast because normally I don't read it as Southwest Asia. Also, Syria, I would say, is northern Asia. And north It's like at the top of Asia. So, but yeah, Western Asia, I know a decent amount about.
Crusher. And they look at the onion there. It's like, what am I doing here? What's the point for me to be here? The onion says.
I know more about it than I do Europe, at least.
I want to be sauteed. What am I doing here? I'm swimming in water. And the basil is already dead. You can't speak anymore.
And I'm a big pepper fan, so I put my pepper in.
My grandmother doesn't even have a professional knife. She uses a butter knife to cut everything. But their food is so much better than all the best chefs you think are the best. You know, there's best chefs in the world. All you have to care about is the flavors, how you cook. So you can't show me how to cut the garlic and the onion, and then you don't know how to cook. What's the point, Jack?
I want that to kind of cook in with everything else, so we'll add a little more later for flavor. But right now,
ma it's enough.
And then as we're going to start mixing this once.
I'm fucking better than you.
Okay, so I've never done this recipe before.
I'm good. There's still no cooking. How long is this going to take?
My biggest fear is this stuff sticking. So
the biggest fear. The biggest fear is this going to taste like crap.
You are garbage.
Pasta around so we can get separation going as it heats up. And they're saying about once it boils, you wait about 9 minutes.
Who says that? Now the technique he's doing, cooking pasta in the pan, it's used for spaghetti all'assassina, a traditional pasta from Bari, I believe from the 70s or 60s. And this pasta is actually burned. Okay, it's a burned pasta you burn in the pan. We don't really know the story why it was created. Maybe it was a leftover pasta. I don't know why.
You burn it in the pan.
Use that as an example because that's so unique.
Well, it's because it's Italian pasta. It's unique to them. It's like, hey, how about we burn it this time? Fuck it, like, ugh.
This is what you get.
Where did this come from? It's been probably 20 minutes, half an hour with this guy. Now he's telling me it takes about 9 minutes from the moment it boils.
9 or 10 minutes, depends on. You could taste the sample the pasta, and you'll know.
Okay, that's good.
The pasta should be al dente, which means firmness, but not.
Yeah. When you test the pasta, instead of eating it, you throw it against the backsplash. If it sticks, it's ready. There you go. A bit of Australian tip for you all.
When we cook pasta, we know when it's done because
bravo.
That's how we design the kitchen.
It smells amazing. It's not going to be a typical red sauce pasta.
You put the pasta in by the time you finish what you're cooking in the pan, the pasta is coming out of the pasta water.
Yeah.
No, but what do you think?
You have a whole station cooking pasta.
Yeah.
You know what's actually really hard? One of the hardest line stations that I've done is like breakfast at like a breakfast place. Like a place that's not like Denny's and IHOP, but one that like just specializes in eggs. And you have like 12 burners and 12 pans of eggs going at the same time, and like eggs like cook in like 2 to 3 minutes. Insane.
Yeah,
so difficult.
In pasta, basically, I can see the olive oil. I can see the onion is like so white. The onion is like so sad. It needs to be brown. It needs to be.
Listen, you missed it. We already established that all the best food that you think is Italian is actually American. Chicken Parmesan, pizza, all American. All Italians have is them bitching about how you're not doing their pasta correctly. And it's like, this is why your food is terrible, because you can't evolve. Because you're too fascist.
There's so much.
I called somebody because I have a friend she's literally Italian, and I was arguing with her that pizza is not Italian. And she was so stubborn about it, and I was like, "It's like, why are you being pizza Mussolini?" She got really mad.
I'm not surprised. That's hilarious.
Linguine.
Hit it with once again.
Okay, so there's no water left, so you realize, oh my god, that's too much soup. Now I can see tagliatelle, cherry tomatoes, and onion is dead, like dead onion, dead basil. It's boring. This is boring. This is not lazy. This is boring pasta dinner. There's no flavor. You killed all the flavors. Ancora with this bloody salt. If you didn't use salt in the pasta water in the pot, I understand. But why do you need extra salt? Just put cheese. Cheese has a salt in it. Put cheese.
Little pepper.
That is true. If you use Parmesan, it's got an umami flavor, and that's all you need.
Parmesan shavings. Then I'm going to want to.
Okay, guys, I need to tell you something, because lots of restaurants use this shaved Parmesan, and I need to understand why. Maybe for the look. Now, if I had pasta, and the pasta is nice and hot, okay, I want to use the finest Parmigiano Reggiano, Pecorino Romano, finely grated. Because when I put it in there, then you can mix it. And that cheese will melt in the pasta, in the sauce. It kind of disappear, but it gives the flavors, okay? So if you use the shaved Parmigiano, first, it doesn't melt, okay? So what does it really do to you? Because the Parmigiano, the grated Pecorino Romano, when you put it in the pasta and you mix it, you give flavors to every single linguina in this case, so every single piece of pasta.
Okay.
This guy really thinks that we're using that Parmesan cheese to make it melt in the cheese. It's decoration, bro.
Yeah.
Moisturizing.
Most Americans probably won't even eat it. Pick around it.
What did you just do? Okay, bro. I laughed so hard at finding this, right? So, like, this guy is, like, really pissed about this girl being bad at finance.
Okay.
And, like, he has the nerdiest fucking, like, voice. And I just thought it was so funny.
I'm not doing another hour Hasan video.
I'm a spiritual healer and holistic health coach. So what I coach people on is how to find joy and healing in the present moment.
Not a real job.
Bank of America.
These people are awful. I've been fucking doing yoga after the gym as like a cool down. And every single yoga instructor is like this. Just stop fucking talking.
Well, this guy's podcast, not the guy who's reacting to this podcast, but this guy, Financial Audit, all he does is bring people on who are in debt, and he goes through and budgets their bills for them and stuff and explains to them why they're in debt. Is that great?
That's hilarious. I mean, he can explain to me all he wants. I already know.
Well, it's people who are like, it's kind of like a Gordon Ramsay type thing. He's going to turn them around.
Right. It's like a reality show. Yeah.
We are sitting at
I'm just going to let this run. I'll be back soon.
$3,984. We're above the credit limit by almost $2,000. $1,000 of interest lost this year so far, and you've had other late fees. I do not know the total balance on your student loans, though.
I think it's about $27,000.
Kill me.
This is Amber, a 27-year-old spiritual healer, and she has $33,283 in debt, with 27 of that being from student loans, some of which are close to a decade old. Considering that, I hope she isn't advising people to find joy and healing in the present moment by sacrificing their future from racking up tens of thousands of dollars of debt purchasing crap they don't need, like she does.
How do we feel comfortable, by any means, giving anyone advice on life if you are just failing in the United States?
Yeah, I am not a financial coach.
As if poor finances aren't one of the most common reasons that people are unhappy, and you're giving them the mindset of, enjoy the present moment when that's made you destitute. Anyway, welcome to Financial Audit, done by YouTuber Caleb Hammer. This show is a financial podcast that has exploded out of nowhere, going from under 100K subscribers just a year ago to now over 900K. With that said, I've watched about 10 episodes of this, and Amber's episode
is Think Before You Sleep. You guys know about Technology Connections? You ever watch that guy? That guy is like peak YouTube. He's the greatest YouTuber of all time.
That I see on every episode is that if the people on the show just faced reality, looked at their spending, looked at their income, and developed a plan to make more,
like Technology Connections is making videos about shit that I would never fucking care about, and somehow I fucking care about the Christmas lights. I could care, like I'm gonna, his updates on Christmas lights. I can't wait to fucking hear about his opinions on Christmas lights
for her spiritual coaching business. So let's hear what she actually does for a living.
What do you do for a living?
Right now, to make ends meet ish. You've seen my financial statements.
Oh.
We are making commercials. I'm balancing.
Who's we?
Trying to participate in a capitalistic society that I really resent, because I want to be able to change this country from the inside out.
Okay, so she makes web commercials for like Facebook and stuff, while she tries to balance out living in a capitalistic society that she really resents. That being said, what kind of ads does she do?
What product have you sold? I don't recognize you.
Oh my God. Okay, so there's this one Built ad that goes around a lot where I'm telling people, hey, you can get paid early and you can use this money to pay off your rent and you'll make rewards points.
I hate capitalism. Meanwhile, you do predatory ads for payday loan companies. I mean, she basically described what a payday loan was there. I guess they're now giving out rewards points.
Yeah, bro. Almost like she takes gigs when she gets them.
They only paid me like $200.
You sold payday loans for only $200? Jeez, your moral standards are basically worth nothing. This girl will sell out to the most predatory parts of a system that she resents for only a few bucks. What else has she done?
Let's say I put in 30 minutes for an AG1 greens commercial where they're like, why is your skin so glowy? And I'm like, AG1, that kind of thing.
Okay, so apparently AG1 is just a multivitamin. A multivitamin isn't going to give you perfect glowy skin.
No shit, bro.
That,
whoa.
In the office of every dermatologist. So essentially, she's lying to the customer base.
No way.
Good skin is a combination of genetics, low sun exposure, good humidity.
Okay, now we're gonna learn about fucking good genetics too, bro. This dude is such a nerd. You see that? You guys see the video that the dude made about Ethan Klein about why he's like a lupus liar?
Realizing that she's wearing eyeliner,
That's
mascara,
every
eyeshadow,
video from
foundation,
this
and
guy.
lipstick. Also, if you look closely, you can see she has acne. So she resents capitalism.
Oh my
but is willing
God.
to manipulate people and get them involved in things like predatory loans for money, or get them to buy products that don't do what they paid for them to do. Can we see how this is a person who is not really willing to take a good look at herself and deal with reality? I mean, she's in crippling debt for a low earner.
Not you,
she doesn't even know how much money she brings in per month.
What do you bring in on a monthly basis on average?
Oh my God, what's really sad is that
What do you bring home on a monthly basis on average?
I don't know, because I avoid looking at these bank accounts.
Well,
You
that's
know, when
not
you
a
get
choice.
so stressed, you're like, I'm just not going to open Bank of America today.
You're 27 and you're acting like a teenager, trying to be financially fit with a blindfold on. No wonder you're in a ton of debt. If you have no idea how much money you make, how do you form a budget? Now, understandably, she does freelance work, so her income isn't the same every month. But what you do then is set a baseline amount that you can comfortably make. Let's say for her, it's $3,000 a month. Budget based on that, and if you make extra, it goes towards debt, savings, and investments in that order. If you have your financial ducks in a row, then you can gear more of that extra money towards luxuries like vacations or nice cars. This stuff is not impossible to figure out, but if you aren't actually willing to open your eyes and see the truth of your situation, you can't do anything. Fortunately, Caleb looked at her statements and calculated everything for her.
I hope
What is
that I can
file
help
transfer?
somebody. Oh, that's one of the commercials I did.
Okay, so 2,100 came in through that.
Dope.
Cool. You didn't know that.
I didn't know the total. No, I
Pangea
haven't
Holdings?
budgeted yet.
The
Pangea
slideshow of a background.
I'm
Dude,
gonna have to
dude literally is like, this is like my style. I don't do an anime character,
what
an
is your consumption
avatar.
now?
I just pick
Like
in
why?
I take whatever when I boot up my computer, whatever the background is on the Windows
What a shot.
sign-in screen.
Amber
I
is a
use
sex
that
worker.
in the
She
video.
later says that the site that she used was Seek an Arrangement, and in case you've been living under a rock, it's essentially an escort service disguised as a dating website.
Oh,
and you can tell it's sex
no.
work because they have a special about page dedicated to talking about human trafficking, which is something that actual dating sites like Match, eHarmony, and OkCupid don't have. Now, initially, when I heard her comments about being a sugar baby, I thought it was a joke, but then I did some investigation, and nope, it wasn't.
So I had gone on to seekingarrangements.com because I was just looking for.
This is an ad. This is an ad.
we
You
didn't like
dumb
capitalism.
fuck. It's
We
an
spent the whole
ad.
episode
She's
of
being
Financial
paid
Audit
to
talking
make
about how
that
capitalism is
post.
just-
You fucking idiot.
This has been so funny to listen to.
He's such a loser. Well, she did capitalism. She's in a capitalist system. Have you seen how gorgeous this girl is? Crazy. She's able to get money through advertising and just saying things.
I'm surprised she doesn't have an OnlyFans.
Yeah, right?
Mm.
That would be my first suggestion if I was the guy doing her finances.
Yeah. Yeah, temporarily do an OnlyFans. Like, it's...
No, like you don't even have to show anything.
Nope.
You can just scam people, making them think they're going to go see more, and it's just like you in your underwear.
Yep. What do you think Amaranth has been doing? That's all she's been doing. She's made $57 million off showing Instagram pictures. It's fucking wild. And talking and scamming people by fucking AI bots now. Like, it's fucking wild. She's doing crazy with
That's
without
why Morgue
showing
Pie
her
is
tits.
better, right, chat? Morgue Pie. We're Team Morgue Pie, right?
I don't know who that is.
She actually has videos of her she's she was on Pornhub before she went to Twitch.
Oh, really?
She's the girl who had literally made the topless meta just now.
Oh.
I just like her because she's cooler. So I don't care about either one.
Mm.
I would rather hang out with Morgue Pie than Amaranth, though.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think you could probably talk to Morgue Pie about anything, and she would probably be able to hold a conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't get the feeling there's much behind the
there was the whole thing where it came out that she was basically being paraded around by this dude in the background who was super abusive. That I felt bad for her because of that.
Amaranth?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I felt bad for her about that as well. And honestly, I don't really give a shit that she's making that much money. If she wants to scam these fucking losers out of their money that they clearly have too much of,
I don't really necessarily think it's a scam. People just may be dissatisfied that they didn't get what they thought they were going to pay for. Plus, you look at Belle Delphine, she didn't show anything for the longest time.
This is true.
and like it only made her brand escalate and like become more valuable.
Yeah. Didn't she make $1 million to make a sex tape?
Something like that, and like
crazy.
So
I mean,
anyway, tangent that doesn't really have anything to do with this deal.
But one last thing, I do understand why people gravitate to Amaranth, though. I understand.
Oh, we didn't do me losing my shit about Sam Seder talking about how like Iran killing civilians is based.
I think it's still here. Yeah.
So oppressive structure when just 4 months ago you were talking about how you're trying to bag a rich guy. I mean, holy crap, you pretend to hate capitalism while simultaneously loving it more than Hasan Piker does. That's the level of honesty that we're dealing with. Anyway, Caleb adds up her funds from her bank account, and here's what she made in the prior month, minus the Venmo transfers, because that was stuff like people paying for their share of the restaurant bill.
Income total that came in. You live in Los Angeles, correct?
Oh my God, yeah.
$2,891.
That's a good month for me.
Well, that's a month for anyone else living out in LA.
I know.
So we have one ad that made $2,100, a shaving ad that made $700, and some $91 agency bonus. That's how Caleb got $2,891. Keep in mind that minimum wage in California is currently $16 an hour, which comes out to $2,560 if you work a 40-hour work week. She barely makes over minimum wage during a good month of doing ads.
But if we can't make ends meet, then I'm sorry, we might be working at McArches instead of this. Like, you know,
Arches?
McDonald's, Golden Arches. What?
No, that's fine. Not for me.
This sounds entitled, but I mean, I do see an ad that made her $2,100 and another ad that made her $700.
It is not for her, though.
She said earlier that her Athletic Greens ad was only 30 minutes of labor, which means that none of these ads could have possibly taken more than a day to film. I don't see how she couldn't just hustle a bit and easily.
She wouldn't be able to make it at McDonald's.
No.
McDonald's is like I said, fast food is like legitimately difficult. It, like to look at it, it's like entry work. It's so exploitive. It's disgusting.
It's such a shit job too,
dude. It's like, so bad. It's so gross. Worst. It's so gross. I like just managing a fucking place that did donuts and coffee.
Yeah, awful job.
She'd have her debt easily paid off in 6 months if she actually worked.
Systemically, the way that the world is set up to oppress certain groups of people, I feel oppressed as
What the hell? You have good genetics. You're part of one of the most privileged groups of
you have good genetics. Isn't she so LA?
Yeah, very. Yeah, McDonald's is beneath me, but I'm exactly the same. I'm would impressed. Not work at McDonald's.
Some people don't have a choice, dude. This lady,
is true,
bro. This lady, like, they made her open the restaurant because, like, all the other kids were like, "I'm not gonna do that because why would you? You have to fucking come in at like 2 a.m., right?"
Yeah.
So this lady, like, literally, she was like so in poverty that she like lived in a trailer somewhere and walked to and from work every day, and she was like 80.
Jesus.
Working at like a dead end, low income, and like everyone like was like, "Oh, she's like so slow." Blah blah blah. It's like she's fucking 80. She should be retired, not working at this fucking donut shop.
Yeah, what the fuck are they talking about?
Like literally, like everyone who worked there was fucking teenagers.
Just up themselves.
It's just crazy. She shouldn't have been
that definitely didn't take more than a day to film and make $2,100. Like, holy crap, nobody gets to do that. If she just worked more than an hour a month, her problems with oppression would disappear, but she's too focused on manifesting or whatever to see that.
The thing is that I've manifested a life at this point where I am taken care of so much by other people.
You manifested a life?
Subconsciously.
Oh God, another one of these manifestation girlies. These people are so annoying. By any chance,
not you though. You're not annoying.
To take care of you, men.
Who's more annoying right now? Are you more annoyed with this guy or her?
Because
definitely him.
He's like, bro, like when you write your script. All right, I want you to take out 3 sentences for every 1 sentence you have right now. Okay.
That should do it.
Well, so when you, instead of 4 sentences, it's just 1. Then try that. Okay, that's my advice to you. That's my audit.
Yeah.
Do you know the episode of Always Sunny where she's like, "No, I just have to make this board and then everything will come," and they all just make dream boards and vision boards.
Yeah.
Dude, like seriously though, she can become the face of a company and just be set for life. And it's gonna happen. She's eventually gonna make it out of this just because she looks so good.
Yeah.
Man, you should be aware of that kind of relationship.
So with the molding issue, I'm legally not required to pay rent right now.
I know, that's the only reason you survive.
Whoa,
exactly,
what?
Exactly. And I have EBT. I have food stamps. I was getting $281 a month. And I just had that knocked down about $100 since I made more money this month.
Well, here's yet another WTF moment. You're not manifesting a life where you're taken care of so much by other people. You're on welfare. Yes, I'm a master manifester, and I manifested the taxpayers paying for my shit.
I love government money. Twerk if you love free health insurance. Thank you, taxpayers. Y'all are so sexy.
Jesus.
If you're trying to pick me up at
I'm
a bar,
less
just say that
sympathetic
you're
now.
paying my-
He fucking went and found her social media to like look at this stuff. So funny.
my food stamps.
Charming. With that out of the way,
Charming.
let's get to the reason why I mentioned that she's on welfare. The taxpayers aren't paying for this girl's food because she's destitute and can't afford it. They're paying for her food so she can work 2 days a month and buy expensive clothes.
Like I wear my expensive clothes and I buy my dog the expensive food.
Listen, guys, I need this rabbit fur vest or my life is over. So the taxpayers need to pay for my food. That's all. As the episode goes on, Caleb looks at
That's a
the
good
event,
bird.
looks at their spending habits, and actually shows most of the transaction information. I just so happened to notice that a number of those transactions didn't occur in Los Angeles, California, where Amber lives. Like this purchase here from Colorado. So I did some investigating, checked the gram, and look what I found. Her pronouns are she, they, and she
You're
unironically
so
spells women
weird,
with an
bro.
X.
Who
Interesting.
cares?
She's the host of a
You're
show called
so
Healing
weird.
Amber, a spiritual and Reiki healer, and a consulting and producing CEO. Wow, a CEO who's on welfare. Anyway, I see in this picture here that Amber is stealing money from people through food stamps and Medicaid so she can go snowboarding in Colorado in April. I wasn't aware that she had money to fly to another state and do a luxury sport. A few months earlier, in January, here she is talking about going on another vacation. This one lasted a month, and she went to Florida, Puerto Rico, and Colorado again. Fast
This is pretty fair, to be completely honest.
I know somebody who's like just like this.
forward to
They
June,
like
and
do
we have a Vegas
nothing.
trip. Then in July, we have her traveling all over California from LA to Delano
Ooh,
to San
show the
Francisco
picture.
to Lake Tahoe so she can go on boat trips. The caption on this one is just hilarious. It says, "When I do what intuitively feels best for me, then my mind, body, and soul triumvirate feel their best." Then she goes on to talk about how she subconsciously craved escapism in the form of dissociative or stimulative substances. It's California, so what were those? DMT and meth? Should you really be listening to your intuition if that's the case?
I was going to do some plant medicine today to get my mind right after talking to you.
Does that just mean smoke? Like what? Like
the other plant medicine?
Heroin.
Okay.
Fungus.
Yeah. You and Boogie.
Heroin.
Well, I can really see she stopped doing those dissociative substances to manage her emotions. So she's probably a drug addict. Remember, this is a life coach who wants to make a living giving people advice. Moving on, it's September, and we're in Utah now talking about Pokemon. Nothing in October.
Oh,
as far as
no.
I can see. Good to see that she took some time off vacation.
This
and
came
maybe
out
did some
3
work done.
days ago.
But in November, we're back in
Bro, I
Colorado
was
again,
laughing
spending
so hard
$90
at
at
this.
Sprouts for probiotics because
I
she got
didn't
a
get
little
this
flu.
far, but like, this guy is like so pathetic. Like,
It is. It really is pathetic.
Like you,
It's
like,
so petty. It's 30 minutes long. Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
He's so pressed.
Imagine making.
He's
a
about to be as
30-minute
pressed as I
video.
am when we look at that Sam Seder video.
Farmers market, expensive place to eat for someone.
Well, that was for the stomach flu, the probiotics. But
you can get probiotics on Amazon. I get my probiotics on Amazon. It's so
yeah,
much
but they're all
cheaper.
sourced differently.
Oh my God, you're broke. What are you doing spending $90 for probiotics? They're like $30 on Amazon. And if you don't want to wait for the shipping, you can just go to the dairy section and get your probiotics from the most expensive kefir at Sprouts, which is only $8. Or you could just wait out the flu
Bro,
for
this
free
dude
like
went
everyone else does.
grocery shopping
Anyway,
to
we have
own
one-
this lady.
Hey man, he puts effort into his videos.
This guy who's doing the actual podcast deserves it.
I agree. It's a great idea for a podcast. Very unique.
more vacation to Texas to end off the 2023 year. Now you might say, well, she only flew into Austin, Texas to do Caleb's show. I thought that too, until I looked through her reels and her feed and saw her talking about a number of vacation experiences that she did over multiple days while she was in Texas, like this trip to Houston, which is a 3-hour drive from Austin.
Wow.
Usually if you go on a podcast, you fly
like
out
$20
there, do the
of
podcast,
fuel.
maybe have a friendly dinner with the host, and then leave the next day. If you're planning out a whole week of activities just to go on a 1-hour podcast, that's a vacation. Now, what you might be doing is thinking of this one-dimensionally by only looking at the cost of each vacation. That would be inaccurate.
Bro.
Also, some boyfriends probably paying
hang on. I've traveled to every state in the continental U.S., okay? Bro, She's going from LA to fucking Texas. You better believe you have a week planned out for that. Why would I go out there for a fucking day?
Yeah.
Like, that's like justifying plane travel, you know, which I can't afford.
Yeah.
I'm driving.
See, like when I was there, right? Coming back, so when school finished, I went to Tennessee over my birthday and Christmas, and then went to DC. I drove to DC and then flew to LA because I could get a flight out of LA for cheaper than I could New York. So the option was New York, more expensive flight, LA for 2 weeks. So I went to LA for 2 weeks. I had maybe
because you know she's too good for a bus, you know.
Yeah.
Because like if you go to like a major city, like taking a bus to another major city, like is totally viable.
Yeah, I did it. I went from which is the Nashville. I went to Nashville from Columbia, South Carolina.
But like LA to Austin, Texas, bro. That's like half the country.
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah, it is.
It's so far. And we're mad that she took a few extra days there and had a vacation along with it.
Yeah. Like you're not going to. Like how long was the flight? A couple hours?
Well,
2
I'm
hours,
sure
maybe?
she drove.
You reckon?
Yeah, and I'm sure she had somebody drive her.
Mm.
Like she went, because girls can do this. They can like scam other girls to make it think like they're doing a trip together.
The girls trip.
And then you get half off of all your shit. Like your housing and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, what's funny is like, because like I'm good at this. Like I know, like she passed it. If she knows she's popular, so she's probably staying with somebody. Like she knows has a friend there. But that's the easiest way to do it. And you don't, because like you don't feel like you're poor doing that, even though it's because you're poor.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I ended up staying in a place east of Palmdale called Lake Los Angeles. It was a population of like 300 people, like an hour outside of LA. Why? Because I was poor. It was like $20 a night. I didn't give a shit. It was a pull-out bed. I didn't give a shit. All I needed was a bed. I took the bus to LA. I didn't care. That's how it was. Bus and trains, public transport. It's LA. It's not great.
But this is even better. Dudes, exes.
But also, you get to see interesting things taking public transport through LA, like seeing someone shoot up heroin on a bus stop near Compton. That was cool. That was pretty cool. Walking into Skid Row, that was also pretty cool. Yeah, seeing LA for what it was really changed my mind about things. Yeah, that city's fucked. Those people are fucked.
Sucks. LA sucks.
It's so fucked.
Northern California's sick though.
Yeah, full of white supremacists too.
No, it's not. Not
bullshit.
Northern California, no, Sonoma and shit, bro. Wine country.
Nah. Oh, okay. There's another side of Northern California then.
Like wine country and shit, where it's all like nice lakes and shit.
Yeah.
For all these trips, because she would be more than $33K in debt if she paid for all of them herself. But the actual cost of going on vacation almost monthly is that it leaves you with no time to work. Vacation always stresses me out as a creator, not because of the cost, but because it means I have one less week that month to produce videos. She's trying to be a self-employed girl boss, but what girl boss CEO takes a week off every month to go snowboarding while they're on welfare? Now, surely this is the end of the frivolous spending, right? Nope, there's more.
ATM withdrawal, where's $40 going? I don't know. Facebook thing, a cop mentorship? What's a mentorship? $158. What mentorship are you part of?
Oh, that was for my Reiki and spiritual healership training with the magical Alexandra Michelle.
Wonderful. Heal your banking account by not spending money you don't have.
Congrats, you just wasted $158. It says this is a reoccurring payment, so she's wasting this money monthly.
Holy
Let's go to the next thing.
We're doing
she's in a scam.
Yoga and Farm Boy and some OTT and
Farm Boy.
$262 for a yoga membership. Now we're at like $400 of useless monthly spending, which is far more than what she's getting in food stamps.
Insane.
Cancel the memberships. Now you can pay for food. You're in Los Angeles. I used to take yoga in Los Angeles, and almost every single good teacher in that city is a part of some yoga subscription website. There's like a shitload of them out there, and they only cost like $10 to $20 a month. Hell, a lot of these people uploaded free classes to YouTube during COVID that you can still watch. Why are you spending $260 for yoga when you're broke? Find out what website your favorite teacher's on and cancel your studio subscription. All right, let's get to the most ironic part of this.
Venmo, Chick-fil-A, selling out money, Masabi. Dude, you go have to eat every second of your life.
Yeah,
All
I should not be
seasons,
eating out.
Sports. No, of course not. You can't afford to survive. You were negative money in your checking account at one point.
Yeah,
we're having overdrafts. We're not even paying minimum like 3 of the 4 debts we have. No, eating out is not an option.
She's on food stamps, yet she eats out almost every meal. Unbelievable. Why do you need EBT then? She's also out here spending $16 for celery juice and work traded 30 overpriced juices instead of just making the juice herself.
Here's another thing that I've been doing that I think a lot of other people benefit from.
Isn't
as
she
well.
the
Like,
embodiment of
old-fashioned
avocado
filter gardening.
toast
Like,
girl?
I'll make videos
Yes.
and commercials for your business if you give me 30 juices.
No,
so that's
those-
literally a deal that I just made.
Meanwhile, a decent low-end juicer is $50, and celery is basically free by comparison to what she's paying. And who are you kidding with all this health food spending at Sprouts and juice bars when by looking at your bank statements, we can see that you eat fast food like Taco Bell all the time. If you want to get healthy, stop eating junk food and stop doing drugs. Didn't you say you were a holistic health coach?
I'm a
Fuck you,
spiritual healer
KFC and weed
and
is
holistic
good.
health
Don't tell me
coach.
what to
What part of
do.
holistic health is going to Taco Bell and Chick-fil-A on a regular basis? And geez,
That
this
sounds
eating out
holistic
stuff.
to me.
On pretty much every episode of this show,
Yeah,
watch
that's what I
broke people
thought.
eating out constantly. Do any of these people know how to cook? Why is this chick shopping at Sprouts for health food when most of the good stuff at Sprouts can be purchased at Costco for like half the price? I'm not kidding. Here's Rao's Alfredo sauce. 15 fluid
She's
ounces
too
at
good for
Sprouts,
Costco.
$10.
Exactly.
For $1.50 more at Costco, you can get 2 of them. Chosen Foods Classic Mayo if you don't want soybean oil and high fructose corn syrup in your mayonnaise. It just happened to be on sale for the one day at Sprouts that I took the photo. Just a crap on my point.
Oh my
but
God.
Normally, it's $10 for 12 ounces.
This dude
is
went.
what I used to pay for
This
this
dude
expensive
literally
stuff at
went
regular
grocery
stores.
shopping
Does
to
not have
own
high
this
fructose
girl.
I appreciate the effort. I really do.
I mean, I
great.
do. I the effort. He's got hustle. I gotta say, but this is dude who tried to cancel Ethan Klein level of shit, bro.
Oh, really?
That video is so funny.
Shut up, cat.
He just
Cat's
released
come to
an
the room.
apology video apologizing to Ethan.
Oh, really? No, that's funny.
Corn syrup in my mayo before I found the bulk sizing at Sprouts, which is $14 for 24 ounces. A slight savings. At Costco, it's $9 for 32 ounces of it. You're paying way
Oh
less
my
for this
God.
stuff at Costco. And this is not just for the healthier food. The savings are even more ridiculous on normal food. All right, that's the end of my free promo for Costco. Back to this headache of a person who goes
I got a
alluded to this
tip. Learn
earlier,
to
but Amber is
fish.
somewhat of an entrepreneur and is the chief executive
up.
officer of a consulting company.
I'm actually just in the middle of my first pitch deck to a client in order to consult them in social media authenticity. I have the pitch decks for these clients whose social media.
Who needs a tub of mayo? Jack from
She
Cooking
crying?
with Jack.
I want
does.
that to work so bad.
I don't want
it
a
will.
tub of
What the
mayo.
hell is
Gross.
social media authenticity?
Hey,
Did you
that's
learn
Australia.
authenticity when you were lying to people about the effects of supplement powder and
Bro,
selling
I
paleo
learned about
as
this
money?
place in
What
Australia
qualifications
where it's they still have Aboriginals living there, but it's totally infested and infected with blue asbestos. And it's like the most toxic place on earth.
Yep.
And they like still have Aboriginal people not like being like, hey, you're gonna die if you like hang out here.
Yep. They don't give a shit. They
And,
lock
like-
them in like reservation things that's like alcohol free. And they
And-
like force them in there and shit. It's real great.
And like the government like actually could clean it up if they wanted to. They just choose not to. They're like, well, nobody lives out here. We'll just leave it. Like
Weird.
that's like such a Russian thing to do.
Yeah. Yeah. Welcome to Australia.
you have to teach people how to change up their social media in the first place?
So I'm taking the skills that I used in creating social media ads, you could say, and I'm turning it into my consulting and production company.
Which I'm all about as long as you're making a living. We're not making a living.
Just because you're an actor doesn't mean you can direct. Sure, you can put on some makeup and say, buy AG1 if you want nice skin like mine, but you didn't come up with that line. Someone who did market research did. Doing an ad is not just about saying a good thing about your product.
Oh
it's
my
about
God,
finding
bro.
a good thing about your product that other people have interest in, and then finding out which one of those interests sells the most AG1, which in her case was based on a lie, by the way. You're not being authentic by doing those ads. Outside of that, Amber has no business consulting people on social media because she is terrible at attracting an audience. Her Instagram account only has 5,000 followers after 10 years of activity, and 1,500 of those are probably her friends or follow for follow.
That is pretty
TikTok
low.
Only has 10,000, and I say that because a TikTok follower is worthless because of how people use TikTok and
True.
because TikTok doesn't pay.
Yeah, it really is.
Video I have right now.
I mean, if I really like
million views.
pushed Instagram as hard as I did when I first built it.
Million, even if it's fractions of a penny, that's.
I mean, what did I pull in that like the first few months of when I made the Instagram? And
like 1,000 people. And then they blocked us from collaboration.
Yeah, I mean, because they
motherfuckers.
Your account has grown too fast. We're limiting features because we think you're a fucking bot.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Excuse me for knowing how to fucking manipulate and use your app.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking cunts.
But yeah,
I think
she has way too little followers especially considering she's in LA.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are you doing, girl?
Yeah.
Probably because your content sucks if it's what he showed.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about that shit.
I didn't get paid for that video.
Her YouTube, a platform that actually pays, only has 50 subscribers. So what exactly do you know about building a following or a market of customers? Anyway, Amber has a web series called Healing Amber, which sounds like the name of a really bad Canadian.
Right.
I'm not actually going to subscribe because I know I'm not going to care.
Or a market of customers. Anyway, Amber has 50 subscribers.
There
So
you
what
go.
exactly do you know about building a following or a market of customers?
Literally, do you know how like that is a terrible name? You search that on YouTube, you're not coming up.
Yeah. Yeah. I typed in 5th gen IW and our channel came straight up, so that's cool.
Almost like the IW is on there for a specific reason.
Yeah.
Anyway, Amber has a web series called Healing Amber, which sounds like the name of a really bad Canadian teen drama from the 2000s.
Whoa.
Here she is showing that series to Caleb.
I like this girl.
Are you kidding me? This is how it's gonna be. I'm not gonna expect perfection. Okay, great. No one else should either. Take one. Let's move through this.
What did I just watch? I ain't getting help from that.
That's just a little personality flair to draw you in.
As someone who watched the whole episode and not just the first 30 seconds, my response was exactly the same. What did I just watch? How is that supposed to draw me in? Amber spends a full minute and a half of a 9-minute video.
She does. She's literally like I can't imagine how frustrating it is to be friends with this person.
It's talking over herself with a clip recorded in the future. All of it was complete nonsense. Now we're at 3 minutes, which is just in time for this clip here.
This man crashed his bike into the curb while staring at me, picking up Max poop. Many men just stare at me like I'm a kebab on the grill.
Oh my God, so many men want me. Hashtag humble brag. Gee, I didn't know narcissism.
It would have been funnier if you said hashtag I'm a kebab. So constructive notes for you. You should have followed up her joke by saying hashtag I'm a kebab.
Valentine's Day, so I can't show that. But it results in this message here saying, "Hey, gorgeous," from a degenerate male friend of hers who has a girlfriend and gave her $100 to pay for her Valentine's Day dinner. She follows that up with an offer for a threesome. So I guess now we can add homewrecker to the list of immoral behavior that she's willing to.
Homewrecker?
Golden advice.
Threesome is
really
consensual.
Stable relationship boundaries on your mental health show.
W.
Way,
and I'm sure
relationship with her
the way
boyfriend,
she
that
looks,
wasn't
that
obvious.
dude's girlfriend was all down for it because all girls.
Oh yeah, yeah.
All of them. They're all gay. That's one thing I've learned about women is all gay.
More dysfunction. Last, she helps people heal by bragging about how a guy bought her a bunch of stuff.
I have my first date since my breakup. This past week, he bought me my lashes, my nails, the waxing of my mustache, my nostrils, 4 makeup, 3 sets of lingerie, 3 bird boots. I would say he's been spoiling me, but God knows I deserve this.
I
can go into more detail later on my Instagram story of how to manifest.
She said some stuff that's not advertiser friendly.
How to manifest. First of all, be hot as fuck, have great skin. Even though this weirdo said I have acne. Look at this guy. He's like, these are all houses that I'll never own.
So she actually just paid for all that stuff herself on her maxed out credit card. Next time, get the money up front. And she didn't manifest a rich guy. She found this guy on Seeking Arrangement. That was revealed on Caleb's show. So she claims she's manifesting rich guys when she's actually just engaging in sex work. That's her secret to success. This quite possibly is the most delusional person I've covered on this channel.
I love this mic. I love it. I love it. Feels like I'm saying important
There are 4 more episodes of Healing Amber that took her a whole year to produce, Despite the fact that any good creator
This is what happens when you don't need to develop a personality.
Are pretty much the same as the first. Really boring, not helpful, and really just a soapbox to complain about her dad and talk about how great.
There's still 10 minutes of this. Oh my god. Go outside. see this? See this
all he does is show pictures of outside.
Dude,
and he does go outside. He went grocery shopping to make this video.
But you see this very nice picture that you see here? Touch it. Not the screen, in real life. Go and touch it. Please, go and touch that tree. Find it. Go touch it.
Yo, I got an idea. Okay? We're going to start a nonprofit where streamers' fans donate for us to take them camping.
This is great. Streamer socialization, we'll call it. Perfect. Great idea.
She is. Mixed in with the comedic talent that I'm guessing someone would develop after being an avid fan of Lily Singh for years.
If you think that's the craziest I've got, it's not. Come watch Healing Amber if you feel like you see yourself in me. Spoiler alert!
Though I guess at least Lily Singh has managed to somehow form a successful career, despite being one of the least funny comedians
successful?
alive. How she pulled that off should be in her next children's book for adults. But as for Amber, don't worry, guys. Her success is already set in stone.
I would have all these people telling me, like, you're going to do big things. Like, you're going to help so many people. And I internalized that. And I was like, okay, well then future sounds set to me. In the present, let's just continue being comfortable.
What? I can't believe I just heard that. Hey, Miss Delusional, when future Amber travels back in time to tell past Amber about how great her life is going to be, you're supposed to use that as motivation to work hard, because now you know your hard work will be rewarded. But Amber does the opposite by saying, well, this is all set in stone, so I guess I'll just sit on my ass and wait for good things to happen. Time-traveling future Amber just screwed herself over. I mean, this girl is super lazy. Has she ever worked an 8-hour shift before in her life? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. She's not lazy. She's afraid of success.
Like, for example, my mindset and healing coach, who will text me random, you need like a schedule and you need like to set a monthly goal of how much money to make. And I'm like, oh, didn't text her back.
We didn't text her back because fear of
success.
Well, that just makes me believe that she's taking none of Caleb's advice the minute she walks out of the studio. GG, have fun on your drug trip. He ends this episode on a very low note, so I think this one was more to help the audience and not the person sitting in the chair across from him. This girl thinks...
Are we done with this?
I just want a little bit more.
For fuck's sake.
She's going to change the world, but she makes so many excuses to not work.
And also, again, you're getting food stamps because you're choosing not to work. You're like actually choosing.
It's been a subconscious thing that's finally at the surface of, hey, all these fears are the reasons that you're distracting yourself with all this other So the storylines were like, oh,
does she have a normal therapist though? She has a guru this, a guru that. Does she have a regular health and wellness trained therapist?
I'm gonna say no.
I'm in Spain without the S.
I can start working. So that's how it was for month after month after month. And then week after week, you're like, okay, I'll start on that new gig Monday. Oh, well, now it's Thursday. Let's try again for this Monday.
Didn't she start this conversation saying that she was oppressed?
Honey, you have anxiety. You need to see a therapist.
Vacationing 8 times in a year? Who has that kind of privilege? The odd thing is that she has a degree in sports journalism from Syracuse, New York, and even weirder,
bro, you have a fucking journalism degree from the best journalism school? Are you fucking kidding me?
We should recruit her. We should find her and recruit her.
She could literally work at ESPN tomorrow.
Yeah.
And ESPN is like notorious for their turnover. Like you can get a job and then in a week you'll be gone. But like, and they especially wouldn't hold on to her. But the point is that she could get a job at ESPN tomorrow, just because of the way she looks.
Yeah.
No one gets those jobs. But then she got a voice in her head that said, my passion is calling me somewhere else, which probably actually meant that the job was too much work, so she quit. The job was making $18 an hour, which is more than what she makes now. And
this would be amazing.
Her way up into more money
I hope it
if
happens.
she had stuck with it. However, at every avenue, she makes excuses to not work and then talks about abundance.
It's all going to be paid off. The money's on its way. The money's on its way. You have abundant songs you sing to yourself at night?
It's not even whether the fact she graduated sports journalism at Syracuse University. That is like the university you go to for sports journalism. That's like it's like that. You can't get a better like sports journalism degree anywhere else than Syracuse. So like the fact that she has it, like she literally can just do anything. She could get any job, and like sports journalism is not necessarily hard either. Like somebody else is gonna write your shit, and you just read it from a prompter there too.
Mm-hmm.
And like, guess what? She can sit there and they do the roundtable discussion, and she could be wrong and annoying week after week after week, and nobody will care.
TikTok from your phone. I'm sure that's where you're getting all this nonsense, so just delete it.
She also, if she wanted to pursue the sugar daddy route, she could have been interviewing fucking football and basketball players this whole time, and netted a millionaire a long time ago.
Mm-hmm. You make a good point.
People don't just magically end up like Amber. This is a very unwell person.
Yes, she has anxiety
about everything. She's trying to escape reality because her childhood wasn't that
because
great.
She has anxiety.
And dissociation is probably how she survived it.
It's because of anxiety.
He's not going to get it.
So Amber has been through some bad stuff. Her mom died of cancer when she was 7, which is really sad.
Yeah, that would definitely give you anxiety.
That's what it is.
Also, according to her, her dad wasn't the greatest person when she was growing up.
But
while that delusion may have been effective when she was a kid, that strategy doesn't work in the real world. So it's time to stop playing pretend and grow up.
This guy's an asshole.
See, we waited till the end and we learned that she actually has problems.
Yeah,
and,
crazy.
You know, I called the therapy thing a little while ago. Anyway, can we put on Sam Seder so I can just start yelling? Mm-hmm. Like, I challenged him and I was waiting for him because he's responded to me before. Like when the Iraq War thing, when I schooled him that, he changed what he said. Like he responded to me. I was waiting for him to fucking respond to me on this shit, and I was gonna fucking respond to him.
Civilian shit.
Anytime you want to fucking be educated on this, I'm welcome. Just welcome to reach out, and I'll come on right on your show. And like, I wouldn't even be hostile. I'd straight up tell him the reason why I'm so upset is because you're better than this. I actually have a lot of respect. I think you have a lot of respect, and also all I would want him to do is like apologize to the entire nation of Kurdistan.
That's one way to do it.
But like TLDR also, their coverage on this was also awful.
But for what though? Like,
because they're talking about how they're like striking back, and it has to do with fucking Palestine. It's just like so ignorant of the situation.
When you send like a sincere email, maybe he actually will.
No, I tagged him, and the same way I always get him to respond is by being an asshole and challenging him on his wrong points. And I'll put this video and I'll tag him in it and about why Sam Seder is wrong.
Okay.
I only watched literally 15 seconds of this, and I was so mad. I had to save it and walk away.
Okay.
Like, I don't even know like what I didn't even get to the whole like Israel is bad, which I'll agree on, that type of shit.
All right, let's go.
So like I say, there's been protests in this country around the globe. Iran has struck back in northern Iraq and Syria.
The
Houthis,
there is a long line of people.
Iran has struck back in Iraq and northern Syria. Who? The children? The fucking so-called Mossad base? Like they fucking killed an architect. There's a meme where it's like Israel, after they get bombed, Israel goes, if you put a Mossad base in Kurdistan, Iran will never bomb you.
On a U.S. maritime ship, civilian ship, didn't do much damage apparently, but this is not. It's impossible at this point to even pretend that Biden's unfettered support for Israel is in the best interest of U.S. national security. Never mind the, I don't even have to talk about the sort of like the how morally reprehensible this is, and how unjust and how ridiculous. There's an ex Shin Bet head. I think we've mentioned this guy in the past, Amy Ayala, who says that this entire assault on Gaza is a waste. It's one thing to go in and try and decapitate the Hamas leadership, but what they're doing to civilians is a complete.
Wait until you learn about Russia and why they invaded Ukraine. Right? It's almost like Bibi is a criminal president.
Yeah, crazy, right?
Right. There's like still a guy who's like an Israeli representative, like inside like Biden's cabinet as well.
Oh, cool.
Like that. I don't know, but like How do you, if you're a criminal president barely holding on to power, what do?
Buckle down.
Invade whatever your closest fucking hostile neighbor is.
He says, we Israelis will have security only when they, Palestinians, will have hope. That's the equation. To say the same in military language, you cannot deter anyone, a person or a group, if he believes he has nothing left to lose. He believes in releasing Marwan Bugatti. I've brought him up in the past. Bugatti has been in jail since 2002, following, I think it was the second Intifada.
He should be released.
And,
who is it?
He's just like a really fucking like good. He would be like Palestine's Mandela, basically, if he was released. Like,
he is the most popular Palestinian figure there, one who would beat both Abbas and Hania, the Hamas leader, in an election.
So basically, Israel keeping him in jail, it benefits both Israel and Hamas.
And the Palestinian Authority.
Very cool. That's very cool.
Almost like it's connected.
The Israelis, of course, want to put this guy in jail because they don't want a cohesive Palestinian political force. They don't want there to be a cohesive partner to negotiate with, because that undermines.
What does this have to do with Iran
Israel's
striking
ability
back
to
by
dictate
killing
the terms.
civilians?
Yeah, I'm curious about that too.
But it's the only way in which this is going to end, and people are going to get any type of security on either side. Here is John Kirby. With all of this said, and pressure mounting in the Senate, you remember Bernie Sanders introduced that 502B resolution from the Foreign Services Act, I think it is, the Foreign Affairs Act.
I mean, we could have looked at that.
It basically says if we're giving money to a foreign country.
It's because they allow Mossad bases there.
Yeah, obviously.
That's striking back. Iran is striking back because they definitely targeted America in those strikes, even though they fired rockets directly at American bases. So stupid. So like these people
from the administration,
like, okay, we get it. You can understand. You can fucking figure out debunking Charlie Kirk. Good job, bro. Fucking let me know when you fucking understand interlocking fucking tribal politics in Iraq and Syria and Kurdistan.
On how that money is being used, if it's being used in accordance with international law. And the administration does not want to have to engage in that, because then they'd have to admit that Israel is, at the very least, on a daily basis, engaged in war crimes. It is a war crime to starve a population.
Sure.
It is a war crime to prevent humanitarian aid to get in there.
Hey, Sam.
It's a war crime.
Guess where else America allows this to happen? You'll never believe that like Israel is not exclusive in this like friendship and like how like, bro, would you believe it that they even like only recently started like being like, hey, Azerbaijan, you maybe can't commit this genocide, because like Azerbaijan's like not a direct ally of America, and that's the only reason why America like did like some military exercises with Armenia.
To do collective punishment. It is a war crime to target civilians in the way they have.
And this is supposed to be about Iran.
And
yeah, what about Iran striking back?
Regardless, if the minimum of 24,000 civilians that have been killed constitutes genocide in someone's mind.
In Iran?
Regardless, if you think that there's
not numbers, bro,
sufficient evidence of a desire to perform ethnic cleansing, whether it's,
hey,
Israeli
guess
soldiers,
what? Hey, the strikes that Iran did, you'll never believe it, but like at the same time, NATO's second army was doing infrastructure strikes to knock out infrastructure, right? Because the best way to like kill a population is by hitting the infrastructure. You look at Ukraine right now, right? And like you'll see them always are trying to fucking use the shaheeds in the fucking power stations, right? It's because people die.
Yeah.
Because it's fucking cold.
Creates pressure on the
right
on the population. Yeah.
So what does Turkey do? They hit the water. They hit the oil.
chanting our job is to cleanse, is to basically deport all of these people and drive them out of Gaza, or whether it's, finance ministers in the Israeli government or other high-placed officials. There have been war crimes here, without a doubt. Multiple war crimes.
In Gaza.
And the U.S. government is
I thought this was about Iran.
Produce that document.
Well, he said that Iran has struck back already, so I want to know what's the point there.
Time, honestly, I just find him so
sleazy.
He is on with Margaret Brennan on Face the Nation.
Okay.
And we're seeing reporting of this, I think it was in Axios, that the U.S. is getting increasingly frustrated privately. I'll read that story in a bit, but here's Kirby.
As we acknowledge there, it's been 100 days since that Hamas attack on Israel that sparked where we are now. Does the U.S. need to press Israel harder to move into the low-intensity conflict they say they intend to move towards?
I can tell you, Secretary Blinken just came from the region, that we have been talking to them intensely.
I don't trust this guy
to
at all.
low-intensity operations. We believe it's the right time for that transition. And
everything he says is
now,
a
they
lie.
have done some precursory steps to try to kind of get to that point. They're pulling some troops out. They're relying a little less on airstrikes. But we believe that, look, any military campaign, you go through phases. And the next logical phase here, as they have put pressure on Hamas leadership, is to get to lower intensity operations, more targeted, more precise raids.
I mean, he's not wrong. The next stage technically is to get to lower intensity operations, but low intensity operations is when George Bush went on that aircraft carrier and said mission accomplished. So
that conversation with them.
Watch out, there's a soldier behind you.
To U.S. national security to be giving them cover for this long?
Because it's the right thing to do in this military campaign against Hamas. They have put pressure on leadership. They have gone after that leadership. They have been able to go after some of the resourcing and infrastructure that Hamas uses to conduct these attacks. We're not saying let your foot up off the gas completely and don't keep going after Hamas. It's still a viable threat. They have every right and responsibility to go after that. It's just that we believe the time is coming here very, very soon for a transition to this lower intensity phase.
Right.
The question was, should we be doing more to pressure them, not
right? I mean, all the other stuff is just it's. But simultaneously, somebody's going to Axios, and this is the what they're trying to project, and it's unclear who this is for, because this is not nearly enough for people who care about the issue. And I don't know if they're trying to signal to the Israelis or they're trying to signal to the senators who are starting to say, like, we're going to condition aid, or we're not going to do aid whatsoever. Axios, President Biden, other senior U.S. officials are becoming increasingly frustrated with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Imagine if America just flipped their support.
This is the best way to do it. Israel's not going to listen, right? So like I said in the post, the Houthis are going to decide the tempo, right? The fact that they went and hit a civilian ship instead of like targeting a U.S. ship, it's kind of the same thing, purposely missing. But the fact that they hit, but it did no damage to the ship, like the ship was totally fine. It was like, it's an anti-ship missile and it didn't even damage the ship. Like, how shitty are your fucking missiles, guys? So like that coming in and like the United States knowing that the best, because we know this, everyone constantly is saying this, the United States doesn't care about anything except maritime trade, right? So for the United States, if they can broker a position where they're making a deal where the Houthis are coming in and they get something on the table to make sure that these things end, and they'll get like, basically they'll say that they won't attack any more ships. But the thing is like, do we expect the Houthis to just not attack more ships? What if peace comes and then they continue doing it? Who's going to stop them? America?
His rejection of most of the administration's recent requests related to the war in Gaza. 4 U.S. officials with direct knowledge of the issue told Axios.
I remember what I was going to say. Wouldn't it be funny if America just came out and flipped all support for Israel to Palestine? It's like all the shit that we were going to give you, we're giving them now. Fuck you. This is what you get.
There's nobody to give it to in Palestine.
No, I know. But just imagine, that would be hilarious.
Situations
on the Arabian Peninsula specifically, people overstate how powerful Saudi Arabia is. Like, there's really compass points in the Middle East: Turkey, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Iran, and then there's also Egypt. But Egypt also Nasserism, which is still strongly in Egypt as a political philosophy. They care a lot about Africa as well, and that's why like Ethiopia and Sudan They're kind of Egypt's priority right now, even though like the Rafah border should be like number one for them. What's the Arabic version of a pinky promise? I don't know.
Sucks and we're stuck. The president's patience is running out. One said, at every juncture, Netanyahu has given Biden the finger. This is Chris Van Hollen told Axios. He's a senator from Maryland. They're pleading with the Netanyahu coalition, but getting slapped in the face over and over again, as if there is no leverage here, or as if they have tried. They've run out of things to do.
Also, like, Bibi's been giving the party the finger since before I had this job. Like, Netanyahu coming to talk to Congress because Republicans wanted him there. Like, yeah, this is what they do. That finger's been extended for a decade.
It really is. This is either, and they're not mutually exclusive.
Is that all he's going to talk about Iran on?
A twisted ideological stance by the administration and an abject failure of exerting U.S. soft power.
I only screened the first 15 seconds and said, "Oh, I'm mad."
This is a failure.
He's got to get dumber.
Biden hasn't spoken to Netanyahu.
I guess he just speaks about Israel
since a December 23rd call, in which a frustrated Biden ended with the words, "This conversation is over." And Netanyahu, I imagine, was like, "Okay, just send the money." Before Biden hung up, Netanyahu had rejected his request that Israel release the Palestinian tax revenues it's withholding. It's Smotrach that is holding those. Same guy who basically says we're going to have all these people self-deport.
Cool.
Biden and his advisors, in addition to the tax revenue, believe Israel isn't doing enough to allow humanitarian aid into Gaza. They're also frustrated by Netanyahu's unwillingness to seriously discuss plans for the day after the war and his rejection of the U.S. plan for reform Palestinian Authority.
Almost like he needs the war to continue.
Israel meet his timetable
to stay in power, not go to prison.
Mm-hmm.
This is Trump, dictator on day one.
And if Israel doesn't significantly scale down its operations in Gaza, there's no timeline here. It will likely become increasingly difficult for Biden to maintain the same level of support for Israel's military campaign. Like, who is this for? Like, what is the fear that the Biden administration has in tiptoeing around? I mean, and I'm just giving them the benefit of the doubt that that's what it is, as opposed to just.
I think Biden, in general, if I was to criticize his campaign, his foreign policy the most, it would be. Sometimes it's better to do something rather than nothing, buddy.
Yeah.
Like doing nothing is commonly the best policy, but come on, dude.
All right, this is the last one.
Donald Trump's hands were.
Oh my God, bro! I'm so glad you put this on. This shit is so funny. This is the new now Donald Trump diapers, right?
Yeah.
Here's David Pakman with the new diaper story.
Entered a courtroom in New York. Take a look at this image, wherein you can see Trump's hands bloodied in multiple places, visibly bloody marks. Are they blisters?
In what way should he have done something, Biden? So every day that, like, I was pretty generous at first. Like, okay, the United States just gave him JDAMs. I would even make the argument the United States policy behind this is that you're giving him JDAMs because they're more accurate and they'll prevent civilian deaths, right? But like every day the war has gone longer, it's just like, what are you guys doing? Like, I remember in the first like week of the ground assault, they were saying, we're going to get heavy on Netanyahu now. Like, just be like Israel is a rogue state.
Yeah.
Just say it. Say Israel is a rogue state. You know why? Because it's like, this is like, they're so terrified of the backlash of them saying Israel is a rogue state. Like, the backlash for being against genocide is worse.
Is it though?
Oh, no. I mean, in America, like the voter base, people will way harder.
No, I know. I'm saying, like, is it though? Like, it.
Yeah. Well, Americans are fucking retarded, bro. That like. They did polls and shit. You know, Trump quoted Mein Kampf.
No fucking way.
Yeah. Trump quoted Mein Kampf in a speech. What do you think he said? What was he angry about?
Immigrants.
You're correct. He said the immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country. Literally, Mein Kampf.
Jesus.
And like they did a poll and they're like, what do you think about this? And like it was like 80% of Republicans are like, I like him more. And then like 50% overall said I like him more.
Jesus Christ.
Like, so like most of the country heard a Mein Kampf quote and they agree with it.
Are you surprised though?
Yeah, let's worry about fucking Nazis in Ukraine, okay?
Like, are you surprised though?
Yes,
really?
I was shocked by that.
Really?
A Mein Kampf quote being fucking supported by most of the country? Yeah, that was nuts to me. And it's because there's so many people who are like on the fence and they make immigration a wedge issue when it shouldn't be. It's so weird.
It is weird. This is true. I'm off my game.
This is really strange stuff. Now, immediately speculation went to syphilis, secondary syphilis, in fact. Syphilis can cause
that's what I said that. I said 80%. It was like, it's like 86 Republicans, but like it was like 50 overall country. And then it was down like more in like 28-ish for like the Democrats polled only. And it was broken up as like, they like broke it up into like different columns. I don't remember all the exact columns. I just was blown away. Even 80% of Republicans hearing Mein Kampf, like that's wild. Like I'd expect maybe 70.
Yeah.
86. Exactly these types of blisters or bloody lesions. Now, syphilis is a sexually transmitted infection. It's caused by a bacteria. It has different stages. In the second stage, the secondary stage of syphilis, you can get these skin rashes, and they can be anywhere on the body, including the hands. Sometimes they come with sores, sometimes open wounds. And you can also get with that fever, swollen lymph nodes, a sore throat, patchy hair loss, weight loss. There is speculation that Trump has indeed lost a bunch of weight. The rash.
Hey,
frankly,
question.
Exactly.
What are the symptoms of that miracle anti-fat drug that they're pushing around?
I'm actually not sure. What are they?
Do you get, I don't know, do you get syphilis-like hand lesions from Ozempic?
Maybe.
Like this. It is treatable with antibiotics, often penicillin, depending on whether one is allergic to penicillin. The earlier you treat it, the better. And immediately, speculation,
doctor.
and we're being clear that this is speculation, going to syphilis. Now, there are many other possibilities here. Could Trump have had a nosebleed right before being photographed, wiped it with his hand, I guess didn't know he had blood all over his hand, and then is waving to people?
I don't know. It was too uniform to me.
Is it possible that it's the result of a physical injury of some kind? Maybe. It
Too
is interesting
uniform.
that when Trump left the courtroom, you could still see traces of it, but it was mostly gone. Was it wiped off? We just don't know. Is it eczema? Is it psoriasis? Is it a burn? Is it a blood disorder? Was it frostbite? Is it an allergic reaction to some kind? Did Trump burn his hands carrying those pizzas in Iowa a couple days ago?
That would be funny.
Unclear what this is.
That would be
funny.
But
it is absolutely and completely bizarre. Will we get an answer? It's not completely clear. Is this indicative of some kind of more serious illness or problem? Genuinely don't know.
I fucking hate you.
It is being looked at extraordinarily closely. If you have an opinion about what this is,
comment it below. I'm going to fish for engagement. Hey, tell me your medical analysis of Trump's hand below.
On a 4-minute video.
Comment, everyone go comment. Everyone watching this, go comment down below in our video. Not just chat. I mean, like, you know, because on the re-upload in the comments, you made it this far. You go down in the chat and you give us all the comments on your diagnosis.
Yeah, you do it.
Also, let me know in the comments, will we ever definitively find out?
Yeah, he has hand herpes.
Sometimes it can be tough to maintain.
And ad. Okay, awesome. So it wasn't even a 4-minute video.
It was a 2 minute.
Did he have a sting? Did he have a sting in the beginning as well, or did he just start right into it?
No, he just started.
At least there's that.
Great. All right. Okay,
bro, Kyle Kalinske probably has a whole 20 minutes on his syphilis hands alone.
True. We'll save that for next time.
I'm not gonna pull that up.
What do we got? What do we got?
Spider-Man.
Let's see. No.
Yeah, Spider-Man.
Oh my God, brother Spider-Man is wanting to saving me from crazy Iblis.